not even gonna let that finish. I'm too pissed off right now. But I'm not like that kind of pissed off. I'm pissed off because I knew this was gonna happen. I knew it. Saw it coming from a mile ahead. And the thing is we got to keep our heads, right? We got to keep our heads. We have to keep our collective brains going. That's right. Donald Trump was convicted on 34 counts. Yeah. Wow. 100%, kangaroo court. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oop, wrong one. Wrong one. I clicked the wrong one. Yeah. So I had I had this up because I got a text about 20 minutes ago that said Trump found not guilty. And I was like, well, I don't know. I'm looking at the news right now. And it's the first day of jury deliberations without a jury. That was from yesterday. And then they said someone in New York just texted me about the not guilty thing. Well, the thing is Trump was convicted on 34 counts. Yeah, and they so yep. So Donald Trump was just well, hold on. Where was it? So it says here, jurors found that the former president committed crimes. Here's the latest. Donald J. Trump has been convicted of falsifying records to cover up a sex scandal that threatened his ascent to the White House in 2016, part of a scheme that prosecutors described as a fraud on the American people. He is the first American president to be declared a felon, a stain he will carry as he seeks to regain the presidency. Mr. Trump was convicted of all 34 counts of falsifying business records by a jury of 12 New Yorkers who deliberated over 2 days to reach a decision in a case rife with descriptions of secret deals, tabloid scandal, and an Oval Office packed with echoes of Watergate. The jury found that Mr. Trump had records to conceal the purpose of money given to his one-time fixer, Michael D. Cohen. And Michael, you are a traitor to this nation. You are a traitor to this nation, and soon you will not be able to walk down the street, you lying sack of crap. Yeah. The false records disguised the payment as ordinary legal expenses when in truth Mr. Trump was reimbursing Mr. Cohen for a $130,000 hush money deal the fixer struck with the porn star Stormy Daniels to silence her account of a sexual liaison with Mr. Trump. Excuse me, but if I remember correctly, Michael Cohen sat there on the stand and admitted that he stole money from Donald Trump. So I wonder what qualifies him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So Todd Blanche for was it? Hold on, we lost some of this stuff. Where did it all go? Yeah. As expected, Trump will have to receive a probation report as is standard in state court that reportedly typically takes 4 to 6 weeks. Sentencing is set for July 11th at 10 a.m. That will put sentencing 4 days before the beginning of the Republican National Convention, at which Trump is expected to receive the party's presidential nomination. They're trying to remove him from the ballot. Is what they're trying to do. Alvin L. Bragg has become the first prosecutor ever to convict a former president, also a traitor. Alvin Bragg. Yeah. The trial team is packing up its bags and evincing no visible emotion, really. Yeah, they shouldn't because they're all criminals, period. Yep. Shit's going to hit the fan. in a different way. This is going to become a very, very big thing. See, the judge excuses the parties, but not before asking about Trump's bail status. He then releases him on his own recognizance. Trump leaves the courtroom shaking his son Eric's hand as he departs. He holds his jaw strong as he walks out. As expected, Trump will receive a probation report. We saw that. We saw the sentencing. Tom Blanche asked the courts for sentencing to take place in mid to late July. The lawyers go to bench. Trump, now a felon, sits isolated at the defense table. Is all of you playing for the theatrics. So, yeah, all for theatrics. Yeah. Alvin Bragg will be known as the guy who, basically is
an opponent, a political opponent. I think it's a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why is it over?
Yeah. I like to say Trump looks fairly defeated as he walked up to the cameras and reported for him. In the world. Yeah.
So what did you think when you heard?
Yeah. Bunch of criminals. So where do we go from here, right? Where do we go from here? Yeah. Let's see what's out there. Just
It's a very difficult day today. I heard a man with a robe instructing a jury that on issues that I know as a former judge, exactly as he was, were just plain wrong, reversible error. I was stunned at what he brought up and what he said, and specifically, I refer, number one, to the fact that we've been talking for weeks, months actually, since this indictment came down, as to what is that unknown felony that we use to resurrect two dead expired misdemeanors. Well, that unknown felony is an election law violation, according to this judge, that is made up of a federal campaign violation, of a creation of a false record, or of a tax law violation. The Trump defense team didn't know this, so they couldn't speak to it. And it is a Fifth Amendment requirement that you know the charges against you, that you know it in the indictment, in the bill of particulars, in discovery, in the opening statement testimony. This was, and I knew it during the prosecution's summation, this was clearly, it was like a game between the prosecution and the judge where the defense was left out of it. And specifically, they talked about there was no legitimate press function. And no one had talked about that during the course of the trial. Neither side presented evidence as to what a normal defense was. The jury hears about it from the prosecution in summation. No evidence whatsoever by either side. And of course, we know that there was no evidence allowed of a federal election campaign violation because the defense was not allowed to put on Brad Smith, who was the head of the Federal Election Campaign Commission. So the prosecution put on evidence. The defense wants to put on evidence of what an FEC violation truly is and is not allowed to do that. And then the defense of advice of counsel was not allowed. That's what Trump wanted. This is a kangaroo court. You've never heard of anything other than a unanimous verdict in a criminal trial. And here's a new one. Legal expenses are, if you report them as income, is a crime. I wrote it again. Reporting money as income when it's reimbursement is a crime. So the judge is saying that itself is a crime. No one knew that. They could have argued it at the trial, right, but they didn't have the opportunity. So, I mean, those are just some of the issues. It was a sad day for me. I sat with Andy McCarthy and Jonathan Turley and Trey Gowdy and Shannon. We were all like, oh, this is unheard of.
Yep. We'll be catching remarks about this. What are you getting into over there? Yeah, I have no idea what that is, so I don't have time for that right this moment. Let's see if we can get a refresh and see what everybody's saying. So here's the whole 2-minute thing he did.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a sore respect, DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why should voters vote for a convicted felon?
Are you going to talk out? You believe in the rule of law? You trust the jury? Are you
Remember what I was telling you guys about the reporters, the questions they always ask when you walk away? Yeah. It's just crazy.
Weapons inside Russia. How do you feel about that?
I don't give a fuck about Russia right now. I really don't. Yep. So. And they're right. They just secured his presidency like you would not believe. Yep. They just secured it. It is going to, President Trump's website was just updated with this image. It says, breaking news, I'm a political prisoner. Tell Judge Merchant and the deep state to fuck off by donating to support President Trump here. There you go. Yeah, this is going to get something.
This is wrong here. We have gone over a cliff in America. This verdict is a verdict of someone who was forced to fight a 1,000-pound gorilla with both hands tied behind his back. This was a defendant for whom crimes were created, against whom a judge was picked that out of the ordinary, not from the drum, but a judge who was handpicked for this defendant, who denied him the ability to fight the way he needed to fight, who brought in crimes that we've never heard of in New York before, where they had dead misdemeanors that they resurrected into felonies based upon non-unanimous verdicts of crimes that are federal, over which no state court or no state judge or prosecutor has jurisdiction. And in the end, with all the smoke and mirrors and 34 counts and a hooker and a guy, according to a federal judge, is a serial perjurer, we have convicted a former president of the United States of America. We've gone over a cliff. The question as to whether or not America will react to this, whether his numbers will go up or down, I don't know. But I do know what I know. And what I know is that this case is riddled with errors. It is reversible. It will not get through to the appellate division in the First Department in New York, or certainly the Court of Appeals before the next year. And people say, should it go to the Supreme Court? No, it can't go to the Supreme Court unless they exhaust all of the state court appeals. I've spent 32 years in this system, and I am totally disillusioned. You had a judge and you had a DA who literally campaigned on making sure that this president would be indicted. We've got an attorney general who did the same thing. This is a new era in America, and I think it goes against the ilk of who we are as Americans and our faith in the criminal justice system.
So if you're just joining us.
So, you remember I told you to hold on, things were going to get worse? Well, they're going to get worse. It's going to get worse. You know, it's going to get worse before we can even think about it coming anywhere close to justice. What I'm going to say is it's the beginning of the end. We'll just say that. Yeah. It's the beginning of the end. But things will get worse before they get better. You think it's bad now, but prepare yourselves for a little bit more. And I'm not trying to put no fear in anybody, okay? Because we all know that, you know, hey, when you get a wound, it always gets infected and it has to go through a process of healing and everything else, right? But when you come back twice as strong, 10 feet tall and bulletproof, you know? So, all right. Wall Street Babe says America is wide awake to Democrats' weaponized justice system. This rancher has been driving through multiple states, and everywhere he stops, everyone is talking about the same thing, this bullshit Donald Trump trial. What happened to the America we grew up in? What has happened? Well, that's a good question.
Hi, folks. Good afternoon. I'm Chick Wilfone. I'm headed to a ranch that it's about a day to drive it, to go check on things and attend to some business and see a friend of mine. And I've stopped to get fuel. I've stopped to walk horses. I've stopped to grab something to eat, just typical stuff you do on a long road trip. And everywhere I've been today, right up through the middle of America, everywhere I've been, people from different walks of life, they've all had the same thing to say when we're just standing talking or visiting. A trucker beside me at a fuel pump a little while ago. And this has been way more than once today. People have said the very same thing about this bullshit Trump trial. When a judge says to the jury, he doesn't have to be guilty of anything for you to convict him. What? Again, the judge instructed the jury, you don't have to find him guilty of a crime to convict him of wrongdoing here. Bullshit. What happened to the America we grew up in? What has happened to the United States of America? And let me remind you of something, people. If they can do it to him, possibly the second most powerful man in America right now, maybe the most powerful man in America. I don't know how you look at that, but I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If they can do that to Donald Trump, they won't think twice about running over your simple ass. They won't think a bit about doing it to John Q. Public. And I think that ought to be the most alarming thing that we've seen in the United States of America in a long time. I saw a newsreel just a minute ago where Trump walked out and looked people dead in the eye, looked the press dead in the eye and said, and I quote, Mother Teresa couldn't beat this. This is rigged. Now, again, if they don't think twice about doing this to somebody as powerful as Donald Trump, partner, you won't be a tick on a dog's back when they get ready to jump on you. I'm telling you, people, I don't care what your beliefs are, what side of the aisle you're on. If you're not seeing the weaponization of our criminal justice system, then you're blind. And if you're not alarmed by this, you're completely fucking stuck your head in the ground ignorant.
Yep. So T-Bone made a good point a minute ago. I got to find his comment again, though, because everybody... Okay, so this is the truth. All the rhinos will now expose themselves. They're all going to show it. They're all going to show it. Okay? Clay B. Keep your drawers on there, young man. Keep your drawers on. You're going to be just fine. Okay? And it doesn't matter how old you are, shit still flows. You know what I'm saying? So just bring lots of toilet paper and be ready to help clean up the mess. That's it. That's all I can say to you. Yeah, this is gonna be a solidification of the Democrat vote going for Donald Trump. At least the black vote. This is going to be 100% solidification of their votes. Okay, no doubt about it. All right. Jeremiah 29:11. Give me a minute. Let me look. Let's see here. Go here, but we're not gonna look at that one. We want. Well, actually, that does work. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in the future. That's what the Lord has. He's got plans. We just got to follow them and keep our cool. Yeah. Donald Trump Jr. says guilty on all counts. The Democrats have succeeded in their years-long attempt to turn America into a third world shithole. November 5th is our last chance to save it. Yep, and he's right. I'm not really concerned about any other fucking news that's coming on right now. Well, actually, hold on.
Jesus disappears from the Bible at the age of 12. And where does he go? There's another text called the Gospel of the Holy 12. And in the Gospel of the Holy 12, which was omitted from the Bible, he goes to Egypt with his mother. Now, I've been there, and when I take my tour, when I take people on tour, I take them to the place where he slept. It's still there. It's a crypt now. It's like a place to go there. You know where it's at, right?
It's inside a church, right?
Coptic Cairo, correct. Right inside that church. They converted it into a church. And he went there to study the Egyptian mysteries, also to learn all about the ancient mystery schools. And then he left there and he went to Tibet to learn spirituality.
He went to Tibet.
And mystic arts. Yes, mystic arts. And then he went down into India, learned about reincarnation, all of that. And then he came back down and he reappears in the biblical text when God says in the Bible, I called my son out of Egypt.
What an episode for Akash to miss. I mean, we don't tell him any of this. The ego that he will have finding out that Jesus learned everything from India.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't tell him. Okay, keep going. Okay,
He
so
learned
learns
Reiki
all-
healing in Tibet and, energy healing with his hands.
We're going to see if part 2 on here. Let's see. Is there a part? No, I don't see it. All right. Well, it was worth a shot, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? Did you see her ass? What? Oh,
You said it was okay.
You said you wanted to swim.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
Yes, you did.
You said you were gonna. Thank you guys. We're gonna have you guys get off. Wait, who is that? The fuck is going on? We should- I don't even.
I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
No, stop. Seriously, don't stop. Please, you're actually freaking me out. No, please. Please, don't. No, please, she's floating.
Drowning.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. She says she's drowning.
Oh, this is bad.
Wait.
Oh, this is bad.
Dude, Natalie.
Dude, I'm sorry. I didn't know. She said she's drowning. She says she's drowning.
I think you literally just murdered the lady.
No, I didn't. I swear.
I think you
No, I didn't. Let's go. There, she's drowning in the lake.
Nah, there's a fire truck. Nah, this is bad.
Natalie.
Wait, this is really bad.
Dumbass. You dare somebody to jump in the lake that says that they can't swim, and they do it instead of jumping out there and helping her. You run off laughing. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just really, I'm disappointed at this point, I am. I'm disappointed. Yeah. What a shit show. I try to have the best advice for everybody to be able to deal with any situation, I do. I try to have the best advice and information available and everything else. But yeah, it's part of the plan. There's nothing we can do about it. We just we have to make sure that you know, yeah. There we go.
So I sit here today as a son. Forget about politics for a second. I've been in that courthouse with my father almost every single day. And not a single New Yorker, as they look at murders in the streets, women getting thrown in front of trains, kids getting shot in Times Square, the degradation of the city, not a single New Yorker believes that over $130,000 payment from 9 years ago, from 8 years ago, that the entire DA's office is lining that courtroom. They're sitting there, they're laughing, they're giggling. This was their moment. This is how they embarrassed Donald Trump. This is legal lawfare. All while this state absolutely melts. Everybody that sits here right now, every single one of you, knows that this is not the same state that we knew 10 years ago. Knew it was not the same state as we saw 5 years ago. You have total degradation of New York State because the only thing that Alvin Bragg wants to do, only thing that Letitia James wants to do is criminally prosecute Donald Trump. And they're doing it for one reason. They're doing it because they have a political vendetta. They're all funded by George Soros. That's what this is. This is political lawfare, and it absolutely has to stop. And I watch a man, he's the toughest man I've ever seen, and he endures this nonsense every single day. He sits in that seat, and that's not comfortable. He's never done a damn thing wrong. They tried to impeach him in D.C. They tried to impeach him a second time. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They turned the DOJ, they turned the FBI against him. They couldn't stop him. When that didn't work, guess what they did? They went after his family. They went after me. 110 subpoenas later that I've received. I've never gotten so much as a parking ticket. 110 subpoenas. They went after Don. They went after Laura. They went after little Barron Trump as a young kid, as a young teenager. They went after Tiffany Trump. They tried to make his life hell. And then they weaponized every single DA. They weaponized every AG in every far left area because Biden is incompetent and he's losing in all the polls. Across the board, he's losing in every quantifiable metric. Our country is going to hell. And this is their answer. Go after him for $130,000. And I want to say sorry to the jury that's in there. This has been the greatest colossal waste of time. I want to say thank you to the NYPD. You have thousands of officers down here. Thousands of officers down here that could be protecting our streets. Instead, they're guarding this courthouse against a sham trial. This has cost New York millions and millions and millions of dollars. And New York deserves so much better than this. And I cannot wait for the day that we win. We will. We're right. The entire country knows that this is nonsense. They don't buy it. A poll just came out from the New York Times. Even Democrats, the vast majority of Democrats, know that this case is a sham. And I think we're going to prevail. And I'm just proud of the toughest person I've ever met in my entire life for having the backbone and fortitude to go through this whole mess, as uncomfortable as it's been. And I'm proud to have stood there every single second by his side in that freezing cold courtroom against unthinkable odds and a corrupt judge and people making a lot of money and this political witch hunt. He's an inspiration to me every single day, and he'll be vindicated. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. But hey, everybody, let's pay attention to the 6 million chickens that died. Oh, yeah. 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 There we go.
Think about what's going on out here, man.
So, it's angering, it's upsetting, but at the same time, it gives us hope because the people on the ground, people like me, people that are here, people who have been fighting, grassroots people, the minority community, Latin, Black community, we are going to be so angry and we're going to find and we're going to say, he's just like one of us. That's what's going to happen. We're going to understand that he's just like one of us. And that if they could do that to a sitting president, to a former president, if they could do that to him, they could do it to us. But now what you're going to see is, I guarantee the poll numbers are going to go so high up. He's going to get a brand new wave of new supporters like he's never had before. If you thought he won in 2020, which he did, and won in 2016, wait till you see 2024. You're going to see a massive red wave, and we, the people here on the ground, are pissed, but we're happy because we know the end.
Amen. 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 Hey, and Steve, one other thing, just to jump in on this. This is, so people understand this, we're in the mafia, the heart of mafia. This is where mafia really, outside of Sicily, grew in America and Chicago. This is the new mafia.
This is the new mafia. Yeah. Yep. But hey, a former president's now been charged. So guess what? Guess what that means? That every president can now be charged. You said precedents. Sorry, Biden, you fucked up on this one. We should be calling the Department of Justice, demanding that they, move forward with charges against Biden for his crimes. Yep. Let's see what Scott Lebado's got to say.
My Patriots. I'm not upset. I'm actually happy. This just proves the point of what we have to do. As I said earlier, the respect for the legal system has disappeared. The only decision that matters is November 5th. That's it. You need to understand that all of us on both sides are in the most historical moment in the history. That's right. In the history of this country, besides our revolution in the beginning. This is it. And those of you on the left, who I know, we know that you are, this is fucking bad. You're going to wake up. His polls are going to go up. And even if they don't go up, again, we're going against the machine, the media, social media, the George Soroses, the Rockefellers that put this position together. I worship this moment. What the fuck do you think I was doing for 30 fucking years? Could have done a million other things for this moment in history. And you fuckers better really get the fuck fired up. Because the only fucking decision that matters, not the media on both sides, nothing, except you. You. Your fucking heart. That's all that matters. We're gonna be okay. But it's not up to the fucking judicial system. It is not up to the feds. It is not up to the government. It is up to we, the fucking people. Get it through your fucking head. This is the shining moment. Shine, motherfuckers. Shine.
Yep. He's right. I'm not listening to Alex Jones because I don't really care about anything he's got to say. Yep.
I needed to woosah moment. You know what I just thought of? Hello. Imagine if any of those jury members said that he was not guilty. With the mobsters we have running the country, you don't think they want to know the names of the people that said not guilty for him? You don't think that they didn't have a choice in this? I think they didn't have a choice. I think if any of those motherfuckers said that he was not guilty, You got Hillary, which we already know what she likes to do to people. You got Joe, because his son's able to fuck whoever he wants, literally, figuratively. So imagine first, I need coffee. I need edibles. I need something. Because
inedible sounds good to me.
it's literally, it's laughable to me. It's the fall of the country. Okay, have a good one.
I need a medicated brownie right now. Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah. You know I'm stealing this photo, right? Oh, I can't steal that one because it's got writing in it. I don't want writing in my flag. Yeah. Nation in distress. That's what we are, guys. Nation in distress. Yeah. Yeah. Focused.
Very simple right now. You know what's before us. We can turn this easily into a Trump landslide if we're focused. If you sit there and go, oh, this is so terrible. What are these independent voters? What are these suburban moms going to do? What are these Karens going to say? Isn't Rachel Maddow going to get inside their head? Doesn't have to be that way. This is all about us. This is all about MAGA. This is the tough times. This is the Billy Bush weekend to the 10th power. We did it then and we can do it now. It's just focus, action, action, action. I hope you're seething mad. I want you to be seething mad. I want you to be angry, but I want you to channel that energy. I want you to channel that anger. I want you to channel that seething to something positive. It's called victory. The only way we sort this out, the only way this is sorted out is to win. If we win, we can sort it. If we don't win, we're going to be fighting this for a long time. It's all about victory. And victory gets down. That's where they're so maniacally afraid of the rise of MAGA. The precinct strategy, the school boards, all of it. Precinct by precinct. Precinct by precinct, vote by vote. And making sure they don't steal it. Remember, I've said, and I've said it now over and over and over and over again. They've got lawfare, the big steal, and wag the dog. Lawfare, the big steal, and wag the dog. That's what they've got. They don't have the American people, and they certainly don't have the votes. But right now, take it on board today. It's historic. Just take it all in. Take exactly what happened, everything we've talked about. Take it all in. Immerse yourself in it. Think about it. And then we're going to direct energy, boom, downrange to victory. Action, action, action. Stephanie, who understands the repression of the Chinese Communist Party in mainland China, she said it. Action, action, action. If you want to set things right, we can set things right on 5 November. But hey, we got a long and tough struggle till then, and then we got to make sure we close it, and then we make sure they don't de-Trump. Jeff Clark, hang on. Let me go to Jeff. Hang on for 1 second. Let me go back to Mike Davis. I haven't heard from Mike.
Yeah. Yeah. Q drop May 29th on JFK's birthday this week. DJT could be charged guilty, and minutes after the big guy takes the stage at the White House on live TV to make comments on the court's rulings. A demonstration was made today in front of the White House. It showed they can control innocence. It was a direct threat. This is not a game. The mainstream media is creating emotional conflict. This destabilizes certain minds to become susceptible to outside control. What you see is 2%. The war is real. These people are sick. Watch the news this week. Yep. True enough. Yep. President Trump's donation page just crashed because so many people are donating after he was just found guilty on all 34 counts in his sham trial. Yeah. Yeah. The world you were born in no longer exists. And it is up to us to build a better one. Yeah. It is up to us. Joey Manorino, as of today, with this fake guilty verdict against Trump, America is no longer the United States.
So 12 useless liberal motherfuckers from New York have found my president guilty. My president who I voted for in 2016 twice and in 2020 twice, primary and general election, who I will vote for again in 2024 because nothing will stop me from voting Trump. Guilty? Guilty of what? Guilty of making America great again. Guilty of destroying the liberal agenda. Guilty of triggering every one of you worthless liberal fucks who are just mad that your entire life is based on a lie and based on failure. You liberals have never achieved shit in your fucking life. Judge Mark Chan is a piece of shit who should never have overseen anything. He's a worthless motherfucker. He's a communist hack. He's nothing more than a Joseph Stalin Soviet-style piece of shit. Stormy Daniels is a literal porn star, a woman whose only claim to fame is taking fucking cock in her ass and her fucking disgusting rancid pussy. That is the woman that this whole trial is based around, a porn star. America, as you know it, is dead. America, as you know it, no longer exists. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all of that, gone. Stolen by Joe Biden and Kamala Cumrag, swallow it up Harris, two worthless communist hacks. Don't even think about ever changing your vote for Donald Trump because some fake kangaroo scam court indicted him on some fake kangaroo scam trials. This is the day America, the United States of America, whatever the fuck you want to call it, has died forever. And what will rise above, what will come back is Donald Trump. And God, is he going to come with a vengeance now. All of you liberal motherfuckers better pack up, go to Canada, go somewhere, because it is not going to be pretty when Trump retakes the White House and ends forever everything that you hold near and dear to your heart. The liberal agenda will be dead. There will be no more of this compromise. There will be no more of let's come together and really, really, really try to make everything okay. No. Fuck you. After what you've done to Donald Trump, fuck you. This is our country now, not yours. Pack it up, bitches.
Okay, well, he said what I was going to say, only more eloquently. Yeah. And I bet that $130,000 was so that Michael Cohen could get a hand job. You know, because it probably would have been $200,000 if she gave up a little bit more than that. You know, yeah. Damn right, I'll still vote for him. That ain't changing. You know, yeah. 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 We will fight to the end. And, yep. Yeah. Let's see.
If they convict him,
holy shit, he was found guilty. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Motherfuckers! Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice in this country!
Guilty!
Not guilty! He's not guilty! You pieces of shit! Why the con? Eat shit and die! You're fucking corrupt,
your
motherfucker!
fucking kids are all dead. Your kids are all
Piece
fucking
of
dead.
shit!
All your
Piece
fucking
of
children,
shit!
they're all fucking
I
dead.
found guilty!
They're all fucking dead.
Yeah, motherfucker! Motherfucking piece of shit! Fucking piece of shit! There's no justice in this country! It's all corruption! It's all fucking corruption! I have a message for you! Fuck you, Juan the Con! Juan the Con! I'm fucking pissed.
Fuck you and fuck Joe
Fucking
Biden too.
fuck Joe Biden.
All I know is this.
Fuckers. Yeah.
Guilty on a whole nother animal and a whole new way.
It's a lynching. It's a lynching. It's political interference. It's over.
It's over.
How do you feel?
Corruption. Tell me your reaction.
I'm shocked. I don't want to believe it. That's unbelievable.
What do you think about the verdict?
They're doing this.
Corruption, the judge
means that
said
they could do this to all of us.
1776,
I'm
baby.
fucking pissed. I'm fucking
No, you're
pissed.
not. Calm down.
No, I'm not gonna calm down.
And the people who are on the
Get
ground,
down
the
there.
minority guy is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made the poll numbers go higher. I guarantee that's what you're going to see coming next. The polls are going up. Donald Trump is going to win even harder. They're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama. They're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama, Big Mike, in August to try and fix things. But that's not going to work either. The numbers are going to go so high for Trump right now that it's over for Biden. It's over for the Democrats.
Fuck you, Judge Juan. Fuck you. There is no justice in this country. We want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man. He committed no crimes. Fuck you. I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to the fucking streets. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Let's take to the fucking streets. Good. Let's block traffic. Corruption in this country. They're convicted an innocent man. He committed no crimes.
Can you imagine if all the Trump supporters went out and shut New York City down? New York's a pretty big city, but I have a feeling that we're going to see New York come to a complete standstill. I really do. You know, and I'm not saying that they're going to riot and destroy things or anything like that. I'm just saying that they can literally shut down that entire city. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Oh, you see what he hit, right? That big old ball sticking out the back of his truck. Yeah. Maybe wifey should have waited. Don't stand there and laugh, woman. It's not funny. I stand with Donald Trump. Yeah. I see some, I see some shit happening. I also see some people pretending to be, you know what I mean? Pretending to be, yeah. I got video behind this coming inbound. Let's see what Script Keeper's got to say.
You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy.
I thank the Lord for my many blessings. Don't stress and keep a vest for protection from the barrel of a Smith & Wesson. And all my niggas in the pen, here we go again. Ain't nothing separating us but my Mac 10. Born in the ghetto as a hustler. Hold up, straight soldier, bucking at the busters. No matter how you try, niggas never die. We just retaliate with hate, then we multiply.
Yeah.
Because Trump was found guilty because he beat Hillary and is about to beat Joe Biden. I thought I'd be angry, but I feel this cool resignation, this resoluteness that we're wounded as a country and we're not going to go down, that we're going to get back up, we're going to regain our strength, and then we're going to vanquish the evil forces that are destroying this republic. Trump was found guilty because he beat Hillary and is about to beat Joe Biden. I thought I'd be angry, but I feel this cool resignation, this resoluteness that we're wounded as a country and we're not going to go down, that we're going to get back up, we're going to regain our strength, and then we're going to vanquish the evil forces that are destroying this republic. Trump was found guilty because he beat Hillary and is about to beat Joe Biden. I thought I'd be angry, but I feel this cool resignation, this resoluteness that we're wounded as a country. And
yeah. Sorry, I had to sneeze there, so it ended up starting again. Yeah. But I believe that he's right. I believe that yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to find the words to express how I feel, because I have literally never been so disgusted in my life. Excuse my language, y'all, but this right here, what just happened to Trump is fucked up. It is absolutely fucking disgusting. Literally. I have no more faith in our justice system. Trump did nothing wrong. This man did not commit a damn crime. And they convicted him of 34 freaking felonies? You gotta be kidding me. And you know what? I'm just not mad at the Democrats, because this was a straight up setup. This was a straight up setup. This is a political assassination. I'm just not mad at the Democrats. I'm mad at the Republicans for sitting back like a bunch of weak ass bitches. Stand up. So many of y'all Republicans have been sitting back not doing a damn thing to defend Donald Trump. Y'all let it get to this point. Oh, we're going to play nice. You can't play nice with people who are not playing by the rules. I have said this so many damn times. I have said this over and over again. What are we going to do now? The Republicans, every single last Republican that has been elected needs to stand the hell up and do what they were elected to do and try to protect and save this country and stand up for Trump. He's our freaking candidate. And he's the only one that can beat Joe Biden and save this country. That's why they're doing what they're doing. They're not doing this because Trump is a criminal. If he was a criminal, they got his ass 20, 30, 40 years ago. This man has never committed a crime in his life, in his 70 years of living. But when he's close to winning, now all of a sudden, he's a criminal. We got to stop sitting back, and we got to stand up. And especially the ones who were elected. You begged for our votes. Please vote for us. A lot of y'all use Trump's name to win, but you're not standing up for him. I don't give a damn what y'all posting on X. Do something. Go after these Democrats. Don't play by the rules. Play dirty. I don't give a damn. Play dirty, play filthy, be grimy, be slimy, play filthy. They have convicted this man, this innocent man, of crimes he did not commit. So I don't want to hear shit from the Republicans about playing by the rules. There's no more time to play by the rules. That's over with. They crossed the line. They crossed the line. Do something right now. Stand up for this country. Freaking insanity, y'all. This is insane. This is a sad day in America. A sad day in this country. Everybody should be pissed the hell off. Sick. This is straight up sick. The judge was corrupt. I guarantee you, follow the money. The jury was probably paid.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good question. How much do the jurors get paid? Yep. Remember, they had this conviction out before the Supreme Court rules on presidential immunity. Yeah, that's a good point. We have now reached 0 hour. Joe M says we are officially in uncharted territory. Pray. Now that Trump has been found guilty, all of these people and many, many, many more will start to fall. Yep. Sir Oliver says, believe this, New Yorkers are very upset. The silent no more majority of our country is very upset. The minority community is very upset. The world is very upset. This is war. Deep state better buckle up. It's about to get bumpy. They can no longer walk the streets. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Fuel. The Trump donation site crashed a few minutes ago, and it's still down, which means that I think to your point that the base would be energized. WinRed apparently also having similar problems. The sentencing would be July 11th, Jesse. That's 2 weeks after the first presidential debate. Fuel. The Trump donation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm at a loss of words right now. I really am. Here's some words. Fuck the jury. Fuck Judge Merchan. Fuck the verdict. Fuck the media. I'm still voting for Trump in November. Are you? Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. We see here. Why didn't you just come up on my feed? Why didn't you just come up on my feed? Oh, because I put spaces in there. And I didn't put an @ sign before it. Is that what you can tell me? All right. Let's see here. President Joe Biden has secretly permitted Ukraine to strike Russian territory using U.S. weapons, but only near Kharkiv, reported by Political. Yeah. Yep. I don't know which one you're talking about, so Let's see. The starters going into the drops. The whole world is watching. We should probably save this for Dave. 11-3 and 11-6 is coming into focus again. Gag order versus telling people. Next post. I'm trying to hold out for Dave because I did call him. Let me find out what he's up to, how long he's going to be. Shall we do a prank call? He might be tuned in. Hey.
I'm almost home.
You're almost home? All right. Well, I'm waiting for you because I was thinking about shutting it down, but I'll wait for you.
Oh, did you get on and talk already?
Oh yeah, I've been on for about an hour. We got 291 people sitting here already, and everybody's saying they want to know what Dave says about this.
What's the latest?
Hold on a second.
Hold on. What's the latest that you pulled up?
Oh, it's he was convicted. He was found guilty on all 34 counts.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
going on? Why is it big? Oh shit! I got the brake on. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I'm basically I'm pulling up now. I mean, it's just what are people saying? What's the thing that's sticking out for you? Anything?
Well, I mean, a lot of people are all the front guys are all, like, hey, listen, everybody stay calm. Don't do anything stupid. We knew this was going to happen, which is true. We knew this was going to happen. It was, it'd have been nice to have that court battle defeated right then, but it's not gonna happen that way. But in Slow Country threw some Q posts involved in stuff too. That's why I was saying, well, I'm gonna hold off on those until Dave comes on. We can go from there. So,
Is he on with you?
No, he just he sent them to my ex. I can send him the link though. He can join us. Yeah, I'll send him the link.
Okay.
I don't know what his schedule is like, but yeah, we'll twist his arm, make him join us.
Cool.
So.
All right, dude. I'm just at my front door now. I had to go to another place to ship some coins because I gotta try to pull rent together.
Right. Okay.
Those fucking coins, so I had to go to another location. That's what took so long.
Okay. All right.
All right, dude.
All right.
I'll shortly.
See you in a few minutes. All right. Bye. Okay. Let me get signal open. Get this set to Slow Country. I'm sure he's got all kinds of things to say. He usually does. Let me see here. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. No, nothing new's come out on Q yet, but I have a feeling that because of today, after yesterday's alert to make sure that their system is up and running, I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing something come up here relatively quick. I think probably before tonight. And if it does, of course, we'll end up going live. But let me send this link over to him. Let's see here. All right. There we go. I don't know if he's still listening in or not, but I just sent you the link. Get your ass up here. Dave will be joining us in a couple of minutes. He's just heading inside. It'll be a few minutes. Yeah, I know it's hard to stay calm, but you have to. You know what? It's you can't change a single minute, a single moment, or a single hour, or a single day with worry and sporadic thought. You can't change anything that way. You can't stop anything from happening that way. You can't, we just have to remember that, we just, just got to kind of work our way through it. Patience, patience, so, yeah. Yeah. Frustrating it is. And like I said, I can't even be mad right now. I'm just like, yeah. And I don't feel like I've been gut punched or anything, because we kind of knew this was going to happen. We knew that they had to do this in order to for Biden even come close to even putting up any type of a fight. Now they'll roll Michelle out, hoping to swing all those Democrats back over to, see, I'm catching on to things. Yeah. This is when they'll sneak one in, okay, Trump's out of the way now, so let's bring who out, and she'll bring back all the Democrats. She'll bring them all back. I don't think that's going to work. Yeah. You're right, Tim. If you stand on your head, the flag is the right side up. Yeah. Yep. I should have made another pot of coffee before I came live. Yeah. I know that, chessboard. I know that. But the Democrats are going to look at it like he's out of the way. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to, but I think it's going to inspire them to go ahead and bring that, sneak one in. How do you sneak one in? Well, this is how you sneak one in. You create this big distraction with one guy so that you can sneak the other one in. And then all of a sudden, the demographics all change, and yeah. And it's crazy because we're fighting pedophiles, sex traffickers, human traffickers, Ponzi scheme people. Because that's basically what our entire government is a big old Ponzi scheme. Blowing smoke up our ass while they're smoking all the good stuff, It's pretty much it. Yeah. 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 I definitely need continuity of government. Yeah. Well, it's yeah. Yeah, he gets an appeal. Of course he gets an appeal, Of course he does. Says your devices are not connected. I can't pull you up here. Something's not working. What's not working? Something's not working slow. Slow country. Says device is not connected. I can't pull you up. Figure out what's wrong. Check your camera, check your whatever. Oh, and he probably can't hear me because he's backstage and yeah, private chat. Hold on just a second. He's got to figure out his thing. Yeah, got to figure it. Yes, we are fighting Satan. Oh, makes me want to sing a song. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He has trampled out the grapes of wrath. He's loosed his mind. Yeah. Yeah. Just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah, Dave's going to be on in a few minutes. He'll be joining us in just a couple of minutes, guys. Bear with me. I still say I should have made a pot of coffee before I started this. Actually, once those two get on and get talking, I can run out and make a pot of coffee. Well, the pot only makes 1 cup at a time, so I should say a cup of coffee is what I should say. Digital, that's a good one. Today just feels like a checkpoint, not the end point. Yeah, oh yeah, I never said it was the end. That's why I said this is the beginning of the end. They have continued to commit crime after crime after crime after crime after crime, and yeah, you know, yeah. He's got to get his gear plugged back in. His camera and his microphone came unplugged. What are you looking at me like that for? I'm not taking you for another run. You guys already got a good long run today. I'm not taking you for another one. You'll have to wait. Yeah. If I don't get a second cup of coffee, you ain't getting a second run. There you go. Ha, 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 ha. Like them apples. Yeah, there we go. He's with us now. Hey, what's up, so?
Hey, not a whole lot, man.
Yeah, Dave's going to be joining us in a few minutes. He was just getting home. And once he gets inside, he will be joining us. I think he's going to try and set up the Rumble real quick so we can add that. I should go ahead and add his X right now. I might be able to get Rumble to. No, it says, yeah, he's got to set the stream up before I can add Rumble. Yeah.
Do you
Well,
care
we'll go
if I
ahead.
add my YouTube and
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Add your YouTube, add your X, add everything you got. Add it all. Yep. And we will okay, so yep, people are starting to jump over on Dave's. Dave's going to be joining us in just a couple of minutes. Those of you on X, I called him up and said, hey, Trump was found guilty, all 34 counts. So he's making his way to his computer. He's got to get the Rumble thing set up and everything. But I figured this would give you guys enough time to get in and get comfortable before he gets here. And we've already been going for about an hour and 20 minutes on my X and on the YouTube as well. Yeah, Trump was found guilty on all 34 counts, but that doesn't matter. You know, what these guys have done is opened up the world to a whole new kind of thing because lawfare. You know, you remember the saying back when the drops first started coming, FISA works both ways, right? You know.
Yep.
And what people need to realize is that everything works both ways. We're going to, all right, so now you have succeeded at bringing criminal charges and railroading a former president. But that also means now that you have now opened up every prior president to be charged with stuff. Every single one of them. So let's think about the murder of the Obama chefs. Let's think about the crimes that Joe Biden and his family have committed since being in office. Let's think about what Kamala Harris has not done since being in office and the crimes that she's committed for being complicit with everything that's going on. Think about all these politicians that have been running their mouths and pushing certain narratives, and what is going to come back to bite them in the ass. We just need to remain calm. That's all we got to do is remain calm. Those of you just joining us over on the X side, Dave will be with us in just a few minutes. He's getting a couple of things set up, and then he will be joining me. I figured I would get you guys started getting in so that way there you don't miss anything once he gets here. So welcome all of you there, and those of you on Slow Country's feed, both on YouTube and, well, nobody's on X yet, but yeah. So, and then here comes Dave. Hey, young man.
Hey, I love it when you call me young man. It's so appropriate.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Just because we heard a little bit doesn't mean that we're old.
Exactly. So what's happening? How's everybody? What's going? Hey, I've been busy. Is there any news? Is there any news today?
Well, Donald Trump was convicted of 34 counts of everything that he did in New York. So
Okay,
basically,
that's hilarious. What are you working on? A stand-up routine?
It's something about slobbering on a hooker. I mean, a porn star, and all that, And what's going to be funny is I have a feeling, this is okay. Let me throw a funny out there. Okay.
Hey, by the way, are we up on Rumble? We up on?
We are definitely up on your X because we've already gotten 145 people have already checked in on your X already.
Okay.
Rumble, it told me that we needed to, what was it that it said? Select a stream. Injustice. Okay, there we go. Save. And we should be live on Rumble now.
All right, let's see.
So,
hey, all the Xers and Rumble lights. We're still not up on Rumble, but
no, we are. It came up that it's live.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I see it. Share this out, folks.
I can double check this to make sure that we got your feed going here. Let me see.
Still got the review or the sunrise, and I'll reload it and see if we're going.
Yeah.
And
let's see. Yeah, let's do a reload on that and see.
Yep, we're good. We're good, brother. Thank you. And all right, Rumble is live. Folks, please share this out. It's going to be very interesting conversation where I think we're about to have, and I recommend it to all. As long as they're, let me close that out.
No, I'm actually going to throw. Okay, here's the address that we are live on Rumble on, folks. It's The Indoctrination, all one word. You got to remember the THE at the beginning of that. Okay, all one word. The Indoctrination on Rumble. Okay.
And I'm also putting it in the chat.
No, the people on Facebook were just asking if which Rumble we were going to be on, and I don't have mine set up to do a live podcast yet. I do have a video up there, but I don't have I don't have any content up there other than that.
Well, let me know. Let me know what you need to make that happen, and if I can help. So, gentlemen, and we got Slow Country in the house. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
Well, I was on my way to take care of a few things, run a few errands. I was actually going to go live, and then I thought, well, let me run this errand real quick because I have a feeling I'm going to be on live. And I got a call from Kevin Rotello, and right after that, I got a call from Hawk, and I'm like, uh-oh, something. They must come back with a verdict. So, yeah. So, B-Dog says, Dave, first arrest marker 9. Yes. And, well, why don't you guys catch me up to speed on what your take is, what you've heard, what you've shown everybody, so I'm not repeating anything, and then I'll give everybody my take on everything.
Okay. So, well, basically, as soon as CBS, I had, I basically, I typed in, Donald Trump jury verdict, New York. And it came right up. It came right up, but I had gotten a message like 5 minutes before that stating that a friend of mine from New York just said that Donald Trump was found not guilty. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to look into this. And I'm glad that I didn't jump on and say that he was found not guilty.
Man, if it weren't for bad information, we wouldn't get any.
Yeah,
Are
we
you
wouldn't.
kidding?
I played Eric Trump, went out and talked for a couple of minutes. There were a couple other people. Ben Bergquam is there in New York. He did a couple of interviews with a couple of the very flamboyant supporters of Trump. He did a couple of different short clip interviews. Scott Lobato put out a statement and just said, listen, guys, yes, you should be angry in your heart that this is happening, but at the same time, keep your cool. And that is, Dave, you know this too, is the reaction has to fit the narrative, and we've known since the beginning of all of these indictments that they were going to convict him. That's the only way that they can give Joe a leg up, or the alternative, okay, to giving Joe the leg up is to open the door to, how do you sneak one in? Because everybody's focused on Trump right now. Biden hasn't been able to get on the ballot in Ohio. So would this be the ideal time to sneak one in?
When you say sneak one in, I'm
talking about what the board said. How do you sneak one in?
Oh, you mean information? How do you bring information?
No.
How do you
sneak one into an election? Remember?
Going.
Okay, so how do you sneak in a new candidate? How do you replace Joe Biden as the candidate? Well, you got to have a major distraction going on the other side, or people aren't going to are going to be all against it right off the bat. So
how do you attempt to sneak one in? How do you attempt to ensure victory? Adopt national vote by mail. Change of batter coming.
Change of batter.
Yeah. Was she saved from officially announcing? Why was she reserved for last minute change? Adopt national vote by mail. How do you convince America it was legitimate? Release fake polls indicating favorable leads in swing states. This goes back to 2020.
Yeah. And you can't fake the polls now because everybody knows. Okay. And let me tell you, after this verdict today, I mean, the WinRed site and Donald Trump's own personal website for donations have basically they've been shut down. Okay, from overactivity. They overloaded the systems were overloaded. You can't donate to either side. And I wouldn't give to WinRed anyways. If you're going to give to Donald Trump, go to his website and do it through there, or take a drive down to Mar-a-Lago and hand deliver a donation. But I wouldn't, WinRed that all goes to the Republican National Committee, and where in the hell is that money going? Or is there even any money there? That they haven't siphoned off already. It's going to be an interesting thing if they ever do an audit of both ActBlue and WinRed.
Right.
So, but Slow Country had something that he was going off of, and because I got you guys on here, what I'll do is I'll drop the link into the private chat, Dave, and let you pull it up.
Okay.
So that way then while you guys discuss this, I'm going to run out and grab a cup of coffee. I got to throw on a new pot. So,
I just grabbed one on the way in. So,
yeah. So I'm going to mute myself, let you guys go to town on this for a few minutes. And then I'll be back with you in just a few moments.
Sounds good. Thanks, brother. All right, Slow. I got this pulled up. Let me do this. Tell me first off, Slow, tell me what you're thinking. And then we'll talk about your post here.
Well, for starters, I know that there's a plan, but it doesn't take away from the fact that I'm still a little pissed off about everything. Right. So, I'm just going to say that, but, the post right there that you have pulled up, that was after watching the video that's down below right there of the presser. I believe it was from this morning.
Did you play this yet?
No, he hasn't played it yet.
Okay. We can play it in a minute. Go ahead. Is
So
this where when he says it's rigged and or is this the rigged one or no? The Mother Teresa was yesterday, right? Or was that this morning?
I think I meant to do a rigged one, and I don't think I did.
Okay.
But
thank you very much. Here we go again. 5 weeks. I've been here. I'm gagged. I'd like to answer all of your questions. They're very easy questions to answer, but I'm gagged, so I can't talk as much as I would like to about this ridiculous case that's hurting our country so badly. Some of the reviews from yesterday are and by the way, everyone's against this case. I haven't seen one legal scholar or expert in the law say that this case should have been filed. It should not have been filed, or at a minimum, it should have been filed 7 years ago. It's 7 years old. Everybody turned it down, including federal elections turned it down. Southern District turned it down. Bragg turned it down. Then he rejuvenated it when I was running for office. It's a terrible thing. At the request of Biden, the editors of the National Review say, acquit Trump. Bragg has failed to prove his charges. Totally failed. Greg Jarrett, who exactly was defrauded? Voters who had already voted. Well, they already voted because all of this stuff came in after the elections. How were they defrauded?
That's a key point. This is not election interference on his side. It's election interference on the side of Biden. And because this all happened after the fact. This is not I think the Mother Teresa was yesterday. I'm getting them mixed up because I've been looking at all this stuff. But we can finish playing this slow, but I didn't want to throw you off too much. I just wanted to get my bearings here.
Oh no, you're fine. This stuff I got came from towards the end of the video.
Okay, so I'll let it play.
Yeah, let it play, man.
Okay.
And then you say, what about Hillary with the dossier? What about all of these other things that go? And this is nothing. This is nothing. But what about all of the corruption, the voter fraud that you've seen over the last year on behalf of the Democrats, and nobody talks about it? This is ridiculous what they're talking about. This is called running for office. Greg Jarrett, the government, which received full payment on all taxable income. The government, by the way, received full payment. The taxes were paid in full. In fact, they made comment on that. Even if the taxes were paid in full, the Federal Elections Commission had concluded the money paid did not constitute a campaign contribution under the law. And remember, this judge wouldn't allow us. Look, he's a very conflicted judge. Everybody knows that. You don't want to talk about what the conflict was. I'm not allowed to talk about it because of a gag order that he put on me. So one subject he really doesn't want to talk about. There was no fraud. There was no conspiracy. It's that simple. Moreover, without a primary crime, there can be no secondary crime. It's a classic lawfare, weaponizing statutes, because the law has been, okay, right? Because no law has been broken. That was Greg Jarrett. Ellie Honig, legal analyst for CNN. The crime here is not easy to explain or to understand. It's just not understandable. In other words, there is no crime. This is CNN. Catherine Christian from MSNBC, I call it MSDNC, legal analyst. It's difficult because it's a very nuanced argument. It's never been prosecuted before. This is an argument that has never been prosecuted before. And hopefully it'll never be prosecuted again. Andy McCarthy, this is anything but standard. It's the antithesis of standard, actually. The idea that they do not have to agree on what the other crime is. We spent 6 weeks wondering, what is the other crime? What is the other crime? And at the end, the thud we all get is this. There's 3 or 4 of them, and you could pick one from the other, and they don't have to agree on anything. And what he's saying is it's so corrupt. Nobody's ever heard of anything like this. It's called pick 'em. It's like the lottery. Pick 'em. You pick 'em. And you don't have to be, even though in a criminal case you have to be unanimous, you don't have to be. Just give a couple of votes, because the judge, unfortunately, is corrupt. Judge Jeanine Pirro, no one has heard of this. It's like there's a menu column A, B, or C. You don't have to agree on it. This is a kangaroo court. This is unheard of. I've never seen anything like it. I've done this for 32 years. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I'm a state prosecutor, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a federal judge. I'm a county judge, just like Bersha. This is New York law. This is my wheelhouse. He is 100% wrong. He's wrong. That's what Jeanine Pirro, very good woman, very smart woman. Jonathan Turley, this is becoming a 3-card Monty game on where is the crime? Smart guy, where is the crime? Mike Davis, the U.S. would sanction a country for doing this. I think that's good. I think that's good. Steve Hilton, it seems that every single day these proceedings.
Hey, I'm going to pull up. I think Bragg is live right now. One of the Sneds just posted that in, so thank you for that. So I want to pull this up here while we're close.
And so I feel deep gratitude to work alongside them, to be a part of this system. And I just want to echo that this is what we're doing every single day. I mean, during this trial, just this week, right? A ghost gun indictment, Grimaldi's wage theft plea resolution, sex crimes, convictions, all sorts of work that's being done by phenomenal public servants. So we're before you today on this obviously consequential matter, but this is what we do every day. We follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
It's been a massive.
If a jail sentence is in the cards, it is likely that Trump and his attorneys would seek a stay on enforcement of that sentence pending appeal. If that were the scenario, would your office object to staying the sentence?
I'm going to let our words in court speak for themselves when we get to the sentencing matter. I'm I'm not going to address hypotheticals. They raise arguments, we'll respond. And I think your question really underscores an important point. This is an active, ongoing matter, right? We have other phases of this going ahead. We will continue to do our speaking about this matter, about issues like that in court.
From day one, kind of the viability of this case has been questioned in all sorts of media outlets, all over the place, including from the defendant himself. Can you respond to any of that? How you feel now that you've gotten the conviction?
So my response again is I did my job. And I think particularly I talked about the history of the office. My personal history, I started as a prosecutor in 2003 in the Public Integrity Unit in the New York State Attorney General's office. I served also in the Public Integrity Unit in the Southern District of New York. These are kind of cases I've done personally, and it's a hallmark of the tradition of this office that I'm proud to lead. And I don't want to go into the whole body of litigation, but we now have a federal court decision ruling on the legal theories. We had a state court decision on the omnibus motions. But most importantly, today, we have the most important voice of all, and that's the voice of the jurors. They have spoken. Donald J. Trump has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records. Thank you.
District Attorney, your office has been investigating this case since
Are you concerned about
2018.
retribution if Trump is elected president?
You went to the Supreme Court twice. Any comment on that?
And there you have it. Let's go back to Trump.
Go on. The judge and the prosecutor just go out of their way to prove Trump's point. And I guess they are proving my point when you think. That's why I write some of these things that are very sad. Mark Levin, this Stalinist-like case, it's a Stalinist-like case. It has prevented President Trump from running for office. It has prevented him from campaigning. He's unable to campaign because he's been in a courthouse for 5 weeks. And yet we just had a poll came out, NPR. Trump's 54, Biden's 42. And that's with independents. That's the best we've ever had. They said this is the single best poll that Trump has ever had with independents. Trump's largest lead among independent voters, NPR Marist College, 44-28. And Junior is way down, way down. But it's 44. Junior is extremely liberal. By the way, he's extremely radical left. I think you know that. But he seems to be hurting Biden probably a little bit. So that's it. It's a disgrace. The millions and millions of dollars that are spent daily on this case. Outside, it looks like it's Fort Knox, like they're guarding this. I've never seen so many policemen. Now with Columbia University, you can plant a tent right in front of the main door, no problem. NYU, just put your tent up. Don't worry about it over here. But I just want to say that this is a very sad day for America. The whole world is watching. And it's a very sad day for New York. I've gone through 2 of these trials already. It's with the same kind of a judge. It's all worked. It's all rigged. The whole thing, the whole system is rigged. Judge Engoron was overturned 5 times in my case. And he's going to be overturned again. And we were treated very, very badly. And the outside world is watching, and the outside world is just not going to bring their business to New York. And that's going to cost the city trillions and the state trillions and trillions of dollars. Businesses are leaving, and people are fleeing. So you can see the quotes yourself, and thank you all very much. We'll comment later on in the evening. But we'll be here, it looks like a long time. Thank you.
And there you have it. So Bragg and Trump, obviously. So you had some thoughts, Slow. I want to get back to those, and then I want to share mine. But you had some thoughts in a possible dive, yeah?
Yeah. So I didn't even go off any numbers or anything like that. I just put in a couple of phrases that I picked up on that was repeated, 3 and 4 times.
Yep, important to catch those, yes.
So the first one was the world is watching, right? He said the outside world is watching, but You know, I came up with post 1867.
Yep, I got it pulled up.
Important takeaway: we've had the ball the entire time. Think offense. Why did POTUS move his entire operation out of Trump Tower the day after Admiral Rogers' skiff meeting? The world is watching. The world is here, eyes on. And this is important because yesterday, the jurors came back with a note asking about Trump Tower and a meeting.
What was the note? Do you remember?
It was about David Pecker, I think.
His testimony?
Yeah, and why it wasn't in the record about Trump Tower.
Interesting. Okay.
And then they're in full-blown panic mode. Enjoy the show. Each fake news article written or attack is a badge of honor, military grade.
Yep. Yep.
So I
nice
thought that
catch.
was pretty
Yep.
interesting.
And then 1843, another one.
Yep. Do you remember their names? We do. Do you really believe you're still safe, protected? The world is watching and especially this one right here, especially after the verdict today, because everybody thought that their saving grace would be the courts.
Mm-hmm.
That everything had to be tried on an even keel.
And by the way, this was that Twitter right here. Right here. Bill Maher post, IQ, need your help to make America great again. Keep posting your memes. Keep believing everything Trump tells you. And above all, on Tuesday, November 6th, stay at home. And this is Bill Maher. Real time. August 10th, 2018.
Don't want us to call them stupid. They have to stop coming up with things like Q.
So this is obviously he's bashing Q, right? And so this is part of what Q is talking about, that wear it like a badge of honor, because this is what they're coming for us. So the world is watching. And then also, wait a minute, I wanted to get that. Okay. And there you go. You went to 1517. Go ahead.
Let me pull up 1516 because it wants you to reference the last post here. So 1516, you come up with that map, the same one that I actually sent you.
Yes, that's right. After the well, hold on, let me pull this up on I want to pull this up on this one here. You sent this to me after the jets crossed over each other.
Yep.
And what did you get from this at that time?
Well, that it was pointing that they were going to try and go back to the FISA stuff, and not only that, but the Russian collusion.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like I might have been right, because it shows how everything is interconnected between the media and government, pretty much, and government agents. So it's
and specifically the FBI and media and how one reporter, they're getting data back and forth between the FBI, special agent, assistant director, et cetera, in communications, and they all look like, is that a BlackBerry that we're looking at?
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think it's the old BlackBerry. And you got this because of the jets that were crossing made you think of this. And then these are the reporters and networks that have been named in the WikiLeaks to have colluded with the DNC or Hillary Clinton campaign during the election cycle. A lot of these people are still in operation. LA Times, New York Times, NBC, MSNBC, Vice, Vox, WAPO, etc. John Podesta and Huma, November. HRC Panic. Coincidence, you have more than you knew. News unlocks the map. Okay. Interesting.
And also, if you look at the top of the screen right there, these people are stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I could swear Trump said something like that today. Or maybe it was yesterday.
Yeah.
I know he said these people are sick today.
Where are you seeing these people are stupid?
It was right there in the top where it says no new Q since 4966. It was right there. It just flashed off.
Which number?
Oh no, it was up. So if you scroll to the top of the page, there's always like a little message on the side of the queue.
Yeah, up there. See,
it was right there. It said these people are stupid.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean
Now,
yeah.
However, I did get a message. I got what I thought was a Q alert yesterday, when in fact they were testing to make sure that the system was working. And that happened during yesterday's podcast. So I have a feeling that we're going to start getting drops again.
Interesting. Well, they're definitely communicating via Ingersoll Lockwood, so I definitely feel like the drops haven't stopped in that regard.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to giving us the heads up about disease X and how it's associated with, what's been going on. But we were given a win with the lack of glomming on to the Tedros' stuff. I don't want to say too much because we're up on your other channels, but let's see. Slow Country, you're beating out Grace Chong on X by 3 viewers. Who's Grace Chong?
She's a reporter for RSBN, but that was a few minutes ago. And last I looked, you're down now. There for a while, you were neck and neck.
Oh, that's cool.
You had 496 and she had 493.
Oh, cool. Well, listen, folks, would you please share this out? Just retweet that we're live right now. If you would please do that, that would be very helpful. I need to close that down here, and I need to bring this up. Okay, so you want to just give your general thoughts on it, Slow, and then I'll put in my 2 cents on.
Yeah, and the last one, it goes off of the 11.3 and 11.6. That's been coming up a lot lately.
It has, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I skipped over that. Hold on, let me get back to that.
Sorry if it seems like I'm yelling. I'm a little bit away from the mic.
No, you're fine. 12:58. Go ahead.
No, 15:17.
Oh, 15:17. There we go. Go ahead.
Read last post. Hoover started in November. What else is slated to happen in November? 11.3 Podesta indicted. 11.6 Huma indicted. Do they know? And like I said, 11.3 and 11.6 has been coming up quite a bit.
Yes.
IG started long before Hoover setting the stage. Important note. Think. IG equals FBI. Hoover equals DOJ. No DC. Why are we emphasizing this given the world is watching? And when I think about that statement right there, why are we emphasizing this given the world is watching, especially today, with the verdict? Strategic, or did they already know? Hence CEO political mass resignations. Adding up, logical, careful of clickbait.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
On that one, no, other than 11.3 and 11.6 has been coming up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And like somebody said in the chat earlier, the first arrest will spark a mass population awakening.
Okay. All right. So, and your thoughts on just the sentence, or not the sentence, but the decision by the jury.
Well, it was rigged from the get-go. I mean, you have a judge here that's pretty much telling him, hey, look, you don't have to find him guilty for him to be guilty.
Yeah.
Right? And the other part that I thought was weird was he split him into 3 groups of 4. Why?
Did he split them, or did he just say if 4 of you come back with, with this one decision, 4 of you come back with another, and 4 of you come back with another?
I thought he split them into 3 groups of 4.
Hawk, do you know? Because that's not supposed to happen. But yeah. But basically nothing made sense.
No,
nothing made sense. Nothing was legal. The way that this was handled is just atrocious, and it's obviously a witch hunt, which gives us certainly gives him room to come back with an appeal, and there's so many things to throw at this. So one of the things that I wanted to mention is that Biden said that no one is above the law. Where's my? Let me bring that up for you. Where the heck is that? Where's my Forbes article? Is that it? His historic felony conviction Thursday shows no one is above the law, but reminded voters it won't stop Trump from running for president. In a rare statement just minutes after Manhattan jury found Trump guilty on all 34 counts of falsifying business records. Biden posted a fundraising appeal to his X account shortly after his campaign released a statement, writing, "There's only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office," at the ballot box with a link to donate to the campaign. Biden campaign spokesman Tyler reiterated that Trump, convicted felon or not, will be the Republican nominee for president. He said in a statement, adding, "The threat Trump poses to our democracy has never been greater." The White House declined to weigh in on the verdict, telling reporters via the White House counsel spokesperson Ian Sams, "We respect the rule of law and have no additional comment." So basically, they're using this as a fundraiser and saying that the only way to get him out is to vote him out. because he could still run for president. So it's kind of like they're already saying that he can still run. So here's what we got. I mean, basically, and I did a post last night, and I wish that I have to stop doing it on Rumble because Rumble doesn't go live. So I have to start doing it on X because I was out and about with my phone. But I was basically, what I said was that that no matter what happens with the decision by the jury, then I'm fine. Like I'm good. And it goes back to the you know, the meme of the roller coaster, and you know, MAGA are like, like they're scared, and the Anons are just chilling. And that's kind of how I feel, because not only are we seeing this ridiculous injustice. I mean, it really, anybody with half a brain that looks at this would say this is an injustice. Justice was not had on this particular day in New York. And who does that affect? Well, it affects the judicial system in general. It shows the deep and deep and dark side of the court system, which we know is one of the things that Q has called out across the board. We know that this looks bad on New York City. Alvin Bragg, you know, had to brag about the work that they're doing in addition to taking down Donald Trump in this ridiculous court case that, again, they turned down. They didn't do it years ago, 7 years ago. So he looks bad. The DA looks bad. Soros. It opens up a tremendous criticism of the Soros system that is supporting so many, in the judicial realm, the DAs, the AGs, that Soros is financing their campaigns, supporting them. And so it opens up that whole can of worms. And that, I want people to remember that there are three sides to the triangle that Q has said we have to take out. And one of them is Saudi Arabia. That's already been taken out. That was handled in 2018. And the other two are Soros and Rothschilds. Look at what's happening with Rothschilds. Look at June, is it June 9th? That the petrodollar is no more with our contract with Saudi Arabia. That was created back in 1957 and reestablished in 74 under Kissinger. So that's and we're seeing the central bank digital currency is fallen. The people do not want that. They don't want to live in this debt slavery anymore. We saw that bank blow up, which took us to post 44 because of the Huntington just across the way was brought us to drop 44. And if you remember, folks, that was the Huntington sign that brought up this post 44. Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. The 444 with what you had just mentioned, Slow, on the when he split up the jury and said 4 of you can do this, 4 of you can do that, and 4 of you can do this, which is, I don't know if that's ever been done. So this takes us to North Korea. This is Eric Schmidt, who is the head of Google. Okay. Google's YouTube, the CEO of YouTube, her son that just came back today as being that he was died of a drug overdose. This is the woman who has caused yours truly to be annihilated from YouTube multiple times. It's the reason why Hawk is on Mustard Seeds 24 and 25 right now. It's why many of us are no longer on YouTube, because we're a persona non grata there. My Gmail's been affected, everything. And so this is because the reason why Q took us to here is because, and this is the, by the way, this was the governor of New Mexico, I believe, Richardson here. But this was this was, and then of course Kim Jong Un and Kim Jong Il. Un was the father, right? Kim Jong Un. So so this is now the reason why this is so important. Okay, and I want to see here's why the by the way, Hawk or Slow, if you guys can find that meme of what I'm talking about, I've been wanting to pull that up for a while.
No, but while Slow's looking for that, I would just like to defend myself for just 1 second. I would have you know that this too sexy old man is too much for YouTube, and that's the reason that we're at 24, 25. Okay,
that's why. That's why.
I had, when I was making my coffee, I took a couple of delusional pills so that I start suffering from delusions. Okay. And I just wanted to make it very clear.
You know, I need, would you send me some of those delusional pills?
Yes, I have a whole box of them.
I could use the you know, the support.
Well, I'm hoping that I get to such a delusional state that I'll walk into a bank and say, listen, I need to withdraw $1 million from my account. And even though they're going to tell me I don't have an account, that delusionally, I'm going to believe that I'm walking out of there with $1 million.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
So the reason why this is so important, folks, is because what's happening here is we have to look deeper. Okay. And you're going to say, oh, with Q, I'm not a Q person or whatever. I can't tell you enough how important the drops are and how important it is to understand how this has to happen and why this is so, you know, Q said it had to be done this way. They see everything that they've done to Trump has backfired, with the exception of the actual election that they stole. Now that's on the surface that we see that and we think, oh my gosh, that's, you know, we lost that election. But then you got to go to the pause, and I'm going to bring you up some things that'll kind of like guide us a little bit more down this road. But this is and then of course the J6, which may expose some of the Flynn gang or the, you know, that crew, and we're still, you know, waiting for that to kind of come to fruition. But why the lies? Why the change in stories around that day? Why is Flynn keeping those conversations private? It's something that we all need to find out. So all of the things that they've tried to do against Trump have backfired. This will as well. my post from last night, and it was just a 20-minute video or whatever, and I have no idea where, if it's uploaded or, you know, or what, right? So, but the thing that's important to understand is that we also, and I'll get to this in a second. Actually, let me pull this up for you. But one of the things I wanted to pull up with that post was when we were doing the going down slow countries drop of the what do you call it? Of the world is watching, which Trump said a couple times, which when he repeats himself, that generally takes us into the drops to find out what's going on. And that's part of the News Unlocks the Map, which is what Slow Country did. So one of the blue numbers that we always go to, because if it's like so significant, it was just 140 on the 1517. Wealth over generations buys power. Power over generations buys more wealth control. More wealth control buys countries, and its peoples. Families combined, tri equals NWO. Inner tri families will collapse. What is the keystone? Now, inner tri families, I haven't looked at that in a minute, but the tri is, I believe, is the triangle, which is Rothschilds, Saudi Arabia, and Soros. And Saudi Arabia dropped already. That was the bin al-Lawid, and his control and his investments in Twitter. But let me see if this comes up. But there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, folks. So bear with me here. Let me see. A lot of times it's not even here, and it's not. I didn't think so. So sometimes on the research you can look for abbreviations, but they're not all there. So inner tri families will collapse. So those are the three I mentioned. What is the keystone? What nation dominates all over others? Now, the keystone has been it's been the us. The map is the key, and the stone is POTUS and us and the Patriots. Q has mentioned that. What nation has influence over most others? That would be our nation, unless you're talking about Israel. And Q has said we're saving Israel for last. Return to Saudi Arabia. This goes to the tri that I mentioned before I even pulled this up. Strings cut, three pluses, okay? 3 pluses is Saudi Arabia, 2 pluses is Rothschilds, and 1 plus is Soros. And if we're going in order, Saudi Arabia falls, then it'll be Rothschilds, and then it'll be Soros. Puppets in shadows. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subsect of power brokers. Now, I didn't even know I was going to talk about the triangle tonight, but I normally do, because like I didn't, once I start talking about the like DAs like Alvin Bragg, and we know that he was supported by Soros, that brings up the tri families. And Slow brought us to the 1517 by The World is Watching, which I wasn't tapped into. And that brought me to the exact same thing that I was going to naturally talk about regarding Bragg, because each side of the triangle controls a certain subsect of power brokers. This side of the triangle, the Soros, controls the subsect of the court system. That's why summer of 2020, all those people were let out of jail. If they weren't let out of jail, they were bailed out. Kamala Harris was bailing them out. Everybody was bailing them out. They were told going into this that you will be bailed out if you are arrested at all. That's how they got them on board. That's how they orchestrated that entire thing. So now we're seeing that control over the court system, over the judicial system, over the police departments. We see that having gone forward, and we're seeing that control to this day with this corrupt judge, with this corrupt DA, with this corrupt whole system. Okay. It's like, you know, if you've heard the story of, if I can make the rules of the race, I can win every time. And, you know, you hear there's fables about that, right? The turtle and the hare, or the, you know, it's like you make the rules of the race so that they benefit you, so that the other person cannot win. The power brokers are also labeled as the puppet servants. What is the New World Order? Why did POTUS receive a sword dance when visiting Saudi Arabia? Because that was the capitulation. That was the collapse of that evil side of the triangle. And that's the purse strings that were cut because Saudi Arabia was financing Twitter. Saudi Arabia was through Al-Walid. Saudi Arabia was financing the Huma, the Harvard University Muslim alumni, which is Al-Walid. Saudi Arabia was financing Clinton, the Clinton Foundation, $150 million. So there was a lot of infiltration that was coming up through Saudi Arabia. The other infiltration that we're seeing are the other two sides of the triangle. What does this mean culturally? Why is this relevant? What occurred? That was a big deal. How did POTUS remove one side of the pyramid? He saved bin Salman's life, they were trying to assassinate him in Vegas. That's what that whole Vegas shooting, that's what that was all about, was the assassination of Mohammed bin Salman. What did POTUS receive while visiting China? Where did he dine? In the Forbidden City. Nobody's done that. Even Nixon didn't do that. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the New World Order? That's exactly what's happening. Who controls North Korea? Who really controls North Korea? Who controls several agencies? Well, that's the CIA, by the way, that controls North Korea. Trump freed North Korea, freed Kim Jong-un. He freed them from the CIA. That's why he was so excited. That's why he met with them. That's why they connected. Who controls several agencies within the US, EU, and abroad? Why is no such agency so vital? Because that was going back to what Slow brought us to, was the Trump Tower, which was mentioned in by the jurors. Oh, by the way, the title of my video that I'll hopefully, I don't know if it's even worthwhile posting it now, but the title was, just lost my train of thought. If I was writing the white hat script, I would be doing exactly what we're seeing, because this is all going to backfire and benefit Trump tremendously. It's going, folks, you know, guys come back to you know, to their friends after serving time or after being convicted, and they're like heroes. I just saw a story of Jason Alexander telling the story about how he did the perfect thing with John Gotti, got out of prison. They chose his restaurant, and all the gangsters, they ate about $20,000 worth of food and drink. And at the end, one of them comes up to Jason and says, "Hey, what do we owe you?" And he said, "Listen," he said, "if you wouldn't mind taking care of my people," he said, "I'll take care of the rest. You take care of the servers, I'll take care of the rest." He says, "Now I can't do that every night because, you know, I can't afford that. But I know this is a special night for Mr. Gotti, and I want to, you know, that's my gift to him." And it was like the perfect, you know, way to answer that, and it got him favor. Well, you know, so you come out of prison and you got cachet, you've got like legitimacy, and Trump's already a badass. Trump's already, you know, but when we see that the system is trying to take him out, it's like Hawk and I are joking around about getting kicked off YouTube. Well, it's a badge of courage because we were obviously saying things that they didn't want us to convey to the world. They didn't want our voice being heard, which is why, you know, we've been annihilated off social media. And the only social media that hasn't annihilated me is Rumble, which I'm on, the indoctrination, no space, and X kicked off my other channel, but my other account, but not at Dave Snedeker. So it brings a little cachet. So this is going to give Trump a significant level of legitimacy with people that haven't yet given him that. That's my belief on this. Why is no such agency so vital? Because Admiral Rogers came to Trump in Trump Towers and said, Obama's spying on you. They left Trump Towers, went out to New Jersey, and they found out, sure enough, that they were spying on him. And then, of course, when he shared that tweet, everyone made fun of him because thought he was really paranoid, because nobody would have dreamt that Obama, who, you know, obviously has zero scandals under his reign, which is basically the mainstream media's interpretation of multiple scandals as no scandals, that nobody would have dreamed that Obama would have done such a thing. And so, you know, and the mainstream media is back on that. So who really controls North Korea? Why is NSA so vital? Enormous scale of events currently ongoing. Why is Russia helping to kill ISIS? This is not easy to accept nor believe. Crumbs make bread. That's in reference to the Anons. Operations active. Joint missions underway. The world is fighting back. Refer back to Graphic, The Great Awakening, Snow White, Iron Eagle, Jason Bourne. The Snow White reference, I think, is waking up. Snow White is awakened with a kiss, gently. Snow White is gently awakened after a deep sleep, and I believe that is what Q is doing. That's why this is so important, that we're slowly awakening people. We're not shaking them awake. And then Snow White also refers to the supercomputers and the satellites, connection to Corona, the CIA. And then ties in with Jason Bourne and the Dream CIA, Iron Eagle. I forget what that reference is, quite honestly. So this is important, but I want to show you something else that is equally that already took me to North Korea, and that was hold on, let me pull this up. We're all thinking, you know, how is Melania taking all this? Where did she post? She posted something, guys. I don't know if you remember, and I don't know if she did it on Truth, but it was John F. Kennedy. And Trump, a picture of them, and the timestamp was 9/18 or 8/19, and I can't remember if I which one I did, but I did both, so I'm going to bring them up. But this was yesterday, I believe, and she brought up 9/18. And 8/19, I mirrored that. And both of them took me to the following. And that is, North Korea has not conducted a missile test since November 28, 2017, and has promised not to do so through our meetings, I believe they will honor that commitment. And this is an Anon reposting this, by the way. And he says, I swear Trump is killing me here. Ha ha. He keeps putting out clues. He has already talked to Kim. This was before they actually knew that they had talked, or we still don't really know, but we believe they did. They did. You are learning, Q says, you are learning. How many coincidences before it becomes mathematically impossible? My friends, we've been going over that time and time and time again. Why? Because we know that that with all the comms that we're getting, there's no way that this is by accident. Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here. She sent us to this from her tweet or her post. I can't remember. If you guys could look that up, that would be helpful because I couldn't find it. Just yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. And wait until you learn who's been talking to you here. We're talking about the possibility of JFK Jr. Being tied in with Q. And she posted the picture of Donald and JFK when they were younger. Then the Mirror, or the original, was 819. Digging in the right place. A meme from Indiana Jones. It shows Q and then the Anons. They're all digging and asking the right questions. This was when we know that Indy was digging in the right place and the Nazis were digging in the wrong place. Trump warns world of very, very unfortunate phase 2 if North Korean sanctions fail. Phase 2, no coincidences. No coincidences expand your thinking. Well, folks, this took me to those 2 drops. So, of course, what am I going to do then? But I'm going to go to North Korea and go to the news for North Korea. And North Korea's Kim-guided demonstration of large-scale multiple rocket launchers. North Korea's trash rains down on the South Korea balloon by balloon. Let's see. North Korea issues ominous warning to U.S. and ally. China, considered North Korea's only true ally, has in the past voted in favor of Security Council sanctions over the Kim Jong-un's regime's pursuit of nuclear weapons. In recent years, however, it has vetoed resolutions to strengthen the sanctions regime. They're sending balloons filled with waste into the South. But primarily, this was the most important, and that's North Korea fires missile barrage towards its eastern waters days after failed satellite launch. So it failed a satellite launch on the day that Melania took us to those posts. So that's a comm. Also, the importance of the satellite was not quite understood until Putin was talking about nuclear weapons. And Putin said that the Ukraine, Putin launches, this is 7 days ago, secret military device into space on same orbit as U.S. satellite. Okay, that was a week ago. All right. Has the capability of shooting down other satellites. Okay. Now, the question is, did he shoot down the rocket or the satellite that North Korea was deploying? But more importantly, Putin said that you cannot have these nuclear weapons without NATO's involvement, without the U.S. involvement with the Ukraine in getting this all dialed in. So that's why I believe, excuse me one second, guys. I got to let the little dude out. Hold on one sec. I'll let you guys chat amongst yourselves for a sec.
Go ahead. Get him out. I got a whiner behind me too. A couple of the puppies. Yeah, a couple of those puppies are awake now. Yeah, I thought they'd sleep through the podcast, but no, they're waking up. making noise. You know, but yeah, go take care of your baby. All right. I missed it. I was busy feeding dogs when he asked for it. So
Yeah, I got distracted myself. I know he asked for a roller coaster picture, but I can't remember what roller coaster picture he's talking about.
yeah, I think it was something to do with yesterday's post or something. I'm not positive though. So yeah. Oh boy. What a day. What a day. What a day. What a day. Those of you just joining us, we are discussing the circumstances around why we are not starting a second revolutionary war. That's what we're basically talking about. They want to railroad our president. Ain't gonna happen. You tell them. See, even the puppies agree. It's a railroad situation. They're not appreciative of it. Yep.
Hey, Hawk.
Yeah.
I shared a link on Twitter. What's going on with Alvin Bragg? And he don't even know what's going on. He's getting spanked. It's a meme that I had found a while back.
Yeah, Alvin's he's kind of out there. Yeah. But don't lose hope, folks. Do not lose hope because things are about to get, well, like I said at the beginning of this podcast. Now, some of you have only been with us for a short period of time. I think Dave came on about 45 minutes, maybe an hour ago. So we have been going for like an hour before Dave came on. You know, one of the things that I made it a point to let people know is, you know, you got to remember, you know, it's like an injury. You know, when you get injured, you go through the pain, you know, you go through the injury, you know, and the pain tends to get a little bit worse as you're rehabbing, you know. So remember that things get worse before they get better, you know. So just keep it cool, keep your head on straight, you know. Verify, provide information, and show people. That's all you can do, you know. And you know, don't give up. That's the biggest thing. Never surrender. Yeah. Welcome back, Dave.
Hey, thanks. So I guess so just getting back to my train of thought, the comms, the show we did Friday night, you guys were on Friday night, and then Oliver and I were on much as a matter of fact, I'm going to invite him as well. And because I already talked to him about coming on. But the thing that is important to remember, let's see. Okay. He can come on after 9 Eastern, so it'd be another hour or so. But at any rate, the importance of this, these comms that just keep flowing at us, coming from different directions, is that they're trying to tell us that this is kind of part of the plan. And we've been getting that for a long time, and I know it's frustrating. One of the feelings that you get as you hear this news about, and Hawk was the one that told me. I was driving, and then I talked with Kevin a little bit more after that. But this was, it was like a sinking feeling when you first hear it, right? It's kind of like, man, it almost, it feels like a defeat. But what's important to understand is that we are in a show, and that this will either speed that show up or slow it down a bit. And if it slows it down, either one that it happens, I believe, is necessary for this to truly come around. because we know that that the country is going in a very bad direction, and we also know that Trump has talked about the pause multiple times. And we know what that is. Oh, here it is. JJ McCann shared this with us, folks. Thank you, JJ, for finding this this for us here. This is what I've been talking about. MAGA, they're freaking out right now. The Anons, we're good. Because we know they have it all. We know that this is a show, folks. I showed with one frame of video that the inauguration of Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was not shot live. If it was not shot live, then what the hell was going on? First of all, if it was shot live, they were 13 minutes early on the swearing in ceremony. That made it invalid. But we know that it was not shot live because it was edited, and it was on a day that was unlike the day that he actually should have been inaugurated had it been real. Trump talks about the pause. Tell us more about the pause. Well, you know, he said that because this is what's happening. That's what we're experiencing right now. This is not a legitimate administration, and we're seeing it's not legitimate in many ways, in the sense that we are seeing such criminality. They are doing the very things that they're telling us that we should be worried about with Trump. Let me play this for you here. This was, let's see. I believe this, I'm forgetting the exact date on this, but let me pull this for you. Pull this up for you. And I think you've all seen this, but this is, oh shoot, I've got to bring it over to this. That's right. Hold on one sec. Hey, buddy. There you go. Let me pull that up. No, I got to do it this way.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
So I sent you that video when I called you. I believe it was on Sunday about the race car.
Yes.
Interesting that it did what it did. Okay. And it being the number 17 car. And then with what's happened today. And then right before that, they had a Navy SEAL team doing airdrops onto the racetrack.
Yes. By the way, when I watched that, I wanted context around that because I wasn't sure what that was looking like. Like, in other words, do they do that every time, or was that a unique set of circumstances?
No, that was unique, man.
Okay. There you go. Right.
Yeah. SEALs have much more important work to do than just show off.
Show off. Yeah. That was very odd, by the way.
Yeah.
That was very odd, but a good point because they
do have, you know, shows, you know, like they do for canines and things like that, where they go and they perform feats of strength and agility and everything else. But the fact that they came down out of 2 helicopters brings the question of who's really running his security.
Right. Right. And the fact that it was the number 17 car that did the burnout. Yeah. So it's very, very interesting indeed. So let me show you this here.
the pause, if there is such a thing as a beautiful thing. But one of the important factors of the pause is that we see how bad they've done. So we will be able to do it properly, and it will be much easier. Everybody will agree with us because everybody sees what a bad job has been done during this 2-year period, and it will be a 4-year period. Everybody sees that. It will be much easier for us to do what has to be done. And one of the beautiful things of the pause, if there is such a thing as a beautiful thing, but one of
This was, this is Joe Rambo, by the way, shared this. And Joe is, very dialed in with the show and everything. And he says, translation, I, Donald Trump, have made moves and signed orders so that we can put the government on pause. Now, again, this is Joe Rambo at brainstorm _ Joe on Twitter. During this period, we'll run a multi-layered psyop for multiple reasons. Our country was infiltrated, our citizens were divided and lulled into slavery. To correct these issues, we have written a story and produced a show cover story. The show will allow the American people to see what we're up against and in turn weaponizing the people, all while saving the kids, revamping the financial system, and derooting corruption of every form globally. We are 100% reaching the precipice. It is time. It had to be this way, and it's glorious. What a time to be alive. That's the Anons, my friends. That is this. That is the difference between, just being pro-Trump and MAGA and, being an Anon. Now, I'd be lying if I said, I'm smiling all the way through this. This is a long journey for me, started 5 years ago in a couple months, and it has been brutal, very brutal. At times, and personally, professionally, financially, and socially, losing what we thought were friends that turned out not to be friends. All of the above, losing people through the CV, the 19, which, as you know, is 19, 1 is A, 9 is I. It's AI. And we know that it was the M, and then followed by the R and the N and the A, where it is, the reason why I got thrown off Twitter with one of my accounts was that I talked about that and about the communication potential of the body once those are in you. So this is all been very, very difficult for all of us. So it's not like we're all enjoying the show, even though Q said 100 times enjoy the show. But the reason Q, I believe, says that and has said that multiple times is because Q knows the outcome and also knows it's going to be shitty throughout. So that's why, enjoy the show, enjoy the ride. So my take on this whole thing is what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And this is making Trump stronger. This is making Trump more legitimate in the eyes of people who are paying attention, because, none of it makes sense. It doesn't. When you look at it, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make legal sense. And what you're going to see, and I believe that, what we're seeing coming out of Fox and coming out of some of these other platforms, is he was reading these documents. He was reading these these reviews, some of them mainstream, that are saying this isn't right. This isn't legal. This isn't the way this is supposed to be. And that is going to wake up certain people. It's going to push certain people to that particular precipice of legality. Look at all the lawyers that that vote for Democrats, because of the way that they have benefited the court system and the legal profession. Okay, look at the Jewish population that has voted Democrat for many, many, many years. That's being exposed. Look at the black population that's voted Democrat for many, many, many years, generations, and look at how that's shifting. Look at the women that are looking at this and saying, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense." That are now voting for Trump and are their husband lost their job, or they lost their job, or they're having to work too hard, or they're the ones going to the supermarket, for crying out loud, and paying 4 times for something that they used to pay much less for. They're the ones that are a lot of times are doing the bookkeeping of their family and the balancing things, and so it's all of these different areas, the abortion issue, the border issue, all these different areas of we're stepping into Pride Month. You've got to be kidding me. Like, really? Is that what we're looking at now? And they choose Pride Month in June, just on the heels or right at the time of Father's Day, and also, and by the way, check that out, Pride Month. Look what's right in the middle of that. Demon.
Yeah, we know what they are.
So, it's everybody has a precipice, and I believe that the reason why it had to be done this way is because everybody is being pushed to their precipice.
Speaking of which, there was a couple of posts that I had posted a few days ago that talked about what you just said, actually.
Hey, Rob, good to see you, brother. And what was that?
About it had to be done this way. And oh yeah, it's one of those things. And then also MJ Truth Ultra just put this out from Donald Trump. Press conference tomorrow is starting at 11 a.m. at Trump Tower Atrium.
Trump Towers again.
Yep. And then I pulled up tomorrow's deltas, right? And the first 3 that come up for tomorrow, 4374, 4373, and 4372. Holy crap.
What brought those up?
About the press conference tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
And why did you, keep going. Tell me why we're looking at these.
Well, because, the press conference at 11 o'clock for one thing, and 2,
11 o'clock. How does that take us to 4374?
It's not. I just went to the deltas. That's all I did. I just clicked on the deltas for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's all I need is deltas.
Oh, my bad, man.
That's all right. Go ahead.
But 4374, be strong in the Lord. 73, you are witnessing the greatest coordinated disinformation campaign to ever be launched against the American people. Information warfare, infiltration via invasion, insurgency, irregular warfare, Democrat efforts to regain power.
Dude. Come on. Come on. That's a delta for tomorrow. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious, man. May 31st.
Come on. Look at this. And then the next one. Go ahead to the next one.
All assets are being deployed. People used as pawn. Now, if you click on the Twitter link
Mark
right there,
Levin.
it takes you to Mark Levin that was mentioned today,
Yep.
this morning.
He just mentioned him in that speech. And he says there's an insurrection taking place now. Anarchy. The governors must send in the National Guard. The president must now lay the legal predicate for potentially sending in the regular military. I'm sorry. Hello. Was he talking? Is Q sending us to this, you know, in the summer of 2020? Which, by the way, this was the day. Tomorrow was the day that I was assaulted in Santa Monica, and that was the riot in Santa Monica. I thought there's no way that that's going to be a problem in Santa Monica. You know, small little coastal town that's you know, dialed in, but very left, very liberal, and obviously they had the courts and the police department, the chief of police dialed in with, you know, hey, don't worry about it. You're not going to be arrested. And if you are, we're going to get you out on bail, because that was what was going on. And they had that looting was set up right in front of me, right when I was right where I was parked. They were looting. I was right around the corner from that. It's, you know, but yeah, there's an insurrection, anarchy. Governors must send in the National Guard. Now lay the legal predicate for potentially sending in the regular military. That's what we were just talking about with that demonstration at, yeah, that's unbelievable. And that's that's the deltas for tomorrow. Did you look at the deltas for today?
No, but I can.
I'll pull them up now.
Wow.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Why is May 31st up there? Oh, because it's a May 30th. Action coming against Antifa, organized fascists, extreme radicals, violent, POTUS action coming, Homeland Security, FBI, DOJ action coming. Investigations may lead to DF support targets. That's domestic and foreign and kill brackets support targets. The United States of America will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. Insurgency took us to Ingram. They want a civil war. This has been their aim for decades. Even during Obama years, social media made their insurgency more efficient. And look, woke society's Q sent us with Soros, who we were just talking about, being a part of this whole thing and leading. And then Trump, every citizen in every community has a right to be safe in their workplace, safe in their homes, and safe on our city streets. This is a sacred right of all Americans that I am totally determined to defend. On the ready, God save America. This was a post from a suspended account. Curfews aren't working. Local police aren't working. Governments aren't working. Mayors aren't working. When will the military and National Guard step in? What are we waiting for? Let's stop this madness now. America does not sit back and let this shit happen. Now, again, guys, if I was writing this script for the White Hats, I would line this stuff up with the military, because if they try to arrest Trump, we're going to find out who the real commander-in-chief is. We're going to find out what military is really in control. Insurrection Act of 1807, determination that the various state and local authorities are not up to the task of responding to the growing unrest. Call the ball. Call the ball is pilot terminology for when they take over from the tower, and they can see the ball on the runway, and they're going to land. And then update the list. FBI's top lawyer, Dana Boente, ousted amid Fox News criticism for role in Flynn investigation. She was asked to resign on Friday or he was asked to resign on Friday, and two sources familiar with the decision to dismiss him said it came from high levels of the Justice Department rather than directly from FBI Director Christopher Wray. Very interesting deltas for today. Thoughts on that, guys?
Oh man, where do I start?
Too many things are just falling into place. Way too many things. And this is going to be, actually, it's going to be painful for some people. It really is. It's going to be really, really painful. They're not gonna know what to do when it all boils down to oh my God, we were wrong. Look at what they did to him, and that's the direction that this is gonna go. There's no other way to look at it. No matter what, they're gonna be like, boy, did we step in it this time? Yeah, you definitely stepped in it. The question is do you have the means to wipe it off your shoe now? No, you don't. Will there be forgiveness? No, I don't think so. I think that it's going to be something that's going to come back to bite them in the ass for many, many years to come. And I'll shut up now before the piece get going again.
And this is really interesting too, because this is coming on the heels of Fleet Week just ending in New York City.
What week?
Fleet Week, Navy Fleet Week. It just ended on the 27th in New York.
Elaborate on what the hell that is.
Fleet Week is when the Navy pulls into the port there in New York for a week of shore leave.
Okay.
And it that's really interesting, because if they're talking about,
they get tours of the ships and things like that, Dave. The public gets to directly interact with the military during this period of time.
and I want to thank Barb for bringing that up about Fleet Week, because I totally forgot about that. And if they're talking about activating or setting the stage for active duty to be able to bypass the posse comitatus, then that means the Navy would essentially be off of their tour of leave for that week, and they can resume duty, as they're called.
So they resume duty when?
Right after the shore leave for Fleet Week.
Yeah, is that? Do we know what day that is?
It ended on the 20th. I've seen two different things. So I've seen the 27th and the 28th. So if we just go with the 28th, which was 2 days ago, and then jury started to deliberate yesterday, which was the 29th. Today's the 30th. They found Trump guilty. So they could be gearing up for something. Because Fleet Week was in New York City.
Positive positioning. You know, it's basically having it's no different than, you know, why was the National Guard moved to certain cities and so on and so forth. Well, you know, you gotta think of it like that. Is yeah, there's a lot of possibilities that can come from this. A lot of possibilities surrounding Fleet Week. Nothing that I would claim that something's going to be done about. But positioning is everything in certain circumstances.
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of military comms here, obviously, right? And military is the only way. But yeah, interesting.
It is. And Roland, done in 30, that has way different meaning. That could be done in 30 days. That could be done in 30 months.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, there's a whole different, there's a spectra of different things that could be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the other thing that a lot of people are bringing up is the first arrest, and I brought that up in my video last night as well, and I want to bring that up, and I want to be very specific about that because I have often said that Trump would not be the first arrest, and I'm going to tell you all why. I've showed this before. First of all, let me start by saying that that this has been very poorly represented. Excuse me. Cheers, everybody. This is, let me rephrase that. This has been very accurately been misrepresented by what I call fake anons. Script Keeper just did a post on this as well today. How people said it's going to shock the world. That's never been the language of the first arrest. This is the drop, by the way, that the only drop out of 4,966 that were delivered at the exact same time. 3716, December 17, 2019, 5:03:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. First indictment unseal will trigger mass population awakening. So let me address this one at a time, one line at a time. First of all, we are, hold on. First of all, the sealed indictments are in hundreds of thousands. It started out, I believe, 40,000 in the early days. But at any rate, that means that the first indictment was one of those sealed indictments that are public record in terms of the amount of them, not the actual people that are involved, unless it has been unsealed. So this would be an indictment that had already been sealed, which wouldn't have been Trump's indictment. Will trigger mass population awakening. Now, this is an arrest, certainly, that would trigger a mass population awakening. But it wasn't a sealed indictment. Second line. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. Well, this is why I've said many times that Trump would not be the first arrest because of the unseal, but then it will verify action and confirm future direction. Well, the future direction is not going to be in the direction of a bunch of Trump people being arrested, which is what they were talking about very early on. The first arrest will verify action and confirm future direction going forward, meaning all these people that I believe that are going to be arrested. They will fight, but you are ready. Well, if Trump gets arrested, why would the Democrats fight? Why would the cabal fight if they already got what they want? So to me, this first arrest is going to be of the cabal, that they will fight, but we are ready. And then we have marker 9 in kill brackets. Okay. And when I was talking to Kevin earlier today, we looked up, he looked up Trump's post on Truth Social, and it was let's see. I think it was this one. Wait a minute. Whatever it was, whichever the one, he's blowing up on Truth, by the way. But it had 9 capital letters. And so there might be a connection there in the sense that if we're looking at the drops, marker 9 in kill brackets. If you know, is that the marker? I don't believe it is, because it's just one of as many posts on Truth Social. But I do believe that, you know, that we don't know what marker 9 is necessarily. But again, so that's why I wanted to go over that. And then, of course, the other drop was the exact same at the exact same time, right? So very important to keep that in mind. Thoughts?
Well, like you said, it could have a connection there, you know, somehow. We just don't see it. But at the same time, who was it? Mr. Sciatic? No, Awakened Trillium brought this up because we were talking about the SEAL team at the race. And Donald Trump just happened to be there at the race. Sealed, unsealed, and Navy SEALs. And the Trump card is the Navy SEALs. So I don't know. It could be a plethora of different things. And the other thing, with 11.3 and 11.6 coming up a lot, could Podesta be a sealed indictment?
Absolutely. I believe he is, and Huma is. Absolutely.
Oh, and Tracy Miller said the winning car was 17 on Sunday.
I didn't think that 17 won.
I didn't think so either. Let's see. Oh, was it the Indy race by chance? Because there was 2 different races. There was the Charlotte race, and then there was the Indy 500.
Yeah.
Let's look that up real
And
quick.
Indy 500 was just today, I guess, and it was Joseph Newgarden, and I don't know what number his car was. But I don't think it would be that, because 17 was Busher, and there was 17 and 6 were both, and there was an odd link to those guys to military submarine manufacturer as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was interesting about that was the fact that it had RFK at the bottom of it, which is doesn't stand for Robert, Kennedy. It stands for something else, but still.
The Coca-Cola, yeah. So, folks, don't give us bad intel. Like, make sure you dial in, what you're doing before you drop information, please. And certainly we dial it in before we repeat it. But you know, this is that 17 doing those donuts is definitely, that was something there, even bigger than winning the race, I think, but a lot of stuff dropping, my friends, that a lot of comms. As a matter of fact, I may take a break and then come back on later tonight with Oliver, because I think I'm gonna take. Let's see, it's 8:30. He said he could do after 9. I don't know how late he can go, but not too late. Let me see. After 9, but not for too long. So that gives me a half an hour to get some dinner down me and reload here. And you guys wanted to bail too, yeah? Hawk, I think you were going to cash out.
Yeah, Hawk. I think Hawk was earlier before you came up. But I probably need to get going too.
Okay. Also, by the way, the Fletch 17 on X said, y'all know the SCOTUS hasn't ruled yet on presidential immunity, right? And that was just a few minutes ago.
And the other thing that's interesting is the Brunson case is up, because I've seen something about that. Brunson actually filed suit against one of the justices.
Yes, and they had to recuse themselves. The three liberal justices had to recuse themselves from that.
So that's going to be interesting too, because that's going to take it down from 9 down to 6. So
remember, remember how I was talking, let's see, street cred. Here's Andrew Tate's post. Let me donating $200K to my nigger Trump 14 minutes ago.
Wow.
How about that? I was just talking about street cred coming out of prison, man, and you're seeing it right here. 200 grand. That'll get some ads paid for. That'll get some things paid for. Nothing wrong with that. And the donations are like Hawk was talking about. They went down because it's pretty amazing what's going down right now. Okay. Vicky says some other guy donated 300,000. Yeah. So what's happening with the Brunson case now? Do we know?
I have no idea. I haven't even looked it up.
I was just watching. Who was talking about that? Epic Times. Roman was just doing a bit on that. But I think they've got to hear it. I think they've got to entertain that. So, by the way, guys, thank you for looking out for me. I did not start a backup account on Twitter. So please do not, please report that. I appreciate that. The only reason I haven't reported those is because they want me to do a picture verification and all that, and I'd rather not do that, but I may have to shut those down. But if you guys do, if enough of you do it, I may not need to. So that's why I'm asking everybody to do that. It's, I think, at David Snedeker or at Dave Snedeker 3 at Dave Snedeker 3 on X. So please report that. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. Believe in SC. Dave, what do you think about June 14th, 1954, that under God was added to the pledge? Yeah, I just was talking about that the other night. June 14th is T's birthday. Who's T? Trump? Yeah, Trump is June 14th, isn't it? Trump supporters taking over Trump Tower. That's cool. Let me see. Trump's sentencing date 7/11. Elon Musk post regarding 7/11 gas pricing at 7/11. I remember that. Barb, that's a good call. Let's see. Yeah. Sean McGuire that donated 300,000. Sean McGurry. I don't know, just Sean McGurry. Thank you, Jenny. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There was another birthday, significant, and that was Diana reminded me that it was. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. I don't know where that went, but there we go. John F. Kennedy's 107th birthday was yesterday. He was born on May 29th, 1917. And I believe that was when Melania posted that, but I couldn't find that. Did either of you find Melania's post on that?
No, I did not. I put a message in chat because I got distracted from one of the kids coming in. Okay. So I didn't hear what you were wanting, but I can look for it real quick.
Yeah, it's either Melania's tweet or Melania's truth. And I couldn't find it, but it was a picture of Trump with John Jr.
Let's see here.
This is crazy.
So I don't see it on Truth. Let me look under media real quick. Nope, not there either. So
I'm only seeing stuff on her thing about Mother's Day. I'm not seeing anything else.
That's all.
Yeah, I got to keep myself muted because the puppies are just too damn loud.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing too. Is stuff about Mother's Day.
It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what I saw. I'm sorry if I brought that up. I'm trying to figure out where I would have seen that, but I'll figure it out. Yeah. So, all right, my friends. So, let's see. Final thoughts.
Chanel Rion. You know, this girl's got a lot of chutzpah.
I love her.
I do too. Yeah, she just released one.
On Twitter or what?
Yeah. We will never unite with the perversion that is the modern day Democrat Party. Yeah. and and she's right. It's a 2-minute, 22-second one. Give me a second. I'll drop the link in the
okay
in the private. Here we go.
We've got almost 1743 on all the platforms, with the exception of on Rumble, we're at 17. So we're over 2,400, closing in on 2,500 beautiful humans in the Sned Shed and the Hawk's Nest and the Town and Country. Let me see. Welcome all, and go ahead and put your thoughts in the chat about what your thoughts are on the guilty verdict. And all 34. I mean, it's not even like, it's like, what? How? Like, that shows just corruption.
So yeah.
Welcome.
Hey,
you there, Sir Oliver?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just trying to correct my avatar. That's not.
Oh,
me.
no
I don't
problem.
know who that guy is. Hold on.
Yeah, he looks like a better looking version of you.
I have no idea who that is. Oh, all right. Well, in that case, I'll leave him. What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
I'm
Good
all right.
timing.
I'm all right.
I was thinking maybe you swapped phones with a politician for a second there, but that's all right.
Okay. I don't know. It took away my picture. I don't know what happened.
So tell me tell me about the New York reaction going on right now.
New Yorkers are pissed. That's the bottom line. There's so much support here for him. You know, the mainstream media has been lying for years. We know this. But when it comes to New York, you know, and this, for me, this just solidifies his position for many, many years to come. I could totally see him being president beyond 2028. Biden right now, who I will never call commander in chief. He's what, 147 years old? So why can't
No, he
Trump?
just acts like it.
Yeah. Why can't Trump remain president for as long as we want him in office? Right? If we're going back to the original Constitution, there's no term limit on the presidency. So I'd love to see him. I think the New Yorkers who are just now getting on board with Trump and realizing that he's been right all along, I think over time they're going to come to find that he is the right person for that position for everyone. He's the people's president. He doesn't leave anyone out.
Even us poor folks. You know, that's it. It's, you know, and I'm saying that in seriousness. Even us poor folks. I'm by far from. I'm like so far below middle class that when I look up at middle class, all I see is their ass crack, and it makes me, you know, want to wish I had an umbrella instead of a newspaper. You know, that's just a fact. But you know, yeah, to me, that's exactly what he's been. He's always been the president of everyone, you know. And the thing is even if you don't want him to be your president, guess what? He wants to be your president. You know, he wants to represent you. He wants to, you know, to build you up. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with building people up. Now, you listen to the saying, you know, well, Biden was built back better. Well, listen, we've watched what you built back, and it definitely ain't better. You know, I would rather be built up and given a hand up instead of being built back better, you know, and the hand up is not a handout. You know what I mean?
I think you misunderstand the motto. It's build back bitter. Build back bitter.
Oh, what am I thinking that I can read?
Yeah.
It's that E has got to be an I. Absolutely.
Yeah. The bitter, he's a bitter old man because his grift has been exposed. He and his boy Hunter has been completely exposed, and it's just next level corruption.
And doesn't Hunter's trial start next week?
I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, is this a distraction for people to be paying so much attention to what's going on with Trump that we're not paying attention to what's going on with Hunter Biden? Let me tell you, Democrats, we're watching everything to do with Hunter Biden. Believe you me.
You know, I was just in a space. General Flynn was there and a bunch of other people, and you know, I posed a question that I've been asking for a couple of years now. Every time I get into a big space, where there's attorneys listening, you know, military men, people who I believe can make a difference tomorrow if they really applied what they know, the resources they have, and the following they have, right? And so my question is this: why can't we, as you know, United States citizens, American state nationals, whatever you want to call us, why can't we convene a citizens grand jury against, say, you know, a Judge Merchan or Judge Aragon?
I think that has to be done through a state assembly, doesn't it?
I believe if 12 people are gathered and present a case to a judge, preferably in a state that's citizens grand jury friendly, like Kansas, the judge has to take the case. So in other words, if I present evidence that's irrefutable showing crimes committed by Dr. Fauci, for instance, we have a ton of information, right, that we can bring up in a courtroom. They're not supposed to deny it. Now, of course, they probably will, but if enough people did it, let's say it happened in every state, you know, several counties within those states, you know, just make it happen. Just make it go viral or trend, whatever you want to call it. I haven't seen it happen. And I wonder why that hasn't happened, or why people aren't motivated to bring these people to court. Everyone's waiting for something to happen. A lot of people are taking action. You know, we do what we can by sharing information, you know, giving our opinions and advice. That's great. But I don't feel that there's enough people taking legal action, even if it's locally, you know, and I don't think that there's enough big name people pushing for that. In fact, I don't see anyone pushing for something like that. So I never got an answer, Dave. No one was ever able to answer as to why, you know, that hasn't happened. So I don't know.
So I've got something, a screen share for everybody to ruminate on here for a second. It was a video that was put out by Trump at
The final battle.
yeah, that one.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Yeah, that's badass. I know you're not going to stop there.
When did
Come
that
on.
drop?
That dropped tonight.
Yeah, there's
How long-
another one too. Yeah,
How,
keep going.
How long was the video?
35 seconds.
That's right. That's right. See, I can't. Every time I start decoding stuff like that, you know, I can't help but think that this is his message, not only to us, you know, those who are paying attention, but also to them, letting them know, you know, okay, you want to
We're
continue to play this game,
Yeah, we're coming for you.
right? This what, and that's why last night I said I wonder what's gonna happen between last night and this morning when the jury reconvened, and you know, it's there's always something going on. It's like right when you think Trump is at his you know at his lowest, right when everyone thinks he's done, or when the deep state think they have him, he always rebounds and comes out with something else. So let's see what happens.
You know, I played a thing by Shipwreck just a little bit ago, you know, and the one thing that she said is, imagine the lives of the jurors if they came back with a not guilty vote.
Well, imagine the lives of the Go ahead.
Well, thinking about the, thinking on this aspect and this perspective, you know, what kind of danger would they be in if they went against Biden and that regime? What would their lives turn out to be like if they stood up instead of stepping in and giving in, you know? And, you know, Shipwreck was, you know, she made a, you know, very clear point of that. The people who are on that jury are probably just as afraid for their lives as everybody else, because of the fact that if they came back with a not guilty verdict, you know, then the DOJ and the president and everybody would be coming after them hardcore, you know, just throwing that out there.
It's, you know, it's, if you're looking at, you know, the 35 seconds on that ad, and you look up Drop 35, this is one that we were just at, Oliver, on Friday night, I believe. If not, I was diving on it another time, but you know, that all-nighter we pulled last Friday night was pretty intense. But POTUS will be well insulated, protected on Air Force One and abroad, specific locations classified while these operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment. It is time to take back our country and make America great again. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph this message through normal methods for reasons I'm sure everyone here can understand. Follow the questions from the previous threads and remain calm. The primary targets are within DC and remain at the top on both sides. The spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Look for more false flags. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. God bless my fellow Americans. 4/10/20. This is not from Q. This message is directly from Q+, which is Donald John Trump. Oliver, how much did you see before you came on? I know you said you were in the spaces, but did you hear us talking about the military?
I didn't. I didn't catch much, and I was going to ask you what you guys were talking about. But just to touch on that drop right there, because we did discuss this.
Right.
This has come up quite frequently lately. And again, I would say, or I would question or pose the question, how much of that has happened already and how much is yet to be seen, right? So in my opinion, a lot of it has happened already. And that's why they're able to control, you know, the future happenings. Of course, we're all waiting to see what's about to occur, because eventually it will occur. and we're getting closer with every day. I mean, this you made a good point with Shipwreck. What she said, imagine the jury coming back not guilty. Well, this leaves it out of their hands. They did what they had to do. Although I was one who was advocating for a not guilty because I just couldn't see it happening. But I understand. I understand the plan and the playbook, what have you. Now no one can come back to any one of those jurors and say anything about them. But that's not to say that in the near future something doesn't come out about one of the jurors, right? I'm just throwing that out there. We've seen that happen so many times where a juror was compromised. But yeah, I mean, we're there. We're there. If we haven't been at the precipice in the past, we're there, man.
Yeah.
We're there.
Well, the other thing, it's a good point that you bring up about the jurors in the future, because the other thing that we need to keep in mind is that if he got a not guilty verdict, the conversation about this trial ends this weekend. The fact that he's got a guilty trial, the conversation about this is going to be going on for weeks and weeks and weeks because of the absurdity. And what I think the jurors are going to be experiencing is, imagine their life with the fact that they came back with a guilty verdict. There's been a shift. They won't be able to walk down the street. Look at Robert De Niro thought that he should be guilty, and look how he was treated, and he has been a national treasure since he did Taxi. I mean,
That's his neighborhood, Dave. He literally lives in that neighborhood.
Tribeca. Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time down in Tribeca. And that's his home, Oliver. I mean, and he can't walk down the street. Okay? So this is shifting now. Like, imagine if they had brought back a non-guilty verdict, but I'm saying imagine that they come back with a guilty verdict, and how are their lives going to be affected? That's something I think we should really, really consider, because it just, it doesn't make any sense. And so this dialogue around this whole thing is going to be going on for quite some time. And about the absurdity and the fact that, I mean, the news, I believe, will be on Trump's side in the sense of there are going to be some mainstream pundits and some mainstream people that are giving him street cred. I mean, Tate just did. Okay. These people that are stepping up and saying, they're at the precipice. They're stepping up and they're denouncing Biden. They're denouncing Bragg. They're denouncing the judge. They're denouncing this whole kangaroo court. I mean, there's kangaroo memes popping up everywhere. And so this conversation is going, and this decision is better than the other. Is better than an innocent verdict, because it's taken it to the next level. We never thought that they were going to inaugurate Joe Biden, right? You guys remember going back in time a few years, right? We thought there's no way. There's no way. This election was stolen. We've got to stop this. This is nonsense. Okay. You guys all remember those days. We thought, they're going to swoop in and they're going to stop it, the whole bit. Look how far they've taken this. And look how many people fake Joe Biden has awakened. and look at the different areas that have been absolutely a slap in the face to, every American, like you were talking, Hawk, every man that he's for. Look what's happened with the black community. Look what's happened with all minorities. Look what's happened with women. Look what's happening with lawyers that were notoriously Democrat voters in the past, that see this travesty of justice. The judges that see this travesty of justice, the law professors and universities that are seeing this travesty of justice. Musk had to take over Twitter to awaken all those people that thought he hung the stars in the moon. And he could do no harm until he took over Twitter, allowed free speech, and released the Twitter files through all the three liberal journalists. Look how many people that awakened. Look how many people this is going to awaken, this whole situation. And that's what this show is all about, is awakening the population. That's all it's about. I mean, that's why we're experiencing this show. That's why we're living through this shit show, is to gently awaken the mass population so that they don't end up in a hospital.
100%. And I couldn't agree with you more. I was looking for the 100 emoji the whole time, but it's not there.
In the spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
right.
when I went to Katona Park, I went the night before because I wanted to see what the neighborhood was like, what people thought. No one knew he was coming. The day of.
Right. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
The day of, I was there since the morning, and there was a lot of crowds outside. They were all for Trump. Very few were challenging us, and I mean very few. I was expecting something like Antifa to show up in the Bronx, but now thinking back, it's like no fucking way. They wouldn't dare show up in the Bronx because they probably would have got shot. That's how much
Right.
support Trump has right now.
It
Believe it or not.
shifted, right?
Yeah,
It's shifted.
It did shift 100%.
Yeah. And how did it shift? How did it shift? Look, just going back through
show
all
'em.
the different events.
I had to show him.
Yeah.
Slowly and surely.
You cannot tell people the truth. You must show them. Only at the precipice will people find the will to engage. And we are. I mean, there's so many people that are coming out of the woodwork and seeing this travesty of justice is just, I'm going to give myself 100% a couple times here. Oliver, see that?
Oh, you could do it. I got to figure that out.
I was dropping a few on you when you were talking. It only Hawk and I could do it because it's in the controls of the banner.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, this is just exposure, my friends. This was necessary, and everything. By the way, I mean this is something that I think is really important to address here, and I'm going to do it. I think we're let me just pull up the Rumble and check in with the folks over on Rumble, but we're at just under 800 on Rumble, and we're just over 1900 on all the other platforms. And so I just wanted to say that if you think about going back to the inauguration, and then you think about, well, it's not going to go past this, and it's not going to go past that. Every decision that has gone against Trump and us. Think about every decision that went against Trump or against us, like the Fannie Willis suit, this Bragg, that these people actually got elected, on the commitment that they were going to take Trump out. I mean, that's just, that alone disqualifies these suits. But every single time one of these has happened, it's worked in the favor of Trump and the MAGA movement and the Q movement, because each one has exposed. I mean, we never would have learned about this judge's daughter and her relationship with Kamala and her funding to Kamala. We never would have learned about Fannie Willis and her boyfriend and the corruption there and the misappropriation of monies. We never would have learned about Bragg, and people wouldn't be talking about, continuing from the summer of love of 2020, wow, that's a Soros DA, that's a Soros AG, that's look at all these people that are being exposed, and the only way that we can expose them is by bringing them into the light and giving them enough rope to hang themselves, and that's exactly what these people are doing.
Yeah, so, and I agree 100%. And we know now that there's a mass pop awakening. I'm sure you guys went over that drop, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And we know now that it's happening. The issue that still remains is these, far left liberals who will probably never see it unless one of their own, say a Robert De Niro, or Adam Schiff, someone like that, is taken down for what we know they've done, and it's done publicly. Until that happens, we can't all be united because they're so brainwashed, and it's unfortunate that it's right in their face, and they still go against Trump and support Biden. So, yeah, I like the way things are going. I try to remain positive and hope for the best. When things like this happen, I don't get down at all. Kind of fires me up. But
Yeah, I know, right?
yeah,
Maybe for a minute, right? Like,
yeah,
I can't
yeah.
believe, I really can't believe that this absurdity is ongoing, and I think it is a little bit defeating, to be honest, just initially.
But then he posts something with a particular timestamp. You're like, oh, wait a minute, let me get back on track.
Exactly.
We got to remind ourselves that every second of the day that this is a movie.
Yeah.
And I remember Elon had posted something about the most, not exciting, I forget the word he used, but something about the outcome is the most expected, something like that. Do you remember that when Elon posted that post?
Yeah, that the easiest outcome is often the most expected, or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I'm going to paraphrase and say the wildest thing you could think about is probably how it's going to end. We never thought any of this was going to happen. Not for a second did I think back in 2017, 18, that we'd be where we are right now, and Trump would be in this predicament. Not for a second. But looking back, it all makes sense. July 11th supposedly is the sentencing.
Yeah.
The GOP convention is July 21st, I want to say. 10 days later. Don't quote me on that. But he also has to make the announcement on his VP in July, which, from what I understand,
Yeah.
he's going to make that announcement during that convention.
It's going to take place the 15th, the 18th. So the 11th is the sentencing, and then the 15th, the 18th is the Republican National Convention.
Right. Which they can't sentence him because everything's going to be on appeal. So during the appeal process, there cannot be a sentencing. That has to wait. So see what happens.
Also, I haven't double checked, but the SCOTUS is not ruled on presidential immunity, has it?
Nope, it has not. And oddly enough, the Brunson case came back in the news,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah,
hasn't been
we were
completely.
talking about that too.
Okay.
But go
Yeah.
ahead, please keep.
No, I was
keep
just
going.
gonna say that it hasn't been completely shot down. You know, I do believe that that's one of those types of cases, as crazy as it may seem, can do a lot of damage if they take it up, if the Supreme Court decides to take the case. That can do tremendous damage to the deep state. Um, what occurs from here to then? It's anybody's guess. I mean, so much has happened unexpectedly.
Yeah.
But I think we as Americans need to get more involved with the whole court process, like the Brunson brothers did. We can actually use their case as a blueprint and just start bringing these people to court.
Speaking of Brunson case, and speaking of the election, okay, this is what's really important to remember, is what I was just talking about with Alvin Bragg and with the Soros connection and the financing of these people that are going after Trump. Executive Order 13848 imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a U.S. election. This is foreign interference in a U.S. election. They are taking out the front runner of this election, of this 2024 election. They are taking out the Republican leader, and the one that, if they picked it today based on popular opinion, it would be Donald John Trump. This is election interference by Soros, by foreign influence. And
100%. And so let me ask you a question, Dave. When does it happen? When is the military, because at this point, for something like that to take action, it would have to be, National Guard, marshals, that kind of thing, with the support of the Marines. So when does that actually happen? Does it happen during Trump's next term? Does it happen in the next couple of months, or at least begin in the next couple of months?
Well, yeah. If the timing up until now is any indication, I'm going to guess we're all going to be dead and buried. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. I couldn't resist, but it's taken a minute.
Yeah, I mean it's so, the suspense is killing me.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Because shit's happening, but they're not telling you anything. Things have happened, but they're not showing you. So I mean, the suspense is fucking incredible. But how much? But honestly, Dave, how much further can it? Especially now, with what just happened.
Mm-hmm.
How much long you got? You got Hunter Biden's case coming up. You still have the impeachment case, which I don't think, he should be impeached because he's not a legitimate president. There's still a lot of things that can happen that can eventually lead to the removal of Biden and his whole cabinet. I don't know. I don't know.
Hawk, you were going to chime in before I dropped my my witty comment.
Well, he was saying, you got to think of the worst scenario, and I just think of midgets with 7-foot long swords, going to town. That was the first thing that came to mind. I was like, yeah, midgets with super large swords that they can't even carry. And that's when we know the end is here. When we see the midgets come out, guys, that's what we the little people. I should say little people. Little people. When the little people come out.
And then we'll be and Hillary's feet will curl up underneath the house that fell on her, and we'll jump on the yellow brick road to Nisar Jasara and gold-backed currency.
I played a news clip yesterday that said that Hillary Clinton's dead.
Oh, is that right?
Where they reported that, and up-to-date news on the death of Hillary Clinton.
I remember that.
Well, they weren't saying that Hillary Clinton was still alive. They just said it was an update. That's all it was just an update to it. But, but the fact of the matter is that when I look at all of this with the military mind and knowing shenanigans, games, delusions, okay, is the perfect word, okay, are what are placed on people, the perception of what they see in comparison to what they're willing to research, what they're willing to look at, what they're willing to, to dig into in order to find out more information. I think that today is going to be a thing where, the Democrats that are diehards right now are probably, they're probably cheering right in this moment. But I think that in the long run, that's going to turn around to, maybe I should look into this a little bit deeper. It's, you want to claim a holier than thou status via your party, but you're not willing to do any research. You're not willing to dig anything. All you're willing to do is listen to MSDNC, CNN, and those other, fraud reports. And I think that because of today, I think that there's going to be a lot of Democrats who are looking for answers, because they know that, this just doesn't seem like something that he could have been charged with, through everything that went through the courts. All of the news channels were talking about Michael Cohen admitting that he stole money from Donald Trump. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Because he doesn't want to have to pay Donald Trump back the money that he stole from him. That's no different than getting somebody to become a snitch for the police in regards to narcotics, creating an entrapment. You can't create an entrapment on a drug dealer if you owe that drug dealer money. Does that make sense at all? It's, basically Michael Cohen owes Donald Trump money that he stole from him. Now, the question is going to be, is Michael Cohen going to be charged with the felony theft of that $60,000? Or is the judge just going to bypass that because of his testimony, and no charges filed against somebody who does a $60,000 theft? Because if that's the case, I'm going to go get a new car tomorrow. And I'm going to use Michael Cohen's admittance that he stole $60 million or $60,000 in order to keep that car. Because if Michael Cohen can keep that $60,000 and not do any jail time for it, then I should be able to keep this car and not do any jail time for it.
Well, the difference is that Michael Cohen is an asset for the deep state cabal, left wing machine, and you can't even keep a YouTube channel. So you're not gonna have, you don't have the same cachet in this corrupt DOJ, system, right? But looking at that 35 second ad that we just saw, right? The timestamp on that is takes us to 5:57, January 19th, 2018, and Q says the cure will spread worldwide. Have faith, patriot. Q. Do you think a lot of people out there, a lot of patriots right now, could use like Q saying, have faith, patriot, right?
Yep.
And then one of the Anons says, Seth Rich coming, like information about Seth Rich, and Q says the floor is yours.
Yep.
And so much of this is when you think about this exposure that I've been, that I was saying about what's coming. Oliver mentioned, what are we going to learn from the jury? Are we going to, and I mentioned how these pundits, and by the way, kind of what you guys were all saying is that over the coming weeks, please tell me how a CNN or an MSDNC legal analyst is going to, with a straight face, say, yeah, we're going, yeah, this was the right decision. The jury made, you know what I mean? Like, they will lose all credibility. And going off the floor is yours. And I wanted to make a correction to Kevin Rotella, corrected me on the following, and that was, I was looking for Melania's post. Excuse me. And it wasn't Melania's post, it was Kevin's, and he had put up this picture of Trump and JFK Jr. I thought it was Melania, but she just made a post yesterday on Memorial Day at 8:19 a.m. Now think mirror 9:18, and I brought that up. And Oliver, that's the one where you'll never guess who's been talking to you here, who you've been talking to here, or who's been talking to you here. And then of course JFK's birthday yesterday as well. So that was kind of a setup for that. But that was Kevin. But the other thing that popped up here is that
I don't know if you ever noticed, but he tries to get us in trouble.
He does.
He does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you know it.
Kevin, he's the one that does those memes. Oliver, you know Kevin. He does the memes that are hilarious, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing that Trump came out and he said, Mother Teresa, couldn't get past these corrupt people, right? And he said it twice. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not the right thing. But so the floor is yours. Q told us the floor is ours. So what do? We go out and find connections like Mother Teresa and Fauci. Okay. Mother Teresa and child trafficking. Q says, beware those who you trust the most, or look at the charities you trust the most, which brought us to Red Cross and the Clinton Foundation and all these, that we're doing, charities for children. And so this is, we're making these kind of connections with Trump dropping, the Mother Teresa comment, the The world is watching comment, Oliver. We went to the world is watching. Slow Country took us down that path on the Q drops earlier. So, this is, how many people are listening to President Trump talk versus a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I haven't looked at his analysis of, what kind of numbers he's doing. But my guess is that a lot more people are paying attention to what he's got to say right now than they ever have, even never Trumpers.
Fox said it was more than 50% more.
50% more?
Yep.
Yeah. And he just gained 10,000 followers on Truth.
Just today?
Just today. Yep.
There you go.
Not even, I mean, like in the last couple of hours. After the verdict. I'm assuming after the verdict. But it wasn't like that prior to.
Yep. Now, one of the things that came to mind is that how in the world do these jurors come to this decision so quickly, with all the confusion, with the 50 pages of documents, with the questions that they have going back and forth, with Michael Cohen's testimony completely obliterated by Trump's legal team? How do they come to this decision? This unanimous decision, by the way, and unanimous on all counts, all 34 counts. How does that happen in less than literally, less than 12 hours of actual deliberation? How does that happen unless they're being controlled as well? Either through threats or through financial gain. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, and this is why I said there may be something in the next week or two that comes out about the jurors, because you're going to hear something about the jurors. A case this big, you always hear something about the jurors. So is it going to be that one of the jurors was connected to Soros directly, or is it going to be, that several of the jurors were, coerced into making the decision through threats, like what you just mentioned? New York jury tampering in New York is old school. That's always happened in New York. New York is controlled by, the elites, the oligarchs of the world, including, certain mob figures from different mobs, not just the Italian mob. None of them want to see Trump as president again. So they're doing everything they can to see him go away. They're trying to make him go away. But I always revert to the drops and how they literally say that they have control, and this is how they're able to pretty much, be 10 steps ahead of everyone else. So it could be that this was allowed to happen. It makes the most sense because now, as I just mentioned, he just gained 10,000 followers. He's going to gain a hell of a lot more support going into the summer months. That's when things really start to heat up. I don't think at this point anyone wants to even see Biden's face, yet alone hear him speak. The media's done. The court system's done. I don't think anyone's going to trust the court system ever again.
Right.
So, I mean, it's so much that's culminating at once. It's going to be when they finally do take action in the right direction, it'll all be justified.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick, Dave, I dropped a link from Dan Scavino that just dropped.
Okay.
Into the private chat, and I'm dropping a second link, which is another thing. So everybody's brain is so wrapped up in the conviction of Donald Trump, that Democrats just convicted Donald Trump of 34 felonies. Here's Congressman Byron Donalds on national TV saying they found 20 shell companies for Joe Biden and Hunter Biden used for money laundering. We're up to over 20 shell companies. Okay, so I guess I didn't put.
All right, I'm gonna pull that up.
So that's still all the financial, corruption that they're involved in. They haven't touched on any of their crimes against humanity. So when the more they disclose their financial endeavors with foreign aid, foreign countries, right? The more the election interference comes into play. 13848 that you just mentioned, but the 13818 is still there lingering. I want to say that the 13818 has been actionable as of March 12th, and the 13848 was updated in February. I don't know if it's actionable yet, but according to the Office of Foreign Sanctions, there have been thousands of sanctions across the earth, mainly in the Muslim community and the Chinese community. So I don't know, it's just so much to try to track.
It's a lot.
And stay up, keep up with, but I can't wait for the fucking ending of this movie, man.
I know, right?
Oh my
Here we
God.
go. Here's Scavino. Look at this black and white. Love it. By the way, Biden didn't have that many people in his rally in Philadelphia yesterday. I mean, that just people on the streets of New York City, supporting Donald John Trump. Biden can't even get that at a rally like that's been organized and promoted and emails sent and phone calls made. It's not even close, folks, like what's going on here in terms of the level of absolute support. And by the way, let me pull up that other one.
So while you're looking at that, let me blow through this real quick. Twin Tower City put this out. Precedents established by President Trump. Okay, and there's 13 of them. 1, presidents and former presidents can be impeached. 2, presidents and former presidents can be forced to reveal tax and business records. 3, presidents and former presidents lose executive privilege. Presidents and former presidents lose attorney-client privilege. That's a big one. 5, presidents and former presidents can be forced to release private phone records and text messages. 6, presidents and former presidents can have their homes raided by the FBI. Number 7.
This is great.
Presidents and former presidents can be subpoenaed by partisan committees. Number 8. Presidents and former presidents can be repeatedly indicted and arrested. Number 9. Presidents and former presidents lose their First Amendment right to free speech. Number 10. Presidents and former presidents lose the right to a jury trial. Boy, that's a big one right there. 11. VP no longer has authority to question validity of disputed electoral votes. 12. The losing party no longer has authority to submit contingent electors when results are disputed. Number 13, presidents and former presidents don't have presidential immunity. That's all one big, huge boomerang.
Dude, that's fantastic. Where did you see that?
That's I'm resharing it right now. I'm reposting it right as we speak. This is one of the guys I follow, Twin Tower City, at Twin Tower City. It puts out a lot of good content. You know, mostly he'll put out a picture and he'll have a few words with it and stuff like that. The guy is he's been looking at all this same as you and Oliver. You know, from a high up perspective. You know, he covered Pandora's box. Pandora's box is open. The hypersexualization at a young age. You know, which were the words of Ashley Biden herself. You know, it covered so many different things that really are just basically a nice ground level bit of information for people that are looking at this and saying, oh, yeah, Trump got busted. Understand the boomerang effect, okay? Because now that it's happened to Trump, that means that it can happen to anybody in the Democratic Party. And the puppies agree with me. Just ask them.
I just don't want to wait anymore, man.
I don't want to wait either.
I don't want to wait till 2025 and 26 and 27. It's like all of that should happen now.
Yeah.
I love what they're dropping. You know, I'm not gonna stop. I mean, for me, they're still putting it out there. Everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people think that this is it. I even heard General Flynn say, you know, America's done. It's a shithole. You know, they're coming after everybody. They're not going to stop. You know, a lot of people are thinking like that. For me, you know, it's just more of the Great Awakening. And
Dave, you still got your queue open. Look at 117. And, you know, think of chess moves. You know, think of chess moves. What happened today is a king to pawn in the game of chess.
Come on. It's not letting me post it.
Oh, and we're just talking about Fleet Week too. 117, the arrest of Al Walid and others important. We were on that earlier too, Oliver, because of the one of the drops I was taken to was that your dive, Slow, that we took to the it took me to the Saudi Arabia, the triangle.
Yep.
Saudi Arabia, Soros, and Rothschilds, because this Soros is being exposed here. This just like the Summer of Love. Soros is being exposed. All those AGs and DAs that are letting people out on no cash bail and the whole bit.
Also pull up 11, Dave. So make sure you mirror that.
What did you want to see on 117?
Well, it's 117 was in clarification to what Slow brought up earlier. And when mirrored, it comes back 711.
Thank you, Dopey. King to pawn, eyes on. The other thing, we were at Snow White earlier.
Yep.
But 711 being the his sentencing date.
Yeah.
And also the Elon Musk 7-Eleven gas prices. I wanted to go to 47, which was the length of time of that video that we just watched of him waving to the crowd in New York going back to Trump Tower.
The black and white.
The black and white. And it says, go ahead. What's that?
No, I was just saying the shadow presidency.
Yeah, right. Right. You can paint the picture based solely on the questions asked. You and I were going down paint the picture last Friday. Be vigilant today and expect a major false flag. Does anyone
Flynn
find
talked
it to be-
about that.
Yep.
Flynn mentioned that a few times in the last couple of days.
Did he?
Yeah, and it came up just now, and want to go ahead, finish reading, and then I'll bring it
Okay.
up.
Does anyone find it to be a coincidence there is always a terrorist attack when bad news breaks for the Dems? What is that called? Military relevant? How? We were going big into the military, starting with the Navy SEALs at the Motor Speedway, coming out of the helicopters, and the military getting involved because if they try to arrest the CIC. Barack Obama would not allow the military to destroy ISIS. Why? How was ISIS formed? Because they were formed with the CIA and Mossad. When? How has POTUS made such progress in the short time he's been president? Alice in Wonderland. And
because it was started under the Clinton administration. It was
No,
festering
no.
throughout the entire Bush, through the entire Bush presidency, and then when Obama got in, all he had to do was arm them.
right.
They had already been indoctrinated.
Yep. And he didn't take them out. And McCain.
Devin Nunes posted earlier today, Alice in Wonderland. He used those exact words.
All right. So check this out. We end with Alice in Wonderland. Look at this Fox News headline. Jurors must search for truth in the Alice in Wonderland case against Trump.
So that's twice today.
Yeah. Hats off to Kevin for sending this to me. Bragg's
Kevin sent that.
case.
Okay.
Let me read this. This is good. Bragg's fractured case requires the jury, and by the way, this was before the announcement of the decision. Bragg's fractured case requires a jury to reach several distinct conclusions on issues that make little sense to begin with. A Ouija board might help. All right, this is Greg Jarrett. Okay, so you said Greg Jarrett posted, and this is his article, right? Judge instructions reveal jury can find Trump guilty even if they disagree on underlining crime. I'm sorry. Is there a precedent for that anywhere in legal history? That's what I'd like to know. Any lawyers out there that can chime in on this? As former President Donald Trump awaits a Manhattan jury's verdict, he can be forgiven for feeling that his criminal trial resembles a surreal Alice in Wonderland farce. He is left to peer through a looking glass where everything is backward. A looking glass, folks. That is how Q has been, in my opinion, has been able to see the future and be so far ahead of the future with this kind of AI crazily created, just 5D chessboard of drops. The culprit for this hallucinatory nightmare is District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who brought a bizarre case based on warped interpretations of law and distorted facts. It is now up to 12 jurors to wade through the lunacy in search of the elusive truth. Bragg's fractured case requires the jury to reach several distinct conclusions on issues that make little sense to begin with. A Ouija board might help. So this was Jarrett. So you said he posted this as well on earlier on X, yeah?
Yeah, it was up on X. It was what I actually opened the show with originally, and because we never we never ended up getting to it because it was too important to cover everything live that was going on, all the statements that were coming out, live. The main thing was keeping people calm, because going out and blowing off, sure, everybody wants to blow off steam, but to go out there half cocked and not have, not have a plan that is actually going to be for the betterment of every American, it's not worth doing. It's not. No matter how much we hate the pedos and the child traffickers and everything else, us individually going out and doing anything will only disrupt the ability for this country to move forward, because then everyone begins to be looked at as being people who are just over extreme, or whatever you want to call it. We need to be patient and wait and see. That's all we can do.
Well, you had asked earlier, Oliver, about when would this all go down? We've been trying to figure that out since this all started, right? And each time it goes on and on. More and more people are exposed. And just look at the past, just couple days, with what's his name, De Niro, right? Mother Teresa, Alvin Bragg, Soros, all these people that we need to start to have conversations about, because they're being brought up in Trump's tweets, or in his truths, in his conversations, and his timestamps. I believe that we talked about the military earlier. I think we lost Oliver. Hopefully he comes back in. But I mentioned we were talking about the military earlier, and all right, you're back. There you are.
Yeah, sorry to cut you guys off. I don't know what happened. I lost connection, but Hawk was talking about. Well, you introduced that Fox clip with the Alice in Wonderland. Did you talk about the timestamp on that?
No, we never got around to it, because we were trying to cover everything that was going on live in that moment.
Okay.
Trump speaking, Eric Trump speaking, and a few others.
Okay. No, I was just curious. I don't know the timestamp. I was just curious what it was.
Yeah, I can
Which
look
timestamp?
for
Which timestamp?
that for the Devin Nunes.
No, not the Devin Nunes. It was the article. I think it was Garrett. Garrett from Fox.
Greg Jarrett.
Greg Jarrett, right? Greg Jarrett, where he mentioned Alice in Wonderland. Was that his article?
Yeah. But Devin posted it at 6:16 a.m. May 30th, 2024.
Yeah, I saw that. I posted the correlating drops with that one. I caught that one. Yeah, but no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just lost connection. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The timestamp is 8:43 a.m. Yeah. So that came out at 8:43 a.m. was the Alice in Wonderland.
And that was Nunes. It wasn't Jarrett.
Well, no, Jarrett's the one who wrote the article. But Nunes shared that, basically West Coast time. So.
And what was the timestamp?
8:43 a.m. for Jarrett. And Nunes posted it at 6:16 a.m.
That's the only one I care about, because Jarrett we wouldn't look at a timestamp on Jarrett. 6:16. Jack ain't in cuffs yet.
Well, actually, Dave, Greg Jarrett is Nope, I digress. I take that back. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can you guys read that? And I'll be right back.
Okay. I can't because the dogs are howling. Sirens are going by right now.
At Jack ain't in cuffs yet and still trying to control the narrative. Too bad he was taking money and profiting from people tied to the EO. Hashtag goodbye at Jack. This came from outside of Twitter. Q.
Interesting.
Submission complete.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is, this goes to earlier. We're at Saudi Arabia, and that part of the triangle, and Al Walid was, I believe at the time was more than 7% owner in Twitter at the time of financing Twitter. He was one of the major funders. So that gave them control of Twitter. And this is why when they took over Saudi Arabia, the Twitter control began to go away. But that's interesting. One of the things I wanted to go to, let's see. No. Oh, just that that he could still run for president. And the Biden campaign said no one is above the law. That they needed everyone to, the only way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office is at the ballot box and then they posted a link to the to donate to the campaign. Yeah. This is we're right at about 3,000 folks. Welcome everyone. We're just talking about the the verdict that was returned. We lost Oliver again. The verdict that was returned before before we expected it. I think I didn't expect it that soon, especially when all this issue was about was such. They were having problems. And one of the things that what I thought was going to happen was that whenever you're in sales and you're trying to sell somebody something, you want to make sure that they understand everything there is to offer and that it's very clear what they have to offer. Welcome back. Because one of the tenets in sales is the confused mind says no. And so I thought that based on the confusion of this jury, that they would not be able to come up with a solid, convincing decision or argument. So the fact that they were able to come back as quickly as they were, not even having the 50 pages of instructions, only being able to ask a handful of questions, tells me something is not right. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, Tucker Carlson says, import the third world, become the third world. That's what we just saw. This won't stop Trump. He'll win the election if he's not killed first. But it does mark the end of the fairest justice system in the world. Anyone who defends this verdict is a danger to you and your family.
Yeah, 100%. And anyone who's even suggesting another candidate, fuck you, first of all.
Right.
And those are the people you got to watch out for. just pay attention. Start paying attention to what people are saying and the narrative they're trying to create. We know things are beginning to shift. Shit, they shifted. Forget beginning to shift. Things have shifted tremendously in favor of Trump. So anyone who's trying to shift it in another direction, those are the people you need to watch out for.
We are opposed around the world.
So I'm trying to find the post of Nunes, because I recall doing a connecting some of the drops to that, but I'm not finding it. I don't know why. I was earlier today. Was it a reply? The one I just dropped, this one's very interesting. You probably remember this from back in the day, Dave. Remember The Great Awakening on Reddit, who was also on the board?
Yep.
All right. So with this post that Trump just posted a little while ago about Alvin Bragg, giving his speech on the conviction, it was at 7:32, and it was 1 minute and 57 seconds long. I haven't broke it down completely because I'm trying to keep my decodes down to 2 or 3, maybe the most 4 frames, and so I don't have to open another another thread. I try to keep it within the same frame, but that connects to drop, or it brings up drop 157, which is, I mean, if you read that drop, everything is right there.
Let me pull this up. This is the one you're talking about here.
Right.
The real verdict will be November 5th by the people.
Right.
They know what happened here. Right?
Play that. Can you play it?
Yeah, and what was the number?
We're gonna go with drop 157.
Okay. Here we go.
7:37. Go ahead.
Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts.
This case is an abomination. It's obviously political. 7 years to try to come up with this case. They're just wrong on the law.
The only crime that Donald Trump is being prosecuted for is the crime of running for president.
Political persecution at the highest level.
They've quite frankly given up on trying to beat him at the polls. Either going to steal it or stop it by law firm.
A Democrat prosecutor elected on a Get Trump platform.
What's going on here is a disgusting disgrace. It is war on Trump. It is war on the Republican Party. And it is a war on a republic.
This case is the weakest case I've seen in 60 years of teaching, practicing, and writing about criminal law.
I doubt the New York indictment would have been brought against a defendant whose name was not Donald Trump.
This judge, you don't need a prosecutor if you have a judge like this. This judge is not on the level.
It's a terrible case, but the judge has been pretty much a rubber stamp on everything that Bragg has wanted to do.
They're perverting the system of justice. That's where the danger lies. The corruption and subversion of our institutions by the left.
This is the Democrats' entire strategy, to confine President Trump to a dirty criminal courtroom and keep him off the campaign trail where he can bring his winning message to voters across this country.
New York has become a legal banana republic. They are so determined to get Donald Trump.
Look, convicting Donald Trump, that's all they have.
I think they have no cards, and they're depending upon Trump getting convicted.
That Trump train doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
The only verdict that matters is the verdict at the ballot box.
Yep. I think Dave muted himself because his puppy was talking to him, saying, I agree. Donald Trump should be president right now.
He needed some water. So that, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is just today. Look at all these people that are saying the things they're saying. And this is going to go on and on. This is 157, Oliver. Can you see that? I think there you go. You're unmuted.
I think you removed him. Are you with us?
He's got 2 up right now.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out which one's actually active.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Which one are you on? The one with the cowboy hat or the other one?
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
I got 157 up. That's the one you wanted, yeah?
Yeah, I should have done that, but it's too late now because it's messing up the sound. I could barely hear you guys. So yeah, 157.
Here we go.
All right, that's the first one I went to because of the time of the length of the video. All right, what is key? You want to read it, Dave?
Sure. What is a key? What is a key used for? What is a guard? What is a guard used for? Who unlocked the door of all doors? Was it pre-planned? Do you believe in coincidences? What is information? Who controls the release of information? Who has all of the information? All in caps. Who disseminates information? What is the MSM? Who controls the MSM? Who really controls the MSM? Why are we made to believe the MSM are the only credible news sources? Who controls the MSM? Who really controls the MSM? Asking that again and again. CIA, obviously. Why are we made to believe the MSM are the only credible news sources? Why is this relevant? Why are non-MSM platforms cast as conspiracy and or non-credible? What happens when an entity or an individual accumulates power? Define corruption. Wealth equals power. Power equals influence. Influence equals control. Rinse and repeat. What power of influence was recently discovered specifically regarding 2016 election? How much power of influence does Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, etc. have in influencing the minds of the people? What has the stranglehold of the MSM been diminished? What is open source? What has become blatantly obvious since the election of POTUS? Why would they allow this visibility to occur? Were they not prepared to counter? What miscalculation occurred? What opposite impact did this generate? How did POTUS recognize and invert? What happens when an entity and or individual accumulates power? Define corruption, define censorship, define controlled censorship. What action is Twitter taking effective mid-December? What is the purpose of this action? Possible tests to understand public government response.
So there's a lot to unfold there, but it's basically talking about the control of information, power that they have, persuasion that they have, and it makes you think of what happened today in court, especially in New York, because New York, they're all here. New York, I've said this a million times, it's the epicenter. They're all here. There's so many spooks here in New York. I mean, it could be a school teacher, a doctor, a janitor, you name it. You never really know. For all we know, the jurors could have been part of them. Who knows? But when I read this and I see who really controls the media, I always wondered if they were already in control at that time, or at least able to manipulate the news. Because as we're witnessing right now, a lot of the news that's coming out, the timestamps are just perfect. They match perfectly.
Yeah.
And that can only be done if they were in control of it. And if you notice, some mainstream outlets, they stopped giving you timestamps. They don't want us to put out any more of the code, so they just don't put the timestamp out. But the other one, I don't know if you wanted to touch on that, Dave, or we could just move on to the next one.
I just wanted to say that a lot of people think that the CIA infiltrated the mainstream media. They created it.
That's right.
It's not like this, oh, look at this thing, maybe we can infiltrate it and get it to do our bidding. It doesn't exist without the CIA. It doesn't exist without the cabal, the deep state. They have been in control of the information, going back since the beginning of time. But in the turn of the 20th century, they had control with Hearst, with the newspapers. They had control with the banks and with the government and with the all the major newspapers. They've been controlling the information we've received. Look at the history books. Look at the history that we've been taught that is now being absolutely unraveled, unlike ever before. So they have been in control, and part of that control, and I talked about this Friday night, was the Edward Bernays creation of conspiracy theorists as a way to discredit those who are actually thinking using our heads. And we lost Oliver once again.
He'll be back.
So, Hawk.
Yeah.
Have you looked at Ingersoll Lockwood today?
No, I actually haven't been on Ingersoll in a while.
Ingersoll.
I actually did, Slow. I pulled that up earlier when you were gone.
Yeah.
But I haven't played it yet. But I can do that.
Did you see the black flag?
Yeah. Let me pull that up. Okay. So this is Ingersoll Lockwood. This is the upside down black flag.
Where there's normally a rabbit.
Yeah. So this is, you see that, I had to blow that up. And this is,
We lost you, Dave. We lost your share screen.
oh yeah, I'm pulling it back up. I had to go with with this.
Different browser. Yeah.
Here we go. So that's the upside down black flag that Slow's talking about.
But we are opposed around the world.
And Flynn changed his profile pic to that.
Really?
Yeah.
On Twitter?
Yeah.
Huh.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Let me pull that up. It's an upside down, looks like regular flag, yeah. But it's definitely upside down. Shows distress, yeah. And let me play the audio that goes along with Ingersoll Lockwood here.
Primarily on public means for expanding its sphere of influence.
Let me back that up. Here we
We
go.
are opposed around the world.
You muted yourself, Dave, when you did that. It was playing through your microphone. You got to remember to share audio.
Oh, that's because I have it pulled up on sorry. I have it pulled up on Chrome.
Yep.
Which StreamYard does not prefer.
expanding its sphere of influence. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
Red, white, and blue, the colors that we choose. Trump in the White House, making headlines, making moves. Junior by his side, swinging votes, rallying the crowd. America's future in their hands, we are proud. From coast to coast, we're standing tall and strong. In God we trust, together we belong. With Trump as 47th, leading us to the light. Our nation united, shining through the fight. Make America great again, let our voices ring. Together we'll rise, let freedom's anthem sing. In Trump we believe, the leader of the land. United we stand, saving America, hand in hand. Hand in hand, while our voices ring, together we'll rise, let freedom's anthem sing. In Trump we believe, the leader of the land. United we stand, saving America, hand in hand.
And there you go. That song has been on for a couple of days, but the black flag was the addition. The upside down black flag was the addition today. And I wanted to make this. Okay. Must be his connection.
Yeah, it says device is not connected, so that means it's not recognizing his camera or his microphone.
Okay.
So he needs to go out and do it again. Hopefully he can hear us. Go out. There we go.
You guys hear me?
Yep, there you go.
You know, I don't hear you guys too good. This, you know, I hate this shit. Okay, that's better.
Okay.
That's better. This, I don't know why
I
this
think you
keeps
got
happening to me.
I think you might have something the playing in the background, the show playing in the background. I think you need to close that. Close that.
I lowered. No, that's on my laptop. The reason why I'm doing that is because I did a dive into that, the last little clip they did like this with the song.
Yeah.
And I was able to get, because you can't tell how long the song is. They don't give you the length of the song.
Right.
But if you record it, you can break it down to the time of the song, of the length of the song. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this is new. I didn't hear this one. This is the first time I'm hearing this one. I'm trying to get the recording on that so I could find out how long it is. But I remember, was it on your show that we did the breakdown of that with the hand in hand?
Yes. Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
When they finished hand in hand, and it was a part of that video where he visited North Korea and China.
Yep.
And they show all the world leaders.
Crossways.
Yes.
And we also saw the girls.
Yes.
Doing the hands. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, I want you to continue, but I wanted to make a point about this upside down flag. This looks like the upside down flag of a thin blue line. Because there's one there that looks like it could have been blue, and it's not light and it's not dark. So this is an upside down American flag country in distress because of the justice system. So I just wanted to make that point because I think that's a significant point.
Oh, and by the way, to go along with that, if you open that in a new link, like in a new tab, it says Our Last Chance. Okay, that's the name of it. All right, so I did that on the drops, and I came up with post number 2352.
Say that again. I'm sorry, slow, the last part.
Post 2352.
2152?
No, 23.
Sorry.
So you mean the song?
No,
If you
the
open it
actual-
in another,
the flag. So you right click on the flag,
right,
and open it up in a new tab.
Okay.
The name of the tab is Our Last Chance.
Okay. Got you.
I'm not getting that. I'm getting damn it. Okay. I'm getting 1717 45-47, by the way. Red, white, and blue.
I got that too. But then I also got, when I did it the first time,
Who is Junior?
Saving America. Can you hear me, Dave? I can hear
Yeah.
you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I opened it in two separate windows. And one says Saving America, and I can't read what the rest of it says. But the other one said exactly what you said. with the
Oh, I
45.
apologize. I apologize. Where it goes to open, you right click on it, go to open image in new tab.
Right click. Okay, got you.
And open image in new tab.
And that where it says Our Last Chance, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh,
So
all
there's-
right. Yeah,
so
good
there's
call.
there's three different messages.
Yeah.
Because the one you read, I got as well, the 45 through 47. Then I saw Saving America, and now what Slow mentioned, Our Last Chance.
And it also says who is Junior -2024. Is Junior Donald Trump Jr. or JFK Jr.?
It's got to be JFK, man.
I think so. I mean,
gotta
that was very clear. I mean, why would he single out Junior if it was Don Jr. and not, single out Eric and,
And by the way,
Ivanka.
in that press conference he did earlier that we played, that I think it was like 7 minutes long, he mentioned Junior like 4 times.
Interesting.
The name Junior. That's all he said, Junior. 4 times.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we are opposed around the world.
Yeah, I didn't get yours when you pulled yours up, Oliver, the one that you were saying. But
So
this
I
looks like
clicked-
the normal flag, by the way.
Right.
Not the thin blue line.
So for some reason, when I clicked it, just normal click, it reads 1717, like you said, which is the address of Ingersoll, by the way, right?
Yep.
And then it's
Pennsylvania Avenue.
the 45 through 47. Yes, I did get that. But the first time I clicked it, I got Saving America, and I can't read the rest of the message. How do you read the whole message? Because mine is cut off. How do you read the address, I'm saying?
Try to do a copy, select all, and paste
Okay.
somewhere.
Okay. Copy. Where would I paste it? I could see it all.
Using your
I have to
phone or
go
your
to
computer.
My computer. I'll probably have to go into Word.
Yeah, or email or slow. Did you say 2153? Forgive me for asking you that 4
no,
times now.
You're fine.
Is that the one?
No, 2352.
20, okay. Sorry, guys. I got a lot going on here. All right.
You were close, Dave. You were close.
I like that one, though. That FISA. All right. 2352. And you came to this slow because of...
I just searched in the search bar, Our Last Chance.
Ah, nice. Well done. Okay. Can you see this and read this off?
Yeah. Justice K, highest court in the land. Law and order, majority. U.S. Constitution safeguarded. It was our last chance to save it. Non-force. Then there's a YouTube video there. Think HRC win. SC appointments. I'm assuming that's Supreme Court appointments. Supreme Court corrupt. Tilt. Example. LL. Loretta Lynch, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Now comes the pain, the real pain. Now comes the real truth. Boom, 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 boom. They want you divided by race, divided by religion, divided by culture, divided by class, divided by political affiliation. Divided, you are weak. Together, you are strong. This movement challenges their forced narrative. This movement challenges people to not simply trust what is being reported. Research for yourself. Think for yourself. Trust yourself. This movement is not about one person or a group of people. We, the people, save the republic. Hatred and dissension in the nation will heal. Where we go one, we go all.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. That's a good call to go there for the our last chance to save it. And law and order. Majority U.S. Constitution safeguarded. It was our last chance to save it. The U.S. Constitution is popping up quite a bit in this court case, folks.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the bond. First of all, his First Amendment violated with the gag order, which we covered, and that was gold. What we covered last Friday. Let's see.
Did you go over any of the posts from earlier this morning from Donald Trump or Scavino?
We didn't. And all we did was we went over the deltas were freaking gold, both today and tomorrow. And I just wanted to go to 347, and then we can go to a few of those. But the 347 is in the blue. I always go to, especially when it's so just significant number wise, and it just takes us to getting closer. User was banned for this post. Tag USSS, which is U.S. Secret Service. Q. Significant, maybe, because how is he going to be protected if he was arrested and put in jail? You know, and we saw that earlier. Was it yesterday that they had that conversation with the prison, with the jail, with Secret Service?
Well, one thing you need to remember is that a large percentage of his personal security team are retired FBI agents. So they would probably end up using retired Secret Service agents to protect them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, Sir Oliver. So I know he got that Saving America thing, because above that 40, that flag right there, there's another one on there that says Saving America, and it's another song. But when I looked at Saving America in the drops, it took me to 2436.
Oh, okay. Yes, I did click on that. The 4547, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I see. I thought I clicked the flag, but I clicked the 4547. That's what happened. So when you hit the 45, 47, the Saving America
Right here.
comes up.
Yeah.
This is in
America-
dark mode.
Yeah.
This is Ingersoll Lockwood in dark mode.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, this was the one that was there the past couple days. The new one was with the flag.
But I
Is
didn't
that
hear
right?
that one. That's the first time I hear that one.
No, this one was up the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And that one with the flag, that was up last week. They just put it back on there again.
Okay. Okay.
Did you read the
Yep.
Trust
Saving
of
America.
Science?
Saving America.
The
What's
three
that?
the three Trust of Science links under the flag?
No.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah. HCQ. Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. I haven't done it here, but I did see these. Yeah. Zinc and vitamin D3 with or without intravenous vitamin C. We got to be careful because we're on Facebook and what you call it,
YouTube.
but YouTube. And then this
Jim
one
Brewer, yeah,
is
Jim Brewer.
hilarious, by the
Yeah,
way, Jim
okay.
Brewer. And
Yeah, he's
then this one, also Jim Brewer.
So earlier this
Yeah.
morning, I'm gonna connect some dots here real quick. At 6:42 this evening, Trump announced he's going to give a press conference at 11 a.m. at Trump Tower. All right, keep that in mind. At 9:15 this morning, he posted a video of Jeanine Pirro saying it's a kangaroo court. A minute later is when Nunes dropped that post about Alice in Wonderland.
Right.
Right. So I had already looked up the 9:15 and the 9:05 because Trump posted even the losers at MBDNC admit that this is a bad case, a case that should not have been brought. That was the 9:05.
You
Right,
said
and
MB?
MB, like Biden's DNC. Yeah. And then it put and he put 24 that drop says 24 hours to respond. He did smartly public view Q. So that led me to believe that they were probably negotiating behind the scenes and they were probably giving somebody, time to respond. I don't know, that's just me thinking. But at 9:15 I mentioned he did the Jeanine Pirro. And that post talks about, the intelligence, or rather the spying that the Five Eyes did using different agencies from around the world. A minute later was the drop from Nunes to Alice in Wonderland with 9:16, and that takes us through the Israel for last drop. So there was a few things today, and if you mirror that, it literally says you have more than you know. Do you expect Hillary Rodham Clinton, George Soros, Hussein, etc., to stand in a public courtroom with potential crooked judges and tainted liberal juries? Come on, he's telling us the future right there. He went through it. They're gonna have to go through it. That's my opinion. But the 642 that I mentioned first, when you look at the post that he made with Alvin Bragg, the video you showed,
Yeah.
right, with the 732 drop, and then we went into the 157. The timestamp is 732, right? Drop 732 is all about No Name and his foundation.
Mm-hmm.
But the timestamp of that drop is 642. So there's a connection there with that 642 post that he dropped earlier.
And it takes us to Fox News and Maxine Waters. How does she afford a $4.3 million mansion?
You
And that
do
was-
the 732 military timestamp. Sorry to cut you off, Dave.
No,
But
that's
it takes you to, it literally takes you to the Great Awakening and the Reddit. Remember, Reddit banned him because he was just dropping too many jewels there. So, in that
What number is that? 742?
1932, which is
1930.
732 military, right?
Oh, and I went to 642, not 742. I was.
That's
'cause,
okay, because
yeah.
there was a drop at 642.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
I just thought, there's no such thing as coincidences. So as I'm looking through all these drops, I noticed that 732 drop had the timestamp of 642, which Trump dropped today, a 642 post. Now, the 1932 that says Great Awakening, there's a link to the Great Awakening's page on Reddit.
And it's banned.
This is very interesting. I had to go to the Wayback Machine to get it because it's no longer there, and I posted it on my page. If you haven't read this, this is deep. I mean, we know this now, but the way this person broke it down, everyone should be able to understand. He leaves the link to the NIH.gov, and it's just more dots connected. I put it there so people can pause it and read it if they want to. But for this to come up again now, I mean, he talks about Francis. He brings up Francis Collins.
Which one?
The
Great Awakening
which
here.
one? Let me see.
I've got
I'm
your
on my
Twitter
phone,
pulled
I
up.
could barely. Yeah, that one. So that has, if you open that, there's another post tied into that.
And I see no name. Yeah.
So we just showed that, but if you go to the post that's connected to that, you can add a post.
Oh yeah.
No,
This one?
No, go back. Click that. Not the picture itself. Go over to the side and click it so it opens up the post. Yeah. Now,
Okay.
right there, that video right there. I had to record it because it's a long thread. Couldn't fit it
Play
all
the
into one
55
thing.
seconds.
It can't. It's
Right.
55 seconds.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. That's
This-
pretty cool.
Yeah. Right. 55.
I mean, it's probably a 3-minute read, but it's definitely worth it if you want to go ahead and read it.
Let's see. Okay. I am passing this on from someone who's connecting some dots with input from sources he cannot reveal. Here's what it looks like when all pieces are sewn together. It smells like conspiracy and treason. Everyone needs to read this slowly and patiently because it's very important. From 2001 to 2005, there was an ongoing investigation into the Clinton Foundation. A grand jury had been impaneled. Governments from around the world had donated to the charity, in quotes. Yet from 2001 to 2003, none of those donations to the Clinton Foundation were declared. Now, you would think that an honest investigator would be able to figure this out. Look who took over this investigation in 2005, none other than James Comey. Coincidence? Guess who was transferred into the IRS to run the tax exemption branch of the IRS? None other than Lois, be on the lookout, Bolo Lerner. Isn't that interesting? But this is all just a series of strange coincidences, right? Guess who ran the tax division inside the Department of Injustice from 2001 and 2005? No other than Assistant Attorney General of the U.S., Rod Rosenstein. Guess who was the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation during this time frame? Another coincidence, just an anomaly in statistics and chances, but it was Robert Mueller. What do all forecasting characters have in common? They all were briefed and or were frontline investigators into the Clinton Foundation investigation. Another coincidence, right? Fast forward to 2009. James Comey leaves the Justice Department to go and cash in at Lockheed Martin. Hillary Clinton is running the State Department, official government business, on her own personal email server. The Uranium One issue comes to the attention of Hillary. Like all good public servants do, supposedly looking out for America's best interest, she decides to support the decision and approve the sale of 20% of U.S. uranium to no other than the Russians. Now you would think that this is a fairly straight up deal, except it wasn't. America got absolutely nothing out of it. However, prior to the sale's approval, no other than Bill Clinton goes to Moscow. We were covering this in real time, by the way. Gets paid $500,000 for a 1-hour speech, then meets with Vladimir Putin at his home for a few hours. Okay, no big deal, right? Well, not so fast. The FBI had a mole inside the money laundering and bribery scheme. Robert Mueller was the FBI director during this time frame. Yep, and he even delivered a uranium sample to Moscow in 2009. Who was handling that case with the Justice Department out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland? None other than Rod Rosenstein and what happened to the informant. The Department of Justice placed a gag order on him and threatened to lock him up if he spoke out about it. How does 20% of the most strategic asset of the United States of America end up in Russian hands when the FBI has an informant, a mole, providing inside information to the FBI on the criminal enterprise? Very soon after, the sale was approved. $145 million in donations made their way to the Clinton Foundation from entities directly connected to the Uranium One deal. Guess who was still at the IRS working the charitable division? None other than Lois Lerner. Okay, that's just another series of coincidences. Nothing to see here, right? Let's fast forward to 2015. Due to a series of tragic events in Benghazi, and after the 9 investigations, the House, Senate, and at the State Department, Trey Gowdy, who is running the 10th investigation as chairman of the Select Committee on Benghazi, discovers that the Hillary ran the State Department on an unclassified, unauthorized, outlaw personal email server. He also discovered that none of those emails had been turned over when she departed her public service as Secretary of State, which was required by law. I think they were in a house fire up in New York, weren't they? Remember when they're
Yeah.
He also discovered that there was top secret information contained within her personally archived email. Sparing you the State Department's cover-up, the nostrums they floated, the delay tactics that were employed, and the outright lies that were spewed forth from the necks of the Kerry State Department, we shall leave it with this. They did everything humanly possible to cover for Hillary. Now, this is amazing. Guess who became the FBI director in 2013? None other than James Comey, who secured 17 no-bid contracts for his employer, Lockheed Martin, with the State Department, and was rewarded with a $6 million thank you present when he departed his employer. Amazing how all those no-bids just went right through at State, huh? Now he is the FBI director in charge of the Clinton email investigation. After, of course, his FBI investigates the Lois Lerner matter at the Internal Revenue Service, and he exonerates her. Nope, couldn't find any crimes there. In April 2016, James Comey drafts an exoneration letter of Hillary Rodham Clinton. Meanwhile, the DOJ is handing out immunity deals like candy. They didn't even convene a grand jury. Like a lightning bolt of statistical impossibility, like a miracle from God himself, like the true gangsta Comey is, James steps out into the cameras of an awaiting press conference on July the 8th of 2016 and exonerates the Hillary from any wrongdoing. Do you see a pattern? It goes on and on. Rosenstein becomes Assistant Attorney General. Comey gets fired based upon a letter by Rosenstein. Comey leaks government information to the press. Mueller is assigned to the Russian investigation sham by Rosenstein to provide cover for decades of malfeasance within the FBI and the DOJ, and the story continues. FISA abuse, political espionage, picket crime, any crime, chances are this group and a few others did it. All the same players, all compromised and conflicted, all working fervently to not go to jail themselves, all connected in one way or another to the Clintons. They are like battery acid. They corrode. Hold on, I went a little bit too forward. They corrode and corrupt everything they touch. How many lives have these two destroyed? As of this writing, the Clinton Foundation, in its 20 plus years of operation of being the largest international charity fraud in the history of mankind, has never been audited by the Internal Revenue Service. Let us not forget that Comey's brother works for DLA Piper, the law firm that does the Clinton Foundation's taxes. The person that is the common denominator to all the crimes above and still doing her evil escape legal maneuvers at the top of the three-letter USA agencies. Yep, that would be Hillary R. Clinton. Now, who's Lisa Barsumian? Let's learn a little bit about Lisa Barsumian's background. An attorney that graduated from Georgetown Law as a protege of James Comey and Robert Mueller, and with her boss, Craig Lawrence, represented Bill Clinton in 1998. Wait do you see who her husband is. Lawrence also represented Robert Mueller 3 times, James Comey 5 times, Barack Obama 45 times, Kathleen Sebelius 56 times, Bill Clinton 40 times, and Hillary Clinton 17 times. Between 1998 and 2017, Barsumian herself represented the FBI at least 5 times. You may be saying to yourself, okay, who cares? Who cares about the work history of this Barsumian woman? Okay, hold on. What happened? Okay. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
Apparently, someone does, because someone out there cares so much that they've purged all Barsumian court documents for her Clinton representation in Hamburg versus Clinton in 1998 and its appeal in 99 from the D.C. District and Appeals Court dockets. Someone out there cares so much that even the internet has been purged of all information pertaining to Barsumian. Historically, this indicates that the individual is a protected CIA operative. Additionally, Lisa Barsumian has specialized in opposing Freedom of Information Act requests on behalf of the intelligence community. Although Barsumian has been involved in hundreds of cases representing the DC office and of the U.S. Attorney, her email address is lisabarsumian@nih.gov, another government organization to shield their activities. It's a cover. So big deal, right? What does one more attorney with ties to the U.S. intelligence community really matter? It deals with Trump and his recent tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum imports, the border wall, DACA, everything coming out of California, the uniparty unrelenting opposition to President Trump, the Clapper leaks, the Comey leaks, Attorney General Jeff Sessions' recusal, and subsequent 14-month nap with occasional forays into the marijuana legalization mix. And last but not least, Mueller's never-ending investigation into collusion between the Trump team and the Russians. So why does Barsumian CIA operative merit any mention? Because she is Assistant Attorney General Rod Rosenstein's wife.
Boom.
And let me just show you her right here.
Boom.
Boom. There's Rosenstein, and there's his doting, loving, not corrupt wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So isn't it fitting that this comes up now? Right? I would have never read this. I mean, we all were paying attention, like you mentioned, real time. We knew what was going on back then.
Yeah.
But you know, for them to point to this now,
Now, who?
very telling.
Now, I have read this.
It's in the drops. Some of it is in the drops.
Yeah. Who was it that posted this that you shared today?
Well, no, I connected this to Trump's video, the 732 timestamp. That's a 1932 drop.
Okay.
Right. And then the other thing I wanted to say, if you read that carefully, and that's why they said, I believe one of the reasons why they're saying to read it slowly and patiently, not only because of all the information, but who has said this time and time again? Really think about who you have heard say this time and time again. I could just see him saying it. Patel, Kash Patel. Kash Patel, remember, he worked under Nunes. And Nunes was the one that broke this shit wide open.
Right.
All right. And he was a trial attorney for the DOJ. All right. Special Joint Operations Command. This guy had all this information. So when you hear him talk about this, he talks about it off memory. He could literally tell you everything we just read off memory. Kash Patel.
Right.
So it just makes me wonder if this was him. You know, because they took this guy out hard, you know, and right, it was right around the same time that you know, Trump got banned, and I guess all of us, you should say, but I just, you know, when I read this, I hear him saying it.
So you think maybe he was the Great Awakening on Reddit then?
That's what I'm thinking. Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's not forget about the book that Kash Patel wrote also for kids.
Oh, the Emperor.
Right.
Yeah. That's interesting. You know, here's the thing that I think is so important for us all to really kind of wrap our heads around. And that is that if there's anything that we've learned in this great awakening that we are experiencing daily, and by the way, experiencing in a way that has not been fun, which is why I think you said enjoy the show 100 times, but just that we've learned. And whether we have learned through our experience with mainstream media or the indoctrination, our public education, or our the mainstream media, the Mockingbird media, Hollywood, music industry, if there's anything that we're learning, and even in the alternative space with some of these people that are popping up and people are like, you know, throwing their trust towards them, these fake anons and these people, like I wore my No Outside Comms shirt today, and a friend of mine, I stopped to help him with his neighbor, help him with something he needed a hand with tonight, and he said, "Hey, I love the shirt, man," and he's awake, and I said, "You know, this has served me." Because it's kept me from a lot of the fake anons or the people that pretend, you know, that they have information that have led a lot of people astray, and also put out a lot of dates and a lot of Trump's coming back this month, Trump's coming back next month, you know, et cetera, that we need to avoid because Q told us to avoid those people. Operators never divulge. No outside comms. Be careful who you follow. Beware those who profit from this awakening, this great awakening. So if there's one thing that we've learned through this maelstrom of information and absolute, very confusing time in human history, is that we need to look deeper than what's on the surface, because we can be quite, there could be a rough surface and it's calm down below. It could be a calm surface, but it's rough down below. But if there's anything I think that we've learned is that we need to look deeper. And what we are doing and what most Anons do and have done is when they see something, they look beyond, they look deeper into it. It's like somebody said something about the jabs. I'm guessing people that stayed away from the jabs actually did some research. And I thought, what a very basic thing to say, and yet how accurate. That the people, when I was fighting for the medical freedom in California, way before CV19, it was the people that I was, fighting with, alongside with, were very well educated on the subject of all the ingredients in the jabs. And they were much more educated than anybody that just went to their doctor and said, yeah, it's time for our wellness visit. Give us whatever things you think we need. So that's one of the things that I think we have in our favor, is that we're looking a little bit deeper at everything that pops up. And I think that's giving us an advantage. And I think that's what we're supposed to be doing. Certainly. Thoughts on that, guys?
Sorry. No, you're right. Absolutely. I was just dealing with a couple of trolls over on the Rumble side.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Yeah. No, it's just, yeah. People, how stupid people can be at times like this is just totally blows my mind,
And yeah, it's and there's people that are doing it right, and there's people that are doing it wrong, and it's unfortunately the people that are doing it right are catching the most heat. Not necessarily because once people are exposed, but it's really maddening to be in this fight and to have the same ignorance that got us into this mess to begin with, by handing over our minds to another, that perpetuates this that is taking so long for this great awakening to catch hold with the large part of the population. Very frustrating.
The difference between our listeners and a bunch of others is ours are pretty much grounded. They're, I would say probably the majority of them are grounded in calm. And know to, get online, start researching, find everything that you can. Because in the end, it's all going to boil down to, is what you have able to educate the person next to you? And our viewers do that very, very well. So, for somebody who's trying to do this 100% right, I think that's where we excel a little bit. And I'll shut up. So, Sir Oliver, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with you, Dave. And we have to keep in mind that even in fact, now more than ever, there are those who are trying to infiltrate this movement. They see that Trump is gaining support in the tens of thousands pretty much daily at this point. So they have to try to, step up their infiltration and come at us from every angle. As I mentioned earlier, anyone you hear saying that we should look into another candidate, you should immediately, you know, stop following that person or persons. Um, for me, it's Trump. It's always been Trump. I don't know why this happened to me the other day. Are you guys hearing that?
Hearing what?
You're not hearing that?
What is it?
My phone keeps saying Wonder Twin Powers activate.
There we
I
go.
swear to God. There you go.
Wish
Fish
I had a
bump.
ring.
So when I put my phone on the charger, it says that, and I programmed it to say that, but it's not plugged in.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah,
That's
we're
pretty
not
wild.
hearing it. We're not hearing it.
Okay, good. All right. So you that's funny. So you mentioned that this awakening is taking longer than it should have. And the main reason is because misinformation, disinformation, infiltration from within. I talked about how it could be a janitor, a teacher, a doctor, you name it, your neighbor. It could be anyone. This is the biggest movement,
Mhm.
the most important time in history. When Trump says things like that, I pay attention because he's been right too many times.
Yeah.
You can't disregard when he says things like that. When he says November 5th is going to be the most important day in history, I don't like to look at that date because I still feel something's going to happen before then where we're not going to have an election. But if we do get there and there is an actual election, it will be the most important day in the history of the world. Um, if he doesn't win, this is my first time even thinking about this. If he doesn't win, you can expect, chaos.
Yeah.
Because I think that would
A
be,
bloodbath.
yeah, I think that would be it. That would be it. Where the true patriots, guys I know that are just itching, that would be it. And that Q mentions that there won't be a civil war, and just to not to worry, sit back, enjoy the show. It's so hard to just sit back and enjoy the show because it's like a fucking roller coaster ride. You're up and down and sideways and upside down, and takes you through all these twists and turns, and
Yeah.
it's so stressful, but yet calming and reassuring. You know, um, it's hard. It's difficult trying to even talk to certain people is almost impossible. But it is what we have to do. We each have to go out, and every time we're out and we have an opportunity to speak to someone, I do that all the time. I strike up conversations with strangers all the time. I want to know where their head's at. And if they don't understand what's going on, I give them little inklings, for them to think about, and hopefully they'll look into it. You know, that's what needs to happen. There are so many people who are clueless as to what took place, in the last 5 to 7 years, yet alone 10, 20 years, 30 years, 40, 50, 60 years. They're just absolutely clueless. So it's our job, guys like you, Dave, who know a lot. You've accumulated so much information over time. It's so important for you to get out. And I commend you because you've done that. You've actually done that. Your beach walks and all that. You do your thing. And that's why you have your base, which is great. But everyone needs to do that. Everyone who has this information that they've, learned over the last few years and they're pretty well versed in at this point, needs to get out and talk to people, especially the older people, the boomers who are probably fucking gone at this point, a lot of them.
Right.
But a lot of them don't, they're just not informed. I remember talking to my in-laws for the first time about the Bushes. They didn't have a clue. And it took them years to come around, but they finally came around. So we just have to, stick with it, Don't waver, because we've been giving enough proofs to understand what's going on. So we kind of have to remember those proofs. Do not waver, and just keep sharing the message and enlightening people. I try not to be rude or how you call it.
Arrogant.
I try. Yeah, no, I'm not. I try to be as receptive as I expect them to be. Right. So I talk, I listen. I talk, I listen. You understand? You can't just try to force feed information to people. You have to say a few words and then listen, because sometimes people have a lot to say, or they may have a lot of questions, and it just takes time, unfortunately.
Well, you mentioned the Bushes, and I just saw yesterday. I rewatched George W. Bush talking about how bad Putin is to invade this country, Ukraine, and you remember, and he says, for a president to invade a sovereign country like Iraq, and he's like, Ukraine. It's like, I'm sorry, but that was scripted. This is post, getting the letters at his father's funeral, and he is, and this is what I said the other day too, is that, listen, they've been reading scripts by the people that are financing their campaigns, who are pulling the strings, that have pictures of them with children and video with them with small children doing horrendous things. They're reading their script. But now we have it all. Q mentioned that many times. And we saw the Five Eyes. We saw the NSA. Now they're all reading the white hat script. And what I was saying earlier, Oliver, about I did a video last night, but I didn't post it because it's like, if it's not live, then it takes forever to upload, and I need Wi-Fi. And I was out on my phone. I was walking, one of the outdoor malls close by, and I titled it, if I was writing the white hat script, I would be doing exactly what they're doing. Because think about Hawk just dropped this to me from Attorney General Ken Paxton of Texas. This verdict is an outright assault not only on President Trump, but on every American who believes in justice and the rule of law. This is a battle of good versus evil. And let me be clear, the political elite may think they've won this battle, but President Trump and the unstoppable MAGA movement will win the war. We were talking about that earlier today. America will never be the same after today, but we will fight back harder than ever for the values and freedom that define our nation. The American people know President Trump is innocent, and together we will stand by him and prevail. That's kind of what we're talking about here is, yeah, they're going to, Hawk, you were just saying how they're going to, the elite are going to be like, oh yeah, we won. Yay. Trump's going to prison and, this and that. But more often than not, more often than ever before that we've experienced, those people are going to run into people that are going to say, are you serious? Are you shitting me right now? Are you
expose themselves more? That's,
say again.
They're going to expose themselves more. Yes. It's like looking at the verdict and realizing now we watch for the rhinos. Now we start watching for any Republican that comes out and basically says Trump got what he deserved, kind of thing, and starts really pushing this. He deserved to be sentenced to that. He, or deserved to be convicted for that. Everybody is showing themselves, and we're seeing more and more and more of that every day. And if listen, folks, I know that life is not easy right now. I know that the economy really, really sucks beyond all belief. Okay. But take and turn whatever stress or anger or anxiety, turn it over to the Creator and let him deal with that. Okay. It's too important for us all to stick together. Okay. We try to support each other as much as we can. There are things that we can do and things that we can't do. But the fact is that right now we are in this moment together. We are in this movement right now, in this moment together.
Yep.
How many people are out there all by themselves trying to figure it out? The one thing that you guys can be guaranteed that you have is a support network. Okay. Sure, we may not be able to help you financially, but spiritually, we do our damnedest. Information wise, we do our damnedest. Research wise, we do our damnedest. Okay. And the more that gets revealed about the rhinos and the real heavy hitters on the Democrat side, as they become more and more and more exposed, we know what our job is. Share that exposure, show people the truth, show it to them. Sometimes you have to show the people. That's not just, and it's not just a Q saying. We've been saying that since the 60s that I know of. You know, sometimes the best way to learn a job is practical application, on the job learning. That's what you're doing right now. Okay. Where it boils down to researching, learning how to find things, learning where to look to find the most accurate and truthful information. Okay. And sometimes we have to show the people. So no matter how bad you think you got it right this moment, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to get 10 to 20% worse before this is done.
Yep.
10 to 20% worse. And I'm being extremely generous with how much you guys have learned over these last 5 to 7 years. Okay. That's it. I'm being generous, giving you guys credit for paying attention, for researching on your own, for gathering information. If you didn't have that information, you'd be at the 50% mark with everybody else. So believe in yourselves. Okay. We just got done reading a post not long ago. Trust yourself. Trust your research. Believe. Believe. It's that simple. Believe. Even if you don't believe in God, believe in something. Believe in your country. Believe in yourself. Start with that and then work your way to God, if that's what it takes.
You know, you just said earlier, we were looking at, have faith, patriots. You know, is what Q said. Have faith. We were sent there through, I can't remember how we were sent there, but you know, one of the things about having faith and believe in something that you're talking about, Hawk, is that, you know, even, and I said this last week, even if you don't believe in the Bible or don't believe in Jesus, you can learn from the teachings of these entities. And if you don't believe in Q, that's fine. You don't have to, but you could still learn from the teachings and from some of the things that we're getting, because we're able to handle things a little bit differently than people that are still stuck in this system. I'm telling you, folks, the scripting that is happening right now, the script writing that's happening here, I believe is a large percentage of what we're witnessing every day. And I believe that we went to all those clips of all the people that said this is a witch hunt, this is unprecedented, blah, 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 blah. They either had that ready to go, like they knew these people were going to grab this for this, and we're going to put it together. Certainly they could have done that, but they did it pretty quickly, and they knew exactly where to look, and they knew exactly probably what was going to be said. I think this is all a part of this show, all a part of the Great Awakening. And even though we were talking earlier about the military and all the comms that we're getting from the military, and by the way, I haven't looked at the military, Twitter accounts, X accounts, which I want to do, but we were talking about the military with the raceway, and Trump was there, and the 17 spinning out in front, and 17 car, and the military with the SEALs coming down out of the helicopters, and a lot of links to the military, a lot of links to North Korea and what's happening with Russia, what's happening with China surrounding Taiwan, and exercises, and the chatter about nuclear weapons, and if NATO gets involved, if Sweden gets involved with their satellites to help the Ukraine pinpoint areas for nuclear weapon attack, this is all like ramping up, and we're all being exposed to this. And the thing about this is that is so unbelievable is just the sheer amount of craziness that's happening, that we can't help but be exposed to it. We can't help but have it dump in our lap. And thus, you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. But I mentioned the military and how significant that is in this point in human history, because we're speaking right now of a real danger of nuclear war. The fact that we're even talking about it, surrounding Russia, surrounding Ukraine, is absolutely absurd. But the fact of the matter is we are. But military is the only way, okay? And it's not even that, it's the only way is military. Was the Q drop that a lot of the fake anons have brought up as if that's the only way that this is going to change. But I want to reiterate, and I've said this many times to my audience, is that 20 times Q has said transparency, accountability, justice is the only way forward. 20 times. So 20-1 military, but accountability, transparency. That's what we're doing here. That's what my goal has been, to no outside comms. Tap into News Unlocks the Map. Tap into the timestamps that Trump has given us, that Scavino has given us. Go to the deltas. What's happening today was significantly talked about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. It is, and so this is what we need to understand, is the importance of the transparency, because the reason why the mainstream, the reason why this cabal, this military industrial complex that we were warned about, okay? We were warned about this, the military industrial complex. The reason why they use false flags, whether it be World War I, Lusitania, World War II with Pearl Harbor, the Vietnam War with USS Maddox, and that, you know, that they were never fired upon. You know, we heard about it from the servicemen coming off the boat in San Diego in the San Diego newspaper, and we heard it from McNamara on his deathbed. The best and the brightest. I took American history in college. That was my major with a business minor. It was a political science history major. I read The Best and the Brightest, which was this supposedly recounting of the JFK administration through into the Vietnam War and beyond. And they were called The Best and the Brightest. This was written by David Halberstam, who I met in New York, actually, many years later in Central Park. He was walking his dog, and I'm like, "You're David Halberstam." He's like, "Yes, I am." He's an older gentleman. And I said, "Oh, yeah, I read your book and this and that. You're amazing." I read 2 of his books. But at the time, I wasn't awake. So I wasn't realizing he was a part of the mechanism. He was a part of this Camelot, create this beautiful concept and vision of what the government is really there for, and how they're fighting wars, and how we're protecting and helping people. He was a part of this Mockingbird media, and I didn't even realize it. And so, but this continual perpetuation of these things that got us into wars was because they needed the population to be on board with it. They needed us to be. Thank you, Mr. Sciatica. Yes, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate you, brother. They needed to be on board with this to make it possible for the government to move forward. That is what they still need to this day. They got a big dose of go fuck yourself today. Because we're not putting up with this shit. We're not putting up with this fake DOJ, this fake, you know, DA, Alvin, you know, Fat Albert Bragg. You know, we're not doing this shit. We're not playing your stupid fucking games. And you're going to find out, you're going to fuck around and find out, because now you're going to see the backlash. You're going to see how a population rises up and says, no more. This ain't going to happen. And we're not going to put up with this shit. And this is literally exposing some of the worst people on the planet. All these things are being exposed one at a time.
You know, Dave, it's like looking at 9/11. Okay. Could they have passed the Patriot Act without 9/11?
Oh, by the way, the ultimate false flag. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. No, never. You
know, gun control. Would they have been able to push gun control if Columbine hadn't been the start off?
No.
You know, what did they utilize? They utilized it more than once. Look at Randy Ruby Ridge.
Weaver.
Randy
Weaver.
Okay. It's how do you affect the kid? You take out the mom.
Fuck, man.
Okay.
She was holding her baby when they shot her.
Yep. The Murr building. What was the one thing that they emphasized about the explosion at the Murr building? It sure as hell wasn't the fact that the explosion happened right where the office that had all the evidence against Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton for the Arkansas stuff. Okay. What did they say it hit? Nursery. It hit the nursery school. Folks, they've been using these events in order to control everything for years.
And by the way, we were fed the story that it was a van full of manure.
Yep. Those explosives were inside.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, I mean, it's just every time. I mean, it's every time.
That wall would have tumbled in, not tumbled out.
Yeah.
Okay. I know this as an artilleryman. Okay. That the penetration of a round, okay, ensures incineration inside. Okay. And once the shell is through and the detonator is activated, then then you're going to have an outward explosion from that point on. It's like it's nuts. It's nuts. But the thing is that no matter how much they are controlling or attempting to control the narrative now, people are really seeing through it. I give a lot of credit to the Democrats who actually have been paying attention, that are walking away from the plantation. And it doesn't matter what color you are. Okay. Because let me tell you, there were white slaves and black slaves. Okay. There were more black owners of slaves than there were white owners of slaves. Okay. So everybody comes from the plantation in one form or another. Okay. So when I say that, I'm not using it as a derogatory towards anybody of color or anything else. Okay. We've all been stuck on the plantation. We were all manipulated. Now it's our turn. Now we get to use what they used against us in order to bring them down once and for all. Because we cannot move forward in this country as a nation, as we the people, until we eradicate the evil that is in our midst.
Yep. The truth destroys the world they live in, Chessboard says.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Facts. Facts. Love facts.
Yep. Yep. And thank you, Dina. And thank you guys that are supporting this Truthcast and this work that we're doing. Hawk and I give this all away, and always have, always will. We don't have a paywall. We don't have merch. We don't have.
I had a T-shirt once.
Yeah, I did too. I got these back in the day.
I had a mustard seed T-shirt that now I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but she had it made, and people went to Teespring, they bought it. Those that wanted.
Did it look like this? Did it look like this boob?
No, that's not a boob. That's a finger with a seed on it.
I know.
If that's a boob, that's a sorry looking boob. Okay.
Hey, it's right. I'm sorry, man. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
And speaking of boobs, let me tell you, you guys.
Yeah, I'm one, right?
Speaking of boobs,
you cannot experience a day without Mr. Sciatica sending you pictures of Letitia Peekaboo James without a top on. Okay. And he didn't do it just once. He did it to me multiple times. And the thing is, I'm live. He's like, open my message. Open my message. I open my message. And when you got this woman with her boobs hanging out. Like,
oh, that's good. Oh, God. Yeah. He's got some dank memes too. Some funny memes, guys. Mr. Sciatica on X.
He does.
At Kevin Rotello. Check him out, guys. He's a lot of fun. And he's a good friend of the crew, good supporter of what we're doing here, and grateful to you, Kevin. At Kevin Rotello, by the way. I can't find.
He's telling you to drop your link. Actually, here I'll pull up the links for you guys for Dave. Give me a second here. I know it's right here. It's got all three of them on there. Here you go. The best one for him, though, honestly, is the Cash App one. That's the best one for him. He doesn't have to wait for it. The others he's got to go through. You got to go through other things in order to get a hold of it. So if
Zelle goes straight there too. Thank you. Thank you, June, and thank you, Dina, for your donations, and Kevin and Diana. Thank you.
And Margaret. I've always loved that name, Margaret. I don't know
It's a
why.
great name.
It is.
Margaret, Maggie, Peggy. A lot of nicknames come off of that. But yeah, they. Thank you guys. I mean, you know, just in terms of the absolute kind of I guess the shock of today. I really, you know, as much as it's not a shock to some of us, but it really is, like how, you know, Oliver, you and I were just talking about how it kind of, you know, kind of knocked me off balance for a minute. Right. But I think it's going to be more significant than we even realize as time goes on. Like I said, they're going to be talking about this. And now you've got, you know, people like MSNBC and, you know, all these pundits that are now they're really seeing a true and present danger in our country by those who, you know, mean to hold on to power.
Yeah. And, you know, Deborah L. West here, she it's a good comment, but I have to beg to differ a little bit. She says all roads lead to the Clintons. Okay. Well, there are quite a few roads that lead to the Clintons. What it is, it's the people who are behind the Clintons, the people who are behind the Bidens, that are behind the corrupt justices. That's where the roads are leading. We may not have their names yet, but believe me, it's all gonna come to wash. And the thing is once these people start going down, just like dominoes, okay, they're going to be ratting out the person who's directly above them. And then that person's going to rat out the person above them, because they're going to do everything that they can to try and save their own lives.
Yep. Absolutely.
I think that's already happening.
Yeah.
I think it's already happened. I think that when all this began, and I'm going back to 2016, when they realized Trump was going to be president, that's when they started turning on each other, because they didn't expect that, right? So we now know that they didn't expect her to lose. They had it all planned out. They had it rigged, and she was supposed to be there for at least 8 years. When that didn't happen, not only did they panic, they started turning on each other.
Yep.
What
But they ran
happened?
for the hills.
Huh?
They started running for the hills.
Well,
I mean,
you got to
look at all those CEOs and everything.
Well, yeah, because a lot of those CEOs, major companies, by the way, they didn't operate the way the Clintons operated. You know, the Clintons have been in this game since early 70s, and they were very powerful people. You know, I mean, they appointed Supreme Court justices. You know, they had the direct connection to Colombia. You know, they are responsible, in my opinion, and many others, for at least 52, 53 murders, or I should say suicides.
Yeah.
It's more than that now. I think it's in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, just on the individuals, not counting the takedown of the airliner that Ron Brown was on in Yugoslavia.
That's right. So and people who knew the Clintons, like the true Clintons, they're just terrified of them. And this is me speaking from what I know from people who operate that way. All right. When you have that much power where you can literally make a call and shit gets done, people are afraid of you. Now, you think about the those who they were involved with globally, world leaders, right? Major CEOs of major corporations and financial institutions. When you think of Jeffrey Epstein and the connections there, um, I don't, I don't, I never thought that Obama and Hillary were on the same page. You know, I
Well, yeah,
always
they were rivals there for a while.
right,
Obviously.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, and you got to think that when Obama and Q talks about this, that certain measures were taken,
Mm-hmm.
on Obama's way out, and I cannot see Obama leaving everything up to Hillary. So he implemented certain people within the next administration, thinking it was going to be Clinton. He implemented, or rather injected, his people so that he can continue to control the administration. But when Trump took over, he immediately removed all those people, and there was quite a few. It was about over 200 people, from what I recall. And he actually closed some departments, some
Yeah.
civilian departments, all
Yep.
tied to Obama. So now, what does Hillary do? She's in debt to the Saudis. She's got the Haiti thing, over her head. She's got the Uranium One, the Benghazi. She's got all these things to worry about now. Obama's got Fast and Furious, Benghazi, all these other things to worry about. So
Yeah.
they start turning on each other because without a doubt, no doubt in my mind, that President Trump approached both of them personally and showed them what he has on them. There's no doubt in my mind that occurred. Will we ever know that? I don't know. This is me talking. So when you have two powers, two elite powers, or even you can even call them, I don't know if you want to call them empires, but you get what I'm saying. Kind of vying for the same power, they're gonna do everything they can to cancel each other out, and so they start going to their connections and start asking favors, and start pulling strings. But Q talks about strings being cut. And Q talks about how they're fighting for their lives, in particular Hillary Clinton, how she's fighting for her life.
Yeah.
So fast forward to today and everything that's going on. They don't have any power. How many times did Q say you'd be foolish to think that Soros, Obama,
Yeah.
Hillary all have more power than POTUS? All of them combined do not have more power than POTUS. And that's very significant.
Yes.
It's an information war, which means to me that he's got enough information to put them all out whenever he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Just cancel them out of the equation. But he's doing it in such a, such a way that it's waking everyone up. Right? Appear weak when you're strong and strong when you're weak.
Sun Tzu.
That's what he's doing right now. He's appearing very weak. When I saw him give his speeches, his shoulders are down. He's a master at this shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Everyone think that he's it's a corrupt system. It's rigged and this that. He sounds very somber. Like he's not that usual lion that he is. But then he puts out a post where the lion comes in.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Yeah. He plays a temporary victim quite well, but then comes back to show you he's not a victim.
Right. But he does it through his videos or memes.
Yeah.
He wants to appear to the public like he's a victim, which he is. He is 100%.
Yeah.
He's a victim right now. And how many people I could tell you right now, I know a lot of guys that were railroaded through the system. Shit, they try to railroad me. And I could tell you right now that these guys are probably looking at Trump like they looked at themselves 25 years ago. I mean, these are guys that they're probably not going to see daylight again.
Yeah.
You know, some of them have been in there 20 years, 25 years, what have you. You know, they know they were railroaded. They know that if they didn't cop out, they probably would have gotten hit with more time, that kind of thing. All these guys now are now looking at Trump like he's one of them. And I really wholeheartedly believe that that was part of the plan, especially him being in New York. That was his opportunity to show New Yorkers, like, look, they do it to me too.
He's got street cred.
That's right.
Nobody, but Biden lies to attempt to get street cred. I mean,
Trump always had street cred, Dave.
he really did. You're right.
He always had street cred. Now he's just
Yeah.
reminding everybody who he really is.
Yeah. And if they can do this to him, what can they do to the rest of us? What are they doing to the rest of us? You know?
Like he said to me when I saw him that day, he goes, "Oh, they're gonna try, but they're not gonna.
Yeah.
They're gonna try again. They're gonna try to steal this. You know that, but
Yeah.
they're not gonna." And he was so confident when he said that, as if he
Yeah.
already knows the outcome.
So
Yeah.
here's
He
the
stopped
other
signing the hat and said, but they're not going to do it.
Right.
Well, and here's the other thing. We know that Donald Trump is a big fan of Sun Tzu, right? One of Sun Tzu's one of his big things was fight the enemy where they're not.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I want to remind everybody, where did Q start? Boards wise.
4chan.
Who wasn't on there?
Who wasn't on there?
Who wasn't on there? Who did not have the attention? Who did not pay attention to 4chan until after the boards came out?
The cabal.
He already had a jump on them.
The deep state.
Right. Right.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. It was, and they, they went
He
straight.
was already on. He was already on there. Trump was already on 4chan before Q.
Was he?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh,
100%.
I don't know if I knew that.
Yeah, I'll find it and I'll show it to you.
I don't think I knew that. Wow.
He was on there. I want to
That's
say as far back as 2014. I want to say he was on there. And when you look at the actual drops, he presented himself before Q did.
How did he present himself?
The 41020. The 41020 was before Q started signing off with the Q.
Oh, but it was after the zero and the first drop.
Yeah.
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 41020.
No. But
it was-
before the first and before the zero and the first, Trump was already on 4chan. That's a fact, and I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
But when the
Wow.
drops began, Q came out on 61, I believe. Drop 61 was the first time he came out with the Q. 61 or 62. Prior to that, you saw the 41020.
Mm.
I believe he did that twice before Q came out. Don't quote me on that. Maybe it's just the one time, but it was before he started signing off with Q. So,
Well, another interesting tidbit, and people probably remember it, you were talking about the Clintons. Hillary had her hooks well into the DNC and well into the White House and well into the DOJ way before anybody has, is giving her credit for. She was part of the investigation into the Nixon Watergate.
That's
And that
right.
was when she was still a Rodham. She wasn't even married to Bill yet.
She was working with Judge Breyer on that case.
Yeah. I think I have that pulled up. I think I have that bookmarked, actually. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, that was Watergate. She got fired for lying. What's that?
Lack of ethics.
Yeah. Imagine that. Yeah, man. What a piece of work, man, she is. I mean, it's uncanny, the level of depravity. And then who her friends are and were, with what's his name? With Bird.
Right.
Who was a Ku Klux Klan dude, man. It's like, you got to be kidding me. It's like, you can't make this stuff up, man. This is like, of all the women, like, I remember when she was running, and I was saying, listen, guys.
Oh, you got school tomorrow.
What's that?
No, I was talking to my daughter.
Oh, okay. She was basically, running, and people were like, well, we need a woman. It's time for a woman. It's like, listen, we need a woman, not Hillary. Okay. There's a big difference. Big difference.
Dave, I'm gonna send you something. You're gonna laugh. I promise. You're gonna laugh. I'm gonna send it to you through Signal.
You use Signal?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's how we communicate.
Signal's no good, bro.
Well, it's better than WhatsApp and our phone system.
Try XX Messenger. Look into that when you have time. Actually, I'll send you the link.
You mean X Messenger or XX Messenger?
XX Messenger. It's blockchain technology.
Oh, okay.
Blockchain-based communication. I should have told you this a long time ago.
Yeah, well, you're holding out on me, bro. Come on. I mean, this is like this stuff I've been dropping. It's like
Zuckerberg is Snowden, I should say. Snowden is part of Signal.
Okay.
It was part of the creation of Signal. Yeah, so real quick, 61, I was right. 61 was the first time Q presented himself as Q.
Right.
Prior to that, 41020 was 40 and 35.
Okay. Well, that's what I meant. It was after the 0 and 1 where Q was anonymous. Right.
We don't know who it was at that point. You know what I mean? It could have been anybody.
But
even
just in
Q,
terms of the same
right.
languaging, the same, same languaging that was used, right? That's what I go on.
I'm gonna point out this similarity that you probably never thought of before. Two things. Bill Cooper. You know Bill Cooper.
Sure.
and the way he writes. Go back and look at Bill Cooper and the way he writes. And Melania Trump and how she uses all caps. Just to give you a little
Wait a minute. Are you saying Melania is Bill Cooper?
That's what I was just gonna say.
Dude, hey, listen. All caps is not going to sell. All caps is not going to sell me on that conspiracy. I'll tell you that right now. Because I've seen
I'm not
Bill
saying
Cooper's
anything.
legs, and they're not anywhere near.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that there's any correlation between those two people. I'm just saying the style of their writing
Okay.
and what we see still to this day with the caps, you know, mixed in with the rest of the dialogue. That's on a regular basis. And it's always
Okay.
been that way. You know, Bill Cooper, I know for a fact, wrote like that. And Melania Trump, her handle alone is all caps. Her handle and her name it's all caps. And every now and then she'll do all caps. Just wanted to throw that out there. You know, I'm not saying anything. Just I noticed that. That's all.
This is the Hillary one I was looking for earlier. And as a 27-year-old staff attorney for the House Judiciary Committee during the Watergate investigation, Hillary Rodham was fired by her supervisor, lifelong Democrat Jerry Zeifman. When asked why Hillary was fired, Zeifman said in an interview, because she was a liar, she was an unethical, dishonest lawyer, she conspired to violate the Constitution, the rules of the House, the rules of the committee, and the rules of confidentiality. Other than that, she was awesome. He went on to say, right? Yeah.
But she still got to be a first lady, a senator, and you know, just all those things she got to be, even though everybody knew back in the 60s that she was crooked.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Let me pull up, let me find out what Slow sent me here.
Yeah, some memes just write themselves. That's the caption above it.
That's right. You sent it in Signal.
Yeah.
So, you know, the thing about Signal, Oliver, was that I did, I know that Q said that Signal was not safe. But it's not safe for the deep state, because they thought they were communicating with Antifa and all those fires that were set. They were communicating on Signal, and Q said they thought that they were safe on Signal. They're not. And so, but I don't think the deep state has access to Signal. I think the White Hats do because of the NSA. So that's just my take on that. What do you think?
Well, you know, I'm gonna also toss in there that when your phone service is completely out, Signal still works to call.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Through Wi-Fi. Hold on. What are we looking at? Some memes just write themselves. Is that Hillary and who is that? Johnny Depp's ex?
I think so.
Who is that?
I don't know who it is. I seen this one day when I still had Facebook, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta have this," and I just screenshot it, and I was like, "Yep, this is awesome." If you look at the donuts.
All right. Are we going below the belt here on this? Is that?
You mean literally? Yeah.
Okay. All right. It could be the mouth too, though. Look at that, and the and the holes that they put in others. By the way, too. Hillary's put more holes in than most. Yeah, that's funny.
Okay.
Holy cow, gentlemen. Beautiful evening here. Especially, I think that I hope that everybody is, I guess, just finding solace in this conversation, support in this conversation, faith of the plan and all that is happening right now behind the scenes and in front of us. I just think that it was important to have this conversation tonight and ongoing as well because of the absolute shit show that we are living through right now. I never before in human history have we been under such a onslaught of information, of misinformation, disinformation, and trying to sift through it all. And I always go to the tenets of Q when it comes to that. No outside comms. Operators never divulge. If somebody's telling you they're in the military and they know for sure that something's going to happen on this particular day or that this particular thing is going to happen, it's bullshit because they would not be allowed to reveal that kind of information. And Trump even talked about this. He would not reveal his strategy to the public. He didn't even let Congress know about Soleimani because he knew that Soleimani would be tipped off by our Congress, by our insurrectionists, Muslim Brotherhood within the Congress, within these factions. And all these things about people that pretend like they know what's happening. Folks, I guarantee you, Q is not reaching out to podcasters with information necessary for this, unraveling of the events that are occurring. They're not doing it. No podcasters getting inside intel, inside information. Period. End of story.
Yeah. No
So stop
outside-
looking for it. Stop looking for it and stop handing over your fucking mind to these morons, these fake anons.
That's why it says the news unlocks the map. If Q wanted to tell people, he would just tell people. That's not the way it works. Everything's got to be under the kind of like a cloak and dagger kind of thing.
Well,
Because-
it's, with the questions, think of the questions. When you go through the questions that Q asked in the beginning, it really went to serve the purpose of getting people to research on their own. To turn people back into picking up books and researching like we learned how to do back in the 60s and 70s in school. Okay. You think about it. How often in your lifetime since you graduated school was it necessary for you to crack a book and dig for information up until this came along? It's the idea that the awakening wasn't just about, showing you who all the bad people were. It was showing you that you have intellect, you have discernment, you have the capability of finding the answers to questions. Something that we relied upon just asking Google to answer our questions. Hey, Google, what did it do? It's the same thing with Alexa. Everybody has been depending on those things. Now people are going to Chat GPT. Come on. Let's be serious here. Q reminded us how to research, how to re-educate ourselves with the right information instead of the mainstream information. And I think that is the biggest pull about Q that a lot of people don't get. A lot of the answers to those questions were written by anons and given to or written back to Q, and Q would confirm the person's research. leading us farther and farther and farther down this path. You know, to think that Q has manipulated the mind is actually the oxymoron, because Q taught us that we have brains of our own. Michelle Clifford just said it. Be a free thinker. You can't put it any simpler than that. I'll shut up now.
So, hey, Dave, I know I'm kind of getting off topic here, and I apologize. So Donald Trump Jr. put out about an hour ago that Merchan's daughter is already making money off of the verdict today.
Did he do that on Truth?
No, it's Twitter.
Okay.
And he had quoted Francis Brennan, corrupt and conflicted judge Juan Merchan daughter is already out making money off today's verdict. And it has a thing, Adam Schiff for Senate, breaking news, a jury of 12 ordinary citizens just found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 counts. So I'm taking this to mean that Adam Schiff is going to start coming back into the picture again.
Here it is. Judge Merchan and his family are a bunch of Democrat donors and political operatives lining their pockets while interfering in an election to help Joe Biden. Corrupt and conflicted Judge Juan Merchan's daughter is already out making money off today's verdict. Adam Schiff for Senate. A jury of 12 ordinary citizens. Yep. Yep. Unbelievable. And she was, she was tied in with Kamala as well. Listen, we can't really move forward without checking in with the Krasenstein brothers.
Fuck the Krasenstein.
Hold on. Come on, guys. Don't laugh. Listen, these guys are just out there. They're being honest with people. They're not getting paid for every post that they make. Okay. Breaking. The verdict is in. Guilty on all counts. Trump is officially a convicted felon. You are either now planning to vote for a convicted felon for president, or you are not. Stop pretending that the side that is not voting for the felon is the crazy one.
Oh my God.
If I asked any American in 2016 whether they would vote for a convicted felon, 99.9% would have said, heck no. Brian, clean up your language. Okay. You changed not the American judicial system or American justice system. Okay. All right. So then, okay, let me go to his brother Ed, the twin brother Ed. Okay. Look at this picture. They're with RFK Jr. at Mario Nafal's interview of RFK Jr. My friends, RFK Jr. Basically comes up to my nipple. Okay. He's 5'9", and probably not even that high. These guys, they each weigh. This guy's my left leg. This guy's my right leg. Okay. These are little boys who are getting paid to propagandize you. They've admitted it on camera. I don't even know which one admitted it on camera. These are tools that look pretty, pretty significant in their Twitter profiles, but they're not. They are paid trolls, and that is all that Biden has, because nobody's showing up for Biden. Nobody cares about Biden. Biden has awakened more people than I ever hope to be to awaken. Any of us,
Yeah.
all of us
Yeah.
combined. And all he
So
has
wait,
to
you're
do
saying
is
that these, so you're saying that the Krasenstein sisters are $110 wet.
yeah.
On top of that, they're flaming fags. Did I hear that correctly?
I did not say that. If I inferred
Okay.
it,
I said it.
I
I said it.
apologize to all
Sir
the gay
Oliver said it.
people out there.
Sir Oliver said it. Those two guys, the steers, queers. Listen,
Is there-
it's
okay.
a shame because they make so much money month in and month out over asking questions, you know, and getting us riled up. Almost every single one of their posts is a question, you know, and every chance they get to come at us, they do. And they
Yeah.
get paid for it. They get paid big time. I saw when they first started announcing their checks, these guys are making 35 grand plus a month.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. Okay? Yeah.
And it's
Tell me
all
about it.
organic though. Because look at this. Look who we just bumped into. Yeah, they just bumped into him.
Yeah. None of
Okay.
it's organic. They're like Mario. They pay for their followers.
Yep.
And that's how they make their money.
Yeah. But they pretend it's organic. That's where, we've
Right.
escaped that absolute, paradigm of propaganda and deception by asking questions. And by the way, it was Aristotle who said, the sign of intelligence is to be able to hold, two thoughts in your mind without committing to either. Something to that effect. And who taught Aristotle? But Socrates. Some people.
Socrates.
Oh, is that how you pronounce it? Okay.
Yeah, I always said Socrates. Socrates. I'm gonna
And
use
so-
that from now on. Socrates.
Yeah, right. That's how I really impress the ladies, by the way. And Socrates asked questions,
right?
Just like you,
right?
Like Hawk, you were talking about how it engages the person on the other side, on the other end, to seek for themselves the information.
Right.
I mean, you're enriching yourself. You think about it. When you do that kind of researching and stuff, you're enriching yourself.
Right.
Okay. Because the knowledge that you can gain and putting all the pieces together, sitting down to have a conversation with somebody, when this all comes, hey, enough. Not quit. Wait up. One of the puppies wanted to love on dad, and dad doesn't like getting kissed like that, I guess. When you engage with people, the more informative you are about a particular topic and the more information that you have, the easier it's going to be to get them in turn to do research themselves. They may discover something that you never even found, and be like, oh my God, look, you didn't have this. I got this too. It spurs a motivation within people to want to dig more, to want to look for these things, to find the answers, to discover a truth that goes beyond anything that they first believed, and become so firm in that truth that they can stand in it against any type of assault, and be able to debate and reason and have proper discourse with people. It's when we don't take the time to read, to learn, to research, to grab a hold of the fundamentals, and that we become complacent. But complicit is the first word. We become complicit in what they are doing because of our lack of knowledge and the lack of wanting to gain that knowledge. So let's stop being complicit and be counterproductive instead. You know, it's counterproductive to them, you know, and moving us forward is what I meant. Yeah. So, all right, I'll shut up. I get going. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, you gotta walk around and smack some people up because there's just no way they're gonna wake up. Some people are just too far gone. You know.
Well, what were we told? 4 to 10%. 4 to 10% of the people will never.
4 to 6% lost forever, brainwashed forever. Hey, really quick, I just noticed that Sciatica reached out and told me to call him out on the picture of Letitia James you guys were talking about. Letitia James showing her breasts. That's not Letitia James. I started to say it earlier, and I said, you know what, let me not say anything, but now I have to because I do remember calling him out on it. That's Plaskett, Representative Plaskett from the Virgin Islands, who took a donation, a significant donation from Jeffrey Epstein and refused to give it back.
Oh, right.
That's her. Yeah, I've had that photo for a long time, and that I know for a fact that's her.
I didn't keep the photo myself. I just.
I like to look at it every now and then. I'm just kidding, but yeah, that's definitely Plaskett.
Wait a minute. I've seen it, and
no, that's not her.
Yeah, bro. That's Plaskett.
That doesn't look like. That
That's
doesn't.
her. 100%.
I'm with Hawk on this one.
Bring it up.
Okay, hang on.
Bring it up.
Isn't that going to get us kicked off your channels?
No, I just didn't want to have to see it again. You know, it's.
I'm telling you, that's her.
I think Oliver and Kevin threw the wrench into the works just so that we would show
it. I'm beginning to think that myself, but you know,
yeah, I don't trust him, Hawk.
That photo was around before Letitia James came into the picture, and it had to do with Jeffrey Epstein, her connection to Jeffrey Epstein. That's when that photo emerged.
Okay, I'm almost there. Wow, this guy sent me a lot of stuff. Let me tell you. He even sent me Mark Zuckerberg's boobs. I mean, for Pete's sake, this guy, you know.
You mean the half a gallon of Elmer's paste?
Yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. It's something special, no doubt about that. Where is it? Come on now. Well, here we go. Okay. All right. Oh, my Lord. Here I go. I'm going to get myself kicked off. Here we go.
How can I get this up on my laptop where we are right now?
Yeah, see, this is Peekaboo James, man. I don't think that's Plaskett.
Man. Put a picture of Plaskett next time.
Trump calls her Peekaboo.
No.
That's it. I'm telling you, that's...
No,
man. I think she may have been a stripper in her previous life, and because that other lady, she's way too skinny. This is a big girl, and those are some big bazoombas. Okay,
I don't get the. I can't believe though that she would, show those with those big red rashes on there. I don't get that. Like what?
Look at the
original picture.
If you look at these cheek lines, that's her.
No, man.
The jaw is
the same. That's not the original picture, by the way. I have it. I'm going to post it.
Okay.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, thanks.
By the way, couldn't we be arguing over like Melania's naked pictures?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Let's change this up. Let's change it quick. Where's Melania?
Not That is not Rosie O'Donnell naked. It's good.
I like that. Okay.
It's Roseanne.
Take it back, Yuck.
Hey, Lee's my boy. What's up, Lee? How you doing, man?
Filter said spoiled milk. That's where the rash came from.
Hey, let me tell you something. The dude who just popped up, Lee Troutman.
Yeah.
He was my receiver. I was his quarterback on beach football for 13 years.
Wow. Oh, right on.
Yeah, the guy's he's awesome. He's a
You were
defender.
a quarterback?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you saw every route clearly because nobody could block your vision. So that's
Exactly.
perfect. Yeah.
Exactly. I think Hawk, you've seen that highlight reel, haven't you?
The highlight reel that I seen was the football game on the beach.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my we would film.
It looked like Gulliver, okay, playing football with the Lilliputians, okay, is what it looked like.
That's what they've said is that they remember it's like men among boys. No, dude, come on, man, you're killing me. I got this little dude who wants to play. I don't blame him. I've been on. How long have we been on?
Too long.
Right?
Almost 7 hours.
Dude, we were on 7 hours and 45 minutes the other night.
Yeah, we're on right now 6 hours, 52 minutes, 34 seconds.
Wow.
I was going like an hour and 20 minutes before you got here. So we had to wait for you to get home.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, but it's where you live. That's not like it's not something where you can just like go speeding up the road to rush home. It's a pretty intricate area that you live in out there, and being up in the country like you are, that makes it even more so. You have to be watchful of cows. You have to be watchful of livestock. Other livestock and wildlife. So it's we just it's just something we have to deal with. But so for those of you that tuned into Rumble and on Dave's X, there was a hour and 15 to an hour and 20 minutes before Dave came on, where we covered the Trump speech after he came out, as well as a bunch of other clips. You can find those on the YouTube channel, or you can find them on my X or on my Facebook. Don't hesitate to share them out, because it's the idea of it is we are the news people. Okay. Each of us, each and every one, even you that are in chat, you are now part of the real news. Okay. When you get stories and you have verified information and you pass it on to me, or you pass it on to Dave, or you pass it on to Slow Country, or you go on and you do a podcast yourself. Okay. You are now part of the real news. Okay. Actually, let's not even call it news. You are reporting the events of today and of yesterday. We'll let the mainstream media keep their news, and we'll just go with the events of today and yesterday and tomorrow. Go for it, Dave.
I'm just showing a few clips.
We're not. We see Tall Dave, but it's not playing.
That was Lee. I think that was Lee.
Okay, we didn't see that. All we see is the screen for Tall Dave.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I had the wrong thing. I'm not
okay.
That's what I get for blowing my own horn here. There it is. There we go. Yeah, I think it was here. My buddy takes audio from NFL and some video.
Okay, is there supposed to be video there? Because I'm not seeing it. Dave? Is Dave still with us? Dave's not here. I see his mouse up there, but we're not seeing the video. Dave? He didn't mute himself.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I see his mouse.
That's me
but
right
we're not-
there.
Okay, we're not seeing it, Dave.
Oh, you got to be shitting me.
No, we're not seeing the video. All we see is the opening page that you have Tall Dave career highlight.
Holy cow. That's all right.
But everybody's tied to their seats.
I know, right? This is all right. All right, guys.
This comment says riveting.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, this is
There we go.
okay. There we go. It's I'll play some just particular clips on it.
And of course,
That was a
these fans are waiting for
costume.
something to cheer about. Well, they've got a chance right now.
I mean, he has potential to be a Hall of Famer.
He's the fire within the team, man, and everybody rallies behind him.
And the leader of these players is Dave.
I think Dave's, a pretty good ball player,
Going forward on 4th and 4 here.
The number one trait that he has is his poise.
Look at the composure of this guy, folks.
And Dave on the threshold of making history.
Defense trying to keep the shot alive. The crowd knows it. Here we go, Tony. And here we go. What's on? Simply a three-man rush. 19th play of this drive.
Who's the douche wearing a mask at the beach?
Dude, that wasn't even COVID. that was smoke from fires.
What the hell?
Yeah, we had some nasty fires, and so there was like just nasty smoke. So we had to wear those. Yeah, I never wore one during COVID. But I'll
on 2nd down and 10. Plenty of time. Pumps a couple.
I'll just jump ahead here.
3 times escaping a potential sack.
His ability to keep a play
Get off
alive.
me. Get off
Still
me.
on his feet. Oh, wow. How did he do that?
How did he make this play?
Pump fakes.
Funny.
Trouble.
They bring everybody. Trying to get out of trouble.
Launching away. Flush from the pocket. Scrambling. Throwing on the run.
Broke his ankles.
On the move. Throws. Shuts it downfield. Caught.
He felt like his throwing motion was like 4 inches. He just flicked it.
Sidearm delivery.
It's away from the heat. Fires it sideline.
Oh, wow. His wrist strength has to be the strongest in the league.
Facing pressure here on 1st and 10. Picked up. He's got blown coverage.
Steps and fires. Got a man wide open.
Throws. Passes. Yes.
Just strong. He's strong with the ball. He's strong in the pocket.
Because he can be all over the place, and he's at best when he's like that. I mean, he loves playing backyard football.
Down the field. Yes. And a lot of time. Steps into it. Guns it complete.
He's a handful.
Off his back foot. Winding up. Going deep to the end zone. Touchdown.
We travel.
Things that I really liked.
Scrambling. Throwing on the run. He's caught him. And rolling left. This is where he's been so effective. Touchdown.
Always willing to kind of stand in there and take a hit for a good throw.
Then he busts. So this is our buddy who does these, right? And he does. We basically record everything because there's some of us in the industry, and so and then we got some editors. But this dude, he cuts together these things, and it's hilarious. Now he's busting my chops about just being pissed off. And,
Oh, it's great, man.
right?
Thanks for sharing.
Oh yeah, so he puts all this together, and he's got different categories. My deep bombs that I throw just like crazy, and then he gets these NFL guys, in there.
Yeah.
Right, and yeah. So
It's
this is
it's
cool.
like Mahomes. They're they're talking about Mahomes, and it's you.
This is where I lived for 11 years on this beach. I was on the sand for 11 years, and it was just a great life. And these are a bunch of guys that lived down on the beach or got together. So yeah, so he put together this whole thing. It's pretty badass. So that's fun. So there you have it. So thanks, Lee, for popping in and bringing that to mind. Here, let me get out of this. So yeah, we gotta have some fun as we get through this this shit show.
Absolutely.
Jungle Bowl legend. Thanks, Lee. You are too, bro. Good stuff. Yeah, guys. This was a good night together. I think it's time to call it quits. We got good crew.
There's one final clip that you need to end with. It's in the private chat under Molly 7 USA. It's just to lighten the mood for people.
This resource could not be found.
What? I just freaking played it a couple of minutes ago.
Let me try it again. No,
you have it through social, right?
Yeah. It's not
Okay.
coming up.
All right. Let me do it this way then. Let me do it.
Oh, I got it, brother. Here, let me play it so it's not glitchy. I got it.
Love that clip.
Oh no, you know what? Okay, this wasn't coming up, but let me try this. Shoot, yeah, it's not coming up for me. Oh, that's why. Because I'm not logged in. Go ahead and play it, bro. It won't play. I don't have it pulled up on Brave. I need to tap into Brave more.
Okay. Let me do this and do this.
Listen, it's going to be tough for this kid to top that football action, I'll tell you, but I'll
Oh, cocky. It's going to have it hands down, no problemo.
Don't worry about a thing.
Come on, look at his face.
Oh.
Every little thing is gonna be alright. Oh, soon in on my horizon, 3 little birds were on my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melody blowing true. And they said, this message is you. They said, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright.
Because every little thing is going to be all right. And the thing is, folks, you just got to believe that it's going to be all right. Okay? This awakening is about so many different things all in one, but a lot of it's got to do with your mental fatigue, your physical fatigue, building you up to stand. Believe that everything's going to be all right. And guess what? You're going to start seeing things start to become all right.
I had to see the ball go in the hoop before I shot it. I had to see the receiver catch it before I threw it. We all use visualization in sports and different aspects of life and manifesting abundance. We really, the thing for me that I think is so important is kind of what you touched on there, Hawk, and that is that we have to see our future in the way that we want it in order to manifest it. And the more of us that actually do that and actually see Trump as president and us holding him accountable for all the things that I know some people are concerned about. You know, a lot of people are concerned about Trump in Israel. A lot of people are concerned about Trump with the jab. A lot of people are concerned about certain things. But you know, I see a world that we're going to hold everybody accountable. Doesn't matter who they are once they get in that position. But we got to see a future that we want. We want to be proud of. Yeah, you can choose fear or faith. The choice is yours. Fear or love.
Great words, Brian. Great words.
All right, gents. What a lovely evening. Thanks for coming together. I think everyone enjoyed it. I think we're over 3,400, 3,500 right now. Beautiful, beautiful humans. So thank you all for coming. And I hope that this was of benefit to you. And please share this out, you know, for others that could benefit. Yeah. Last thoughts? Anyone?
Sir Oliver, let's start with you.
I agree. Yeah, I like to say change the way you think of things, and the things you think of will change. You know, I like to remain positive at all times. It's very difficult to do so because there's so much negativity in life. But I find that when I do think positive, things are much easier. So let's manifest it. You know, don't worry. Like the song said, everything is already taken care of. You know, regardless of whether you believe it or not. Just be positive. Enjoy your life. Go on the beach and play flag football.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well said. Slow.
So tonight we dropped some pretty good stuff. You know, we connected it in ways that you know, 5-6 years ago I didn't think would be possible. But I've got a challenge for everybody. Listen for buzzwords. And when I say buzzwords, think about the last couple shows we've done with each other. Listen for common phrases that we've seen, throughout the boards in the last couple of weeks. The laws that we've been over on Dave's show, on my show, on Hawk's show, with Sir Oliver here. Just listen for things. Expand your mind a little bit. We're always going to be here. If you got questions, hit us up on X, True Social, whatever. But everything's going to turn out for what it needs to be. And by the way, one of the Q posts that I came up with today had a reference to Jeremiah 29:11. And I'll leave you with that.
Hawk.
I think I read that earlier. I will do so again. Give me a second to pull it up on the screen again. And 29:11 says, For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not harm you. plans to give you hope and a future. Okay. And guys, you know, what does Trump keep telling us? The best is yet to come.
Okay. As God is my witness. As God is my witness. I read that earlier today.
Really?
I swear to God. I think that because it had to do with a timestamp that I may have looked at. I looked at that earlier today.
Yeah, it's in the queue. It's in the queue drops. So
no, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's where I saw it because it was part of a timestamp that
522.
Yeah.
Post 522.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So here, I'll tell you what it was when they announced the verdict. That all came out right around, you know, right after 5, between 5 and like 6:30. All the news outlets were reporting about it, and that's why I went to that drop.
Nice.
Yep. You know, so it's you know, we have to remember that we're not 10 feet tall and bulletproof. Okay. We don't have the frames and the bodies of Adonis gods and everything else. Okay. But what we do have is an unshakable faith. We have an unshakable determination. And we ourselves are about to become the earthquake that everybody's waiting on. Amen. And I'm talking about all the Anons and all the researchers that are out there every day trying to just discover more truth and share more truth. Share your truth. All you, Dave.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, this is I think it's important that we absolutely come together and with like-minded folks, and this takes a toll. You know, it's for me, it's been 18 years awake, 5 years doing this show, and man, it's you got to take breaks. You gotta, dude, you're messing up my final bit here. Come on.
He's got to get his final word in too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should hand him the mic, but you guys can hear him all right, I'm guessing. Hold on, he's telling me he needs to go out. Hold on.
He's like, how about that?
Come on. Come on. Oh, you're making a mess here. Come on. Yeah, go on. Come on. I'll be right out. I'll be right out. But just it takes a toll. It takes a toll because, you know, we keep taking hits. We keep taking hits. We keep taking hits. But the one that's taken the most hits is Trump.
That's right.
I mean, nobody's taking hits like him. Nobody's taking hits like he and his family. Now, he does have the benefit of knowing what the hell's going on. So it is a little bit different. But he and his family are taking hits. You know, Q Operation is taking hits, very much disrespected and unappreciated because it hasn't all come to fruition yet. But, you know, I think part of the problem with the indoctrination is, which is the name of my show, and also Shattering the Indoctrination on Apple and Spotify podcasts. You can find just me talking, which a lot of people really enjoy. But it's the indoctrination has grabbed us, whether or not we're awake or asleep, because the ones that are awake are constantly looking into it and digging and digging and digging to try to help others out. And we're going back into the burning building and taking in a lot of smoke, a lot of heat. We've got to break free from the indoctrination. We've got to break free from all this nonsense and not be addicted to it every day. Eckhart Tolle talks about the pain body and how we have to feed the pain body with horror movies and drama and death and destruction and that kind of news. We're feeding the part of ourselves that we don't want to grow. And we need to starve that part of ourselves and feed the part. Go play beach football, go pick up basketball, go hang out with your children, your grandchildren, go with your buddy and go just have a beer and watch a game, even though we don't watch sports anymore. Just do something to break free from the hold that this intense indoctrination has on humanity. That's how we're going to get through this, and look to the future and imagine your life much better than it is right now, because right now it's tough for a lot of people. And that's why we keep this free, because, this information should be free. This kind of camaraderie should be free. But, every once in a while, show up with a bottle, so we can all enjoy. Right. So that's about it.
I'll show up with a bowl. I ain't showing up with no bottle. The day I show up,
a bowl or a bottle.
Yeah,
give if you can for others that can't. Appreciate it.
The day I show up with a bottle is the day you should close the door on me. Not
all
kidding.
right. Well, thank you, my friends. Much love to everybody. And we'll I'm probably going to do a show tomorrow at some point, just a short one. So I'll see you all tomorrow.
Right,
love you guys. Thanks, man.
Yep. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Be
Close
well.
this out.
Bye-bye.
I'll finish my regular way here.